A prize pool of more than $10 million awaits our final 6. Welcome to Moving Day. This is Super High Roller Bowl Europe. It is day 2 coverage of this $250,000 buy-in no limit Texas Hold'em tournament from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. We are at our studios in Las Vegas. And Brent, as we take a look at our feature table chip counts presented by GG Poker, you see the name Timothy Adams, a ring winner already.
Not only is he a ring winner, Jeff, but he is the last international champion of the Super High Roller Bowl, the Prince of Poultry. All he does is eat chicken and collect chips. Dynamite player.
And win Super High Roller Bowls. The winner of Super High Roller Bowl Australia, the winner of Super High Roller Bowl Russia. Can he go back to back to back? We will find out. We also have Bryn Kenny at our feature table. Number 1 on the all-time money list.
Maybe next.
It only shows up for the high stakes.
That's it. $100,000, the minimum buy-in tournament that Bryn Kenny is going to play these days. He's too rich.
What do you play?
And he is oh so good.
D.
How about Vyacheslav Bolt again, huh?
Why don't you
put a dirty beat on the tractor Christoph Vogelsang yesterday?
Why don't you go with Michael then for this at 1 hour, and then because in 1 hour we're off,
and
then I can go with
Ivy earlier today.
Make that deal.
Linus
Tell that to
Loger,
Michael so he doesn't expect to go
one
longer
of the
than
legends of the online realm.
Yeah, very rarely do you actually have a chance to see him at a live poker table. Just notorious for being one of the best online. He's got a pile of chips and in position of Bryn Kenny. Bryn's got himself a pretty rough seat.
Timofey Kuznetsov, True Tower, speaking of online legends. Speaking of one of our young guns.
Oh, sorry.
Zhuang Ran.
20 years young to be exact, Jeff. Only have to be 18 to play these events.
Won a 50K at Seminole Hard Rock earlier this month, beating Dan Smith heads up for that title. Blinds 5K, 10K with the 10K big blind ante.
First time I've had the opportunity to see Rung play.
Four ball for Timothy Adams along with the backdoor flush draw. Seven's good here.
Great shot of Tim Adams. This kid is dynamite. Flies under the radar somehow, at least amongst the casual poker fans. If you're not familiar with Tim Adams, just write his name down, put it in your notes on your phone. Don't forget about him. He is, I mean, Jeff, he might be, you know, top 5 in the world.
Very highly thought of amongst his peers. Does make the call and does turn a flush draw. Got her for Zhuang.
Not a horrible card for either player. Sung Rong now picks up that gut shot straight draw, just in case he was ever in fear of those 7s being behind. How about this? What a spot to lead.
Lead for 20,000.
Plenty of equity. Sizes it so well that even in the event if Song did kick it up and raise, we can certainly elect to call with that sort of hand.
Does call here, 125K in the pot as you see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. On the river, no help to Adams. Those green chips he's shuffling worth 1K apiece. Blue chips are 5Ks, brown 25Ks.
Now a one-liner to the straight. If you were to have a duckling, the only player that really should have a deuce in his hand is this guy, Mr. Adams. I don't know if he's able to try and represent it. If he does, Jeff, I would expect something along the lines of an overbet.
Fires in a time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
Really soaking things in, wondering if there's ever a chance that Ron could have called with just ace high on that turn. And now connecting with a pair on the river. Is there a way that we could try and take down this pot? Effectively turning a 4 into a bluff if he were to bet.
Four.
Goes check, check. Sevens are good. Juan Zhuang takes that pot down.
Yeah, 1 hour.
We pick up our coverage with 19 players left. 41 entries, a prize pool of more than $10.2 million at our outer tables right now. Michael Zhang, Ivan Liao, Paul Poix, Liam Shurovich, Victor Malinowski, Jake Schindler, Michael Adamo, David Peters, David Stam, Artur Martirosyan, Seth Davies, Kerry Katz, and Tony G. Blind versus blind here. Adams versus Kenny. Two of the top players in the world. Both flop a pair. Top pair for Bryn.
Adams now finds himself back-to-back difficult situations. Let's watch how Sensei Kene elects to play this top pair. Very deceptive, sort of hidden check back.
Turn brings a king. Kenny will fire here. 13,000.
Adams very much playing some defense. His hand is essentially just a bluff catcher.
River is an ace.
Yeah.
Kenny happy to check back and just show down the winner.
Perhaps a fortunate run out for Adams. Only losing one street of value to Bryn Kenny.
Bryn Kenny with more than $56 million in career live tournament earnings. #1 on the all-time money list.
That's just ridiculous.
Kenny out of New York. Famously won the Triton Million event. Chopped it, I should say. Got first place money, second in the tournament. Won more than $20.5 million in that score. Looking for his first live cash since January of 2020. Bren, looks like it's bad news from our outer tables as we've lost the captain.
Oh, no.
Tony G gets the chips in with fives against Ivan Liao's ace-king.
The ship has sunk, Jeff.
Quite the series, though, for Tony G at Super High Roller Series Europe. Winning Event 3, the 25K short deck, and Event 7, the 100K short deck. So now we have 18 left.
And Ivan Liao knows how to accumulate chips. He is perhaps the chip leader, certainly would be top 3 after that hand.
Again with ace-king.
66.
Opened. Fold again makes it 66,000. Kenny with king queen, about 22 bigs behind.
Unless Kenny has played with Vyacheslav, I can't fathom putting it in there with king queen off. I don't know what his 3-bet sort of frequency is, but from what we saw from previous events, he had a tendency to be on the tighter side pre-flop. It would go bananas post-flop. Just a premium right now.
Sean lays it down. Vyacheslav Boldigan finished in 5th place in event number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe, the 100K. About $245,000.
Yeah, looking over his resume, he just plays a lot of the bigger buy-in events. Results are fantastic. Sort of soaked in yesterday that perhaps he plays a ton online. I did see some results from 2020 that were quite substantial, including the Super High Rollerball Online series that happened in March of 2020. He made a run there.
And making a run here.
Yeah, active early.
Timofey Kuznetsov in the big with the 8-6 of diamonds will defend.
No raise? No.
Countrymen share a smile with one another. Uh-oh, Jack, Jack 3, 2 diamonds.
Kuznetsov, another tremendous online player who's translated that over to the live world, known as True Teller, where he has won millions of dollars.
Some smirks, some smiles from Boldigan. The clubs on the turn.
Maybe an interesting turn card for Boldigan. Even if he did just bet the flop with a hand like ace high, I can't imagine he would bet again, having been called on the jack-jack flop. Maybe the door now open for Kuznetsov to try and take this thing away. Obviously, we can see if it went check-check, it would be a chop pot. But I think Kuznetsov now able to pounce. He certainly would have defended and played his hand just like this if he had a jack, as well as a 3 now, which hits the river. Able to represent all the full houses. sort of surprised by the check.
But board.
Yeah, don't muck those cards. Okay.
Wow.
Chop it up.
An unexpected chop, Jeff.
Should have
I
3, but he
thought
Yeah.
Kuznetsov might go after that.
diamonds. Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us on our Poker Go YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe this page. We're going to do all of day 2 coverage down to the final table, including the bubble. And of course, we'll be back again tomorrow for the final table right here again on our YouTube channel.
And quite the bubble it is. How about a $512,000 bubble? 250K buy-in, 41 entries. Adams opens with ace-king. Zhuang with ace-3.
Nice.
And we'll choose 3-bet. Timing unfortunate here. 25 bigs now behind.
On.
All of it. Not
Yes.
the words he wanted to hear.
Now, I don't fault Swan for 3-betting the ugly ace-3, just hoping to take it down pre-flop, and Adams with a premium.
Timothy Adams, the reigning defending Super High Roller Bowl champion after wins in both Australia and Russia. Could he go back to back to back? Got to beat 17 other players to do so.
That would certainly be a Super High Roller Bowl triple crown.
Yes, it would.
I'll deem it that, Jeff, right
That's
now.
fine.
Again with the goods.
That's another good one. Linus with 7s. Again with Jack-7.
You should have on.
All right, 40.
That's great.
Queen Jack-5.
Sort of my favorite scenarios to watch. Both players with an underpair to the flop, and what sort of runs through their minds. I think Adams clearly checking the 10s, but would he do that with, a hand like ace-jack, or maybe even something like queen 10 suited? How often would he ever check back? Or not check back, but check out of position with that sort of holding? At the moment, Adams just content to try and get to showdown.
Yeah.
With 2 10s. Linus.
Oh,
boy.
The K7 pops off on the river.
Impressed that he's not twitching Every single face muscle
Dancing around the room.
just buries that hockey stick. Little blocker bet now, maybe by Adams, trying to get value for 2 tens.
To the tune of 18,000.
Just hoping maybe we can get called by 8s, 9s. Oh boy. Not the set of 7s though, Jeff. This is certainly going to go up.
See a shot clock run out, a little time extension. And he'll make it 80,000.
You would think, if you're watching at home, oh, well, this is just an easy snap fold. Not at this level. Not when you're playing at such an elite sort of mastery. Adams knows that if Linus had pocket 8s, would he ever turn them into a bluff like this? Keeping in mind that that would certainly make a straight, and Linus can absolutely have a hand like 8-6 suited.
Adams does find the laydown. And slow Luger. Most certainly one of the best online players in the world. Almost $2 million in live tournament earnings. Won the Poker Masters online main event.
Just 26 years old. A baby.
Bryn with 2 9s. Adams with the 8-5 diamonds in the big.
Yeah, again, great hand to defend with.
Oh, sorry.
Should have blocked.
Getting a fine price for a little suited connector.
Okay, huh? Okay, can bet small thing. That's well.
Sees an 8 in the window. Comes ace king 8.
Thank you. You too. See chicken.
Bryn opening under the gun. You don't love to see this sort of board when you have 2 9s. However, you're in position. Control your own destiny against Adams.
Who does check turn?
How about this bet, huh? He's going to sprinkle some in there.
18,000.
Bit of a down bet, meaning it's less than what he opened with. Open 2 pre-flop, which was 22,000, and the bet accomplishes quite a few things. You can get value from a hand like an 8 that Adams has. You deny equity to potential draws that are out there, or at least give them a price. And it also allows you to get to a cheaper showdown. You can simply just check back on a variety of rivers in hopes that your 9 was in fact good.
One of our outer tables, Seth Davies, gets the chips in against Paul Poix. Davies with sixes, Paul with ace 10, and the sixes do hold. Seth Davies up to more than 50 bigs.
Uh-oh. Davies had a great series as well. He considered by his good friend Jason Kuhn to just be an elite level player. His time's sort of on its way. It's coming.
Final table at Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas in this series. Brent, you said at third place in event number 2, the 25K no limit. Sixth place in event number 4, the 50K. Second place in event number 5, the 50K short deck. That's with running pretty poorly at final tables.
Yeah, didn't run great. These top 3 finishes, you know, the podium spots, that's where all the money's at.
Yeah.
And coming into the series, and it sort of the way it started, where I think he bowed out in 6th place, it's just like, oh my gosh, not again. You know, you play so well. You start stringing together the top 3s in these super high roller events, you'll be printing.
Loading in with 5s.
How much we play?
600,
600.
I suppose.
Just a guess. Likes to smile, smirk at his opponents. Just having a good time. Playing for 3.6 milli. Make our final table, you make $512,500. Top 4 will receive at least a 7-figure payout. First place prize, $3,690,000.
Nice bet, 2 5s. Able to represent that sort of texture as the original Razor, despite only having 2 5s. He's thrilled to get that one through. Can absolutely tell just by the demeanor and the casual smiles amongst some of these players. With this guy right here, Boldigan, Linus, True Teller, which is Kuznetsov. They clearly play a ton online.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm picking that up from them. They're familiar with one another, whether it be cash games or high stakes tournaments. Now the opportunity, which is rare, to meet in the live realm and battle.
Simo, you have like 400?
No, it should be closer to 5.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Kuznetsov defends and flops the gutter, and it's top pair for Timothy Adams. An intense, methodical style. Make sure to think through every spot.
Yeah, and it's all, you know, intentional in that regard as well. It's a lot of thought. Keep everything sort of in cadence. Every hand, every spot.
And sizing up here, which puts Jack 10 in an awkward spot. That's off, choosing to continue. Ace on the turn, two-way straight draw now for True Teller.
And again, a very interesting turn card for clearly both players. Certainly Adams realizes that Jack 10 would be double gutted. What is the best? What is optimal? Looks like he's going to take this route. recognizing that that ace likely helps him more than his opponent. Unless he has, you know, ace-8 or ace-deuce. And there is a world in which Kuznetsov could simply have top 2. We saw how he played ace-king on day 1 against Ivy. But he is... Adams is absolutely trying to protect his hand. The presence now of a flush draw and that double gutter. Recognizing Jack-10 is available.
Choosing a larger sizing again and again, called by Kuznetsov. The river brings another deuce, 359K now in the pot.
I would assume now Kuznetsov checks again, unless he just tries to represent he had a deuce with a flush draw and made trips, which is
hard to
dead.
pull
Yeah.
off.
A quick check by Adams,
Right.
happy to get the showdown, realizing probably the best of it. Max value with that king queen, beautiful stuff.
Big
But a
bets
Prince
on
of Poultry.
flop and turn. Nice pot, headed in the direction of Timothy Adams. Yeah, some cards which don't even make True Teller's hand still represent a good opportunity for him to fire, but another deuce, not one of those cards.
Yeah. Just because he didn't make it straight, maybe he would have tried to represent a backdoor flush. It's hard to do when you don't have a club in your hand, but I mean, who knows? It's True Teller. Guy's an absolute animal.
Zhuang with defend here. A little more than 20 bigs behind. Queen 7 deuce, ace high is best. Well, again, also with that ace of diamonds. Bet and a win for Boldigan.
And Jeff, notable, worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Ali Mshirovich doubled up with aces through Jake Schindler's ace-king. And I believe has taken the outright chip lead of this event. This is sort of breaking and coming into us now with this update. Up to now 1.3 million.
Bad news for the rest of the field,
And
folks.
yeah, Ali Mshirovich is #1 on the Poker Go Tour leaderboard presented by Guaranteed Rate. He is running away with things in the calendar year of 2021. And if he puts himself in position to final table this event, he is going to be almost impossible to catch for the remainder of the year.
Top pair for Boldigan. Strong lead here. Does pick up the gutter.
Yeah, perhaps a little life. It is going to be awfully difficult to take this pot away from Boldigan. I mean, unless we're trying to represent a turn straight, having a 5 in our hand. Just hoping maybe to go check and get a look at that river. Awkward spot, 100,000 in the middle with Swan only having 170,000 behind.
Boldigan firing, Boldigan winning. Strong frustrated. Down to less than 20 bigs.
Yeah, not a great start for Juan. Meanwhile, Boldigan continues to accumulate.
Thank you. Hello.
Well, Brent, you said it. Let's take a look at the leaderboard of the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. And there is Ali Amshurovich on top with 9 Poker Go Tour wins with more than 2,600 points, more than $3.3 million in earnings on the Poker Go Tour. Perry Sobrel and Winter not here in Cyprus. Kerry Katz is. And Kerry Katz is still in. He's short stack, but you know Kerry in the short stack.
Right in his
Comfortable.
wheelhouse. Yeah.
Comfortable. Been a quiet week for them both. You turn the tide though, just a cash here. It's Super High Roller Bowl Europe. King 10 for Adams.
Juan just trying to get something going. Get off the schneid. Short stack, and oh boy.
That'll help. Comes a 6-6.
Unlikely to find a customer unless Adams is a non-believer with king high on this sort of board. Does have the 10 of spades. Might call one time and take one off. Adams always takes about the same amount of time
39.
with every decision.
Check
And how about
raise.
this? Yeah.
With those backdoor draws that you mentioned. At 39,000, music to Zhuang's ears.
Just max pressure too, trying to apply it to Zwan. If he didn't have an ace, clearly he's got better with 3 6s, but problematic for Adams at the moment. About to be trapped.
Three of hearts on the turn. Adams completely dead.
Adams is just done with it. If the check raise didn't work, on the flop, which was really his only avenue to try and win that hand right then and there. Giving Swan credit for at least an ace.
Checks back. Rivers the 4 diamonds.
Maybe checking back, just hoping Adams could try and bluff at it one more time. Extremely thin if he does go for it. I'd be pretty surprised.
He does not. Checks.
I think we all know what's coming here.
All in.
All in.
Shove the fold to pick up for Zhuang, who just has 4 live tournament cashes in his young career. 3 of those 4 are wins. Which is quite impressive. Plays PLO, plays no limit. Won a 50K. Seminole Hard Rock. That's a Poker Go Tour win. Beat Dan Smith heads up. Gary Katz also at that final table. And taking the next step to a super high roller bowl.
Raise 20.
King Queen for Kenny.
I did not miss any hands, right? Я не пропустил урок?
Нет. А, вроде нет. Не должен. Я бы тебе позвал, наверное.
10, 7, 6, 2 hearts, showing us the King of Hearts. Kenny just gonna muck the King Queen. $5K, 10K, 10K big blind ante, 60-minute levels. The plan today is to play down to our final table of 6. And everyone will make the money. I'll come back tomorrow. We play down to a champion. That champion not only earns a super high roller bowl ring, but $3.7 million.
Raise 20.
Adams, the ace-8 of diamonds on the button. Calling. Kuznetsov and Adams will do battle again. King 10 deuce with 1 diamond. Pairing backdoor draws for Kuznetsov. Backdoor draws for Adams. True Teller checks. Kuznetsov check calls with the 10. Blank on the turn. Adams checks back. River brings another 6. Kuznetsov hand his best. Blocker bet goes 33,000. Adams just gets out of the way. Nice pot for Timofey Kuznetsov. Second on Russia's all-time money list with almost $9 million in career tournament earnings. Only trails Igor Kurganov. And here's where we're going next. Brent, you mentioned that Ali Sharovich knocked out Jake Schindler. There's the tower that Ali has started to build, the oh-so-familiar tower. Limitless on his right. Michael Zhang is there, Michael Adamo is there, David Stam is there. That will be our next feature table as we will rotate feature tables throughout the course of the day.
Ali,
I guess every table is stacked, but that one
every
especially.
table is stacked, but Ali just has a way of showing up for these main events and putting on a show. All the chips, our current chip leader, coming here next after break.
It's like if he's around deep in a tournament, he's going to have a ton of chips. Green chips worth 1K, blue chips are 5K a piece. Brown chips 25,000. Just raising. About to say just raise and take it. Zhuang going to defend with the 6-3 off. Queen 10-7, open ender for Adams. Swing and a miss for Zhuang. the stakes down this spot. A 5th place finish or better for Timothy Adams will move him past Phil Hellmuth into the top 20 on the all-time money list. The reigning defending Super High Roller Bowl champion. Won Super High Roller Bowl Australia and then Super High Roller Bowl Russia. And go back to back to back. And the most active player here opens again. Minus calls behind with 9s. Joan with 3s in the small blind. Let's go. And here comes Vyacheslav with the King Jack. Six, 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Logers 9s are best.
Sort of fortunate here for Linus. He's not going to face any resistance. At least I wouldn't expect it to be the case.
No backdoor draws for
Nothing for either opponent,
Boldigan or Adams. And they're both, like you said, just out of the way.
Isn't it great when things are just so easy?
It is quite
know?
nice.
Smooth sailing for Linus, the legend.
Raise 20.
Momentum continues. Linus Loger out of Switzerland. Finished in 6th place. Super High Roller Bowl Online. That won by Justin Bonomo. Michael Adamo 2nd, David Peters 3rd. Those two still in the mix here. Adamo will be at our next feature table alongside Aliyam Shurovich, Victor Malinowski, and Michael Zhang, who entered day 2 as the chip leader.
Raise 20. Pass.
I'm going to be honest, Jeff.
Please.
I miss Tony G already.
Yeah. The captain
Just
bows out.
qualified. Oh, the hot. Champagne for everyone.
The champ, the best.
3 bigger chips in front. No, the 5s are behind the 1s.
Ace King of Clubs for Boldigan. Cut off.
Raise 20.
Boldigan seems like a totally different player. Yesterday, perhaps not very comfortable. Maybe just getting used to sort of the live scene again.
Yeah.
You saw the misclick against Vogelsang, which was
Worked out.
quite comical.
Yeah, right. And then busted Kristoff.
And then busted him, you know, and just didn't look thrilled about the hand, even though he won the pot. I think he's settled in, you know, and there's something to be said about that. It takes a little time to adjust to the lights, the cameras, you know, the microphone, everything. All eyes on you.
350 with everything posted. So, yeah, no, 350 behind this.
Call 10. Check.
Sure, these two have had their fair share of battles online.
Bet 10. Call 10.
Just nets off. Not going anywhere now as an open-ender.
Perhaps now with the Queen 7, just a lovely hand. Able to represent this sort of texture. Both tickets, the Queen and the 7, make up all the straights.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah. Small pot, yet significant. Buy-in, $250,000. You can sort of see that on the screen in the background. Average chips about 640. More than $10 million in the prize pool. Just a massive turnout, massive payday for whoever does finish in the top 6, which will be our final table tomorrow. We're going to play down to that final table. Today we see the bubble. It will burst. Somebody going to walk away with 0 in 7th place. 6th, guaranteed more than $500,000. Nearly $3.7 million for first.
Raise 20. Pass.
Bold again remains active pre-flop. He's been dealt some great hands, no doubt. I think this is going to sting.
All in.
Swang's going to have to move it in with his stack. There it goes. And Boldigan, I don't know. We can't call with the Jack-10 suited. More than
Bit
20
too much.
bigs. Yeah.
Do you know if GG would
Gosh,
be
he
up
didn't
to
even look
opening
pained
some,
folding that.
new
It's so
game?
pretty, but
New
just
format
oh.
poker?
he's very relaxed, like
Yeah.
you said.
Probably.
So now the one that like nobody basically ever played, but it's supposed to be the best version of poker. It's a modified pot limit stat. I can go through the rules in detail if we want to discuss it. I think it's better form of poker than any.
Sounds fun. So version of pot limit stud.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I think it's worth giving it a shot
Yeah.
if you know who to talk to in GG, because that game is like very hard to prepare to.
Mm-hmm.
Raise 20.
Because like at pre-flop everybody got an up card, so if you wanted to prepare to it, let's say 5-handed, you would need to prepare for all the 5 cards, and like impossible.
Yeah.
and then you need like one change to the original pot limit start rules. You need to go 4th and 5th street right away instead of like one by one. Otherwise, there's too many betting streets. It gets.
Sounds like a good game.
I played it like 5 times in Vegas. It is a very good game.
Yeah.
I think it's better than No Limit, better than Pot Limit Omaha. I think it's the best poker game
Yeah.
I've played at least.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But because I think there will be some interest to it, and I think the fact that it's like impossible to prepare to, impossible to have computer have like good calculation for it.
Yeah.
There's like so many options.
I hate
Yeah,
to
which is
interrupt
great.
Kuznetsov on his new
Yeah,
poker
sounds like a
game,
good
but
game for sure.
we got to go to break. Before we do, let's take a look at the feature table chip counts presented by GG. Nice start for Timothy Adams, looking for back-to-back-to-back super high roller bowl rings. We'll have a brand new feature table headlined by Ali Amshurovich when we come back. 16 players remain at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games. Oh, she showed it! Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
And a shout out to those of you all over the world joining us on Poker Go. From Germany to Sweden
shout out
to Nigeria.
Love the Germans, love the Swedes, love the Nigerians.
Is there a country I might mention that you would just be like not so sure about the Tanzanians, but
there's no country, Ali,
right.
that
You're a love bucket.
that I, view lesser than another. What is country?
Oh boy.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Come on, guys.
Is
Everybody
it that
relax.
late already?
Producers freak out every time we, Come on, guys.
We need this DVD extras.
Really,
edition.
really fishing with dynamite to just mess around with the team,
10-9 offsuit for Schindler, raised it to 300,000. Vogelsang defends, and well, I believe they call that the nuts for Jake Schindler. Queen Jack 8.
Schindler wondering how can this one go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have 2 4s over there, Vogelsang.
400,000.
4 Jack coming.
That's a check fold from Christoph.
Yes, it is.
Some people pointing out that Schindler found himself in that massive chip lead courtesy of a set of 8s against pocket aces. So perhaps this was some karmic realignment with the set of 8s not.
Well, perhaps it was some karmic realignment, Ali. I don't know. That's a little out of my pay grade.
The 8s were a bad beat for the aces, but for the ace-5, it was not a bad beat.
The theme of pocket
His
eights
hand was best.
this tournament, as we'll discuss over that wonderful, very expensive dinner we'll be having on you, of course, courtesy of that bet you lost. For anybody who's lost sight of that one, please remind Ali on his social media about how that dinner will go. But, 8s have been just an incredibly relevant hand this tournament to the bizarrest of proportions.
Yeah. 8-6-4 on the board. 2 7s picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
$250,000.
Little post hand stare down from Schindler, a long stare down. Might be a little annoyed, Ali.
Looks it.
A little delayed sort of reaction to that incredibly brutal hand, and wants to get this guy out of here.
Good in. Probably. If you fold it.
Kind of a sporting reply there.
Yeah, I don't think Vogelsang really knew even how to respond to that.
Call.
define good. Schindler limping here with the bottom of his range, close to at least.
Check.
Christoph. Little pause before he says run it with the 7 tray, and King, King 9 hit the board.
Yeah, maybe if Christoph had a little more, you know, straightiness, he would have shot that one up, although I don't think that he's simply raising all limps with 3-4 off, 7-5 off, etc. So I think this might have been an okay time to take that off, but it's hard to say how Christoph exactly constructs his ranges and how he applicates that construction to this particular situation.
At what point do you suspect you and I will simply run out of things to talk about?
About 18 hours ago? No. As long as there's top-notch poker to be played, we're not just going to completely run out. As the game sells itself, this is a beautiful thing. 2 players, dead even in chips, heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl title. This is very exciting, and it might be par for the course for a lot of the more experienced players. And at this point, we've seen numerous high rollers, but we shouldn't lose sight of the magic. We shouldn't just forget how incredible an event like this really is.
Ace 10-8 rainbow, bottom pair for Jake Schindler, and the 2-way straight draw for Christoph.
Seconds. 225,000.
Christoph
yeah.
does what he generally does. Takes a long time before making a relatively standard bet. Part of the reason he does that is because he is such a analytical player.
Turns of 5.
Check.
He's thinking about hands in a way that I think a lot of players at home would not be used to. Not just ranges deeper, blocker effects on a very deep level, and certainly takes his time to balance out the times where he really needs to take his time, I believe.
$1,200,000.
Barrel number 2 to the tune of 1.2 million certainly makes 8-6 look a bit less sexy. And Schindler,
yes, it does. Vogelsang picking an excellent hand to do this with. Takes it down, forces those 8s to go back home.
Where's Sam Farha when we need him? You know what I mean? Just in here, cigar dangling, dinner jacket, leisure vibe.
It's funny, I was thinking about him the other day, yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while either. But we'd all love to see an old school player wearing a suit with a cigarette hanging out in one of these things and punish the kids, Ali.
That Brat Pack vibe as we look at our 5-4 tournament overview, the leading menswear brand that provides a fashionable way to expand your wardrobe. And back and forth it's been, heads up. Stefan Schalabel, a reminder, finished in 3rd for $2.4 million. And since we brought up wardrobe expansion, I just feel like 5-4 is drawn dead to Christoph as a customer. I mean, he is your steady.
I feel more comfortable with this, but thank you for 5-4. The leading men's wardrobe, you know, are they the leading?
I mean, are we going to
get
an independent commission together to sort of determine who is the leading wardrobe expansionist out there? I mean,
wardrobe expansion. Ah. Oh, I need a wardrobe expansion.
Do you?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? Who doesn't?
All right. Might be time to get our man Shulman set up with a little 5-4 account.
Actually, some people don't. Like the Queen of England probably doesn't need a wardrobe expansion. I think she's fine. And it's menswear anyway, but.
Right. You just want her out there with the 5-4 ensemble.
I feel like, you know, George Clooney's probably okay.
Yeah, that's a good read. You know who else is a little bit narrow in their range? Gus Hansen. I mean, the number of times I walk in and find him in a white or a black T-shirt is
Took Hansen up
shocking.
with 5-4. You know,
There it is.
Call.
See, right behind you. That's Christoph.
maybe me and Gus can expand together.
Not touching that one. Vogelsang.
Yeah, why'd you have to make it weird?
I didn't.
You say you're not touching it, and you know, you make it weird. You
I
can
didn't.
touch that one, Ollie.
Jack 5 tray with 2 clubs on the flop. And Schindler with the always sexy 9 high. And the better 9 high for Vogelsang.
That's right.
A little more straighty, of course.
Has some crush. Going to throw something out there with some nice turn cards to barrel. Take this
Snap
one
fold
right
there
down.
from
Yeah.
Schindler. You said before the
Yeah,
chips even hit the felt.
That's right, and that's the kind of thing that Vogelsang doesn't do. Those are the sorts of things that Christoph stays a little more composed revolving around and might be a little more, I don't want to say irritating, but you know, it's insidious. It's when the guy you're playing is just always fighting for every single spot, taking time. It can get under your skin.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time regardless of his range and then making his decision, which is a check. And 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ollie.
Sure.
Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Seconds. Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
Welcome back to Cyprus. Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, and welcome back to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Day 2 of this $250,000 buy-in tournament. 16 players are left, and we play down to 6. A brand new featured table for you. Let's take a look at those chip counts presented by GG Poker. David Stam, Michael Adamo, Michael Zhang, Victor Malinowski, and Brent. It all leads up to our chip leader, Ali Amshirovich.
The phenom, Ali, doing what he does best. Taking over the chip lead on moving day in preparation for the final table. He is heating up, Jeff.
Yes, he is 9 Poker Go Tour titles this year. And building that castle.
Card's so different now.
Those towers that we've seen so often before. Artur Martirosyan was eliminated right before break, which leaves us with 16.
395, right?
Zhang with ace queen entered day 2 as chip leader. It's been a rough day for him. Down to about 450K. Still fine though, his blinds are just up to 6K, 12K with a 12K big blind ante.
All in? Maybe.
You have 500 around.
Yeah, 500, yeah.
Alex.
You look directly straight at me. No, no, no. It's just
It's been a pretty rough week for Zhang, for Mshurovic, and for Adamo here at Super High Roller Series Europe.
Excuse me, can I get one double espresso and one ginger tea with honey and lemon? Thanks.
One tournament cash between the 3 of them. Zhang has ace king here.
You have 500?
I think 500, wait. Or 500 behind, so like 525 to 30.
And with the king 3 in the big. Just mucks it. Folding to a little bit bigger button raise, more like 2.5x. David Stam. Finished in 5th in event number 2, the 25K. Zhang with another good one. Sat down and has looked at ace queen, ace king, and now ace king again. Damo with the queen 9 of hearts. Ten, 10, 10.
How about that posture for Adamo? Definitely something he's been working on physically. All these poker players now are clearly elite mentally, and it's the physical that's really starting to take fold and shape over the last year or two. And here we go,
Wow.
Adamo. So good. He's so awesome at this game, Jeff. Just trying to run a ridiculous bluff with nothing but queen high.
Seen him play over these last couple years. Safe to say he's one of the most creative players in this game. Zhang not going anywhere. Deuce on the turn. Adama leading for 55K here. Zhang will fling in a call once more. 278K in the pot. Jack on the river, Adama with 229K behind, as you see on the bottom left corner of your screen. Will he go check raise and then fire fire with just queen high?
Zhang's showing significant strength, coming along for the ride. Adamo clearly recognizes that. Is he really trying to represent quad tens, potentially a hidden boat? Zhang isn't in love with the river that's a jack, but this is ridiculous stuff from Adamo.
We pull the trigger here. Goes for it!
Oh my.
Check raise on flop, the lead on the turn. Says all of it on the river.
275. 35. 229. 229.
Can Zhang find the call?
It's like Adamo's just kind of smirking.
Yeah.
He knows he's just put Zhang in a cage. Just torturous decision with just ace king high. Here's Zhang kind of running it back in his head, thinking, oh boy, and he throws out all the time.
Fling them all
here.
in
I'm
the
going to need them
middle.
all,
Yeah,
guys.
probably going to go through these.
Massive spot in decision.
A bit worried that Adamo found a river jack, as you hear him talking through it. But he's on the right track as to what Adamo check raised with on the flop.
8, 9 of spades. Jack of spades.
Lays it down.
Jack 10. What were you after, man?
You have Jack 10?
Yes.
Wow. I would have called if you told me.
I mean, yeah. I saw the flop, I had to...
Adamo.
The Aussie. Proving why he is one of the best in the world.
I had checked. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, cost the.
You have like politics or something.
No. What a good hand. Ace king.
Raise 25,000.
What a play. Top shelf.
Sorry? 30 minutes, I'll find out.
How about limitless too at the end of that hand
Yeah,
with just
like,
sort of the
me.
subtle,
Yeah. Folded a
subtle
jack
little
and
jab,
a 10.
yeah. My goodness.
You river me. You might have. Huh?
Let's get there.
Yeah, a lot of us get there. Give 8 9 of spades. Seven 9 spades.
What a cool hand.
Zhang's still just thinking about it, you know. These guys are able to laugh and smile because they just realize what each one of them are just so capable of, running elaborate, sick, and twisted bluffs any given moment.
In the biggest spots and the biggest buy-ins. Ali Amshurovich accompanied
400
by a massive chip stack. Almost $12.4 million in career tournament earnings. 9 wins on the PokerGo Tour. Sean Perez in second place. He has 5.
Raise 24.
In one of our outer tables, it's Seth Davies getting the chips in against David Peters. Davies 8-7 suited does not get there against Peters 10. Seth Davies eliminated. So we are down to 15. We'll redraw at 14.
So David Peters now, Jeff, he's going to be in the top 5.
Yeah, he's up to 1.3 million
Oh
in
my
chips.
gosh.
Michael Zhang entered the day with more than $1 million in chips, down to about 360K. Green chips worth 1K. Blues are 5K a piece. The brown chips are 25,000. Six spots are paid. $512,500 for sixth. More than $3.6 million for first. We played down to a final table today.
Raise 24.
Raise and take it for Michael Adamo. Looking for his first live tournament cash since March of 2020. He's been busy online since then, though. There you see it, 15 players are left.
Mike. Better hurry.
Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay. Yep. It's only your button. Yeah. That was a very quick hand.
At our outer tables right now, Ivan Liao, Timothy Adams, Paul Plois, Vyacheslav Boldigan, Linus Liliger, Timofey Kuznetsov, David Peters, Zhuang Zhuang, Bryn Kenny and Kerry Katz, and Stam is down at a couple of aces.
The original Stam dog.
That's right.
280 start? Yeah.
Ali has 2 jacks.
Yikes. Awfully chilly in here.
All
Call.
Stam absolutely thrilled to hear those 2 words, and here we go. David Stam all in and at risk with aces. Ali's feeling it.
Hopefully no apology needed. First time I had aces the whole tournament.
Ali's suits are covered. Ace Queen 9.
No, no 10, no 10.
Oh, just a king. All right.
No sweat. David Stam finds the double. He's at 578K.
Welcome back. And, you know, Ali's still at 1.2 million. Just think
he's doing just fine.
Just hanging out.
50 bigs for Stan, more than $1 million in career tournament earnings. At the Poker Go studio, though, probably quads for Ali.
Oh, yeah, he finds every fish hook. Yep. Never misses.
$350 start?
370, 380.
Back to work. Shall we attack? About that, just comfortable. Flatting the ace-9 suited from the small.
Dama jumps in. Well, it comes 8-7-6 with 2 clubs. Zhang with a pair and a flush draw. Dama with a pair and a straight draw. And Ali with the open-ender and backdoor flush draw. So a little piece for everybody involved.
Yeah, this is dangerous for all on board. Adamo really in a world of hurt. A 5, no good for his hand. Just hoping to make 2 pair with 6s and 4s, potentially trips. It's a chance he may not even elect to continue, assuming Zhang is absolutely going to bet. Wow.
Oh, and he
just checks it back, extremely
checks
disguised.
all the way around and turns the flush.
Oh, that is a sneaky check back by Zhang. How many of us would just try and build a pot right then and there with a pair and a flush draw? Now both opponents drawing stone dead. Could that check back, which has now completed the flush, have opened up a door for Adamo? Got to bet now, right, Jeff? We can't check again. We've got him right where we want him.
$60,000.
We'll start to build that pot now.
Ali just taking it all in. What hand would you check back and then bet the jack of clubs turn?
Still with the Damo to act. Ali lays it down. As does Adamo.
Not nearly as exciting as I thought it could have been. Perhaps a flop bet. Who knows, Jeff?
All right, so both Bryn Kenny and Timofey Kuznetsov have been eliminated, which means we have 13 players left.
Oh.
Which means we go to a redraw break. When we come back, just 2 tables are left at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. A quick 5-minute break for a redraw. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
10-8 off for Daniel on the button.
150.
$150 to go. A defend with the less than choice cut 9-4.
But again, that gigantic big blind ante sitting out there. those odds. Less than choice cut, absolutely. Playability, not really. Pot odds, yes. One of the best players in the world deeming this a call, yes.
100.
And I know a lot of players at home would never play a hand like this to a raise, so.
But listen, this is more along the type of holding that you'll end up with playing heads up than not. You can't
and a lot of
expect
players,
group one,
a
group
lot of
two
people really
holdings.
don't have experience playing heads up, especially some of our, you know, newer players or players that play in home games that have no experience playing shorthanded. It's a vastly different game.
Certainly.
Heads up, of course, the most shorthanded you can be. You need to get in there with all sorts of hands.
Right.
You need to have a deep understanding of the way the cards come off the deck, how ranges interact with the cards. Of course, that's what poker is, but heads up, it's really on display as you need to really have some deeper knowledge, especially when you play great players who will be in there attacking. It's Bonomo limps with the 6 deuce. Daniel, 10-9.
Check.
Checks it. Daniel is absolutely right in this thing, in contention, of course. 2-1 deficit, but very much alive.
King Jack 5 with a couple of hearts. Got shot straight draw for Negreanu, whose 10 high is best. He checks it over to Bonomo on the button with that disrobed 6 deuce off suit. 7 on the turn. Two-way straight draw now for Daniel.
Daniel can consider a pretty big sizing here with his two-way. Goes for 100. Can also consider check raising with that one. He likes to lead. Looks like the players are going on break, and I assume we'll be doing the same, Ali. Talk to me.
It's usually how it works, my friend. I think that this was possibly an unscheduled break, though I'm not certain.
They both agreed on it.
$5 million in cash and the ring, the prestige, and an opportunity to climb the all-time money list if you're Justin Bonomo, or double down at the top of that list if you're Daniel Negreanu.
You see that beautiful ring sitting in the center of that cool $5 million first prize, Ali. Man, that ring would go along well with those shoes Daniel's rocking.
Right.
The sparkly reds. The blinds are up to 35.70. This tournament structure is just unbelievable. Look at this blind level that we have here. You don't see that one every day.
A couple of different perspectives on that. Unbelievably good if you're a player, and can be unbelievably long if you're out there just chomping at the bit.
Or if you're one of our many Poker Go subscribers around the world who stuck with this event start to finish, we appreciate it.
No doubt about it. Queen 8-5 with a couple of clubs was the flop. Both players checked. A third club on the turn. It's a king, and Negreanu has the smaller of the two flush draws, but position bets 100K.
Also that pesky little pair.
Yep.
Bonomo calls with Jack high and the club draw, and the bigger club draw does come in. And given that it's the ace of clubs, the king, queen are accounted for. Clubs that do beat Justin are the Jack 10 and 9. However, I do think he could go for some small value here. He's reaching 125, and of course Daniel has to call this one, given that he has a flush.
Call. 7 of clubs.
Negreanu went for a little $125 on the end.
5 of clubs.
His pair goes down. Jack 9 for Bonomo.
Call. Check.
Ace 5-4, two clubs, as
Check.
Negreanu has the pair. Checks it.
I don't mind a check raise here from Daniel. Of course, calling is good. Looks like he's going with the call. As is often the case in shorthanded and heads-up play, multiple options are afforded to the players often, and sometimes it's a matter of preference, and sometimes I might see it one way and another pro sees it another.
The redraw is complete. We are down to 2 tables. It's Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Welcome back to Cyprus in the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Come join us inside, everyone. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. And Brent, we say it again and again, but this feature table features some of the best of the best.
Oh, get out of here. David Peters, Ali Amshurovich, Paul Poit, Linus Lilliger, the online legend, Michael Adamo, and Michael Zhang, our chip leader that was coming into day 2. Obviously, it's been a difficult afternoon over there in Cyprus, to say the least, for Zhang, but plenty of ammo. Not a bad, well, actually the worst seat imaginable. Got Adamo and
there are no
Linus
good seats
right there.
I
I mean, let's face it, it doesn't matter where you are. You're just toast.
Like 30, 430.
This means at our outer table we have Zhuang Zhuang, Gary Katz, Ivan Liao, David Stam, Tim Adams, Vyacheslav Boldigan, and Victor Malinowski.
493. Thank you.
Paul getting the lay of the land while Zhang picks up 2 jacks. And Brent, you said it, well, he might be the short stack at this table. He's not short stack.
He's
still
okay.
35 bigs.
Yeah, he's fine.
For Zhang.
We just get to see the best players
30,
in the
yeah,
world
30, yeah.
battle 6 max here on day 2. This is awesome.
It's as good as it
if you
gets,
love
ladies
poker,
and
this
gentlemen.
is
Settle in.
top shelf.
Deep stack, earlier tournament coverage, not just the final table. We're here on day 2 as they play down to it. Queen 8-7, 1 spade, backdoor flush draws for both.
All right, Linus. Now what? Backdoor flush draw, straight draw present. How about this?
The check raised to 90,000.
Sit inside the pressure cooker. Every pot going to be a fight. Okay, wow.
The open ender. Plenty of good turn cards. That can be one of them. Your Linus Lilliger.
238,000 in the middle. Zhang only 313,000 behind. If we do bet, how much? Here it comes. Perhaps on the smaller side to try and set up a river shove.
And it is 85,000.
nightmare of a scenario.
Yeah.
If you have 2 jacks, you've been raised on the flop. Linus is not shutting down.
Fires in a time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act in this awkward spot. And lays it down. Linus gets it through.
Wow. I mean, my goodness.
Just magic.
A look inside Linus. We never have the opportunity to see him play live. Certainly never before in a super high roller bowl.
You know, Brent, it's good in these early morning streams. You know, we're here in Las Vegas. You know what it's great to have alongside us?
What's that, Jeff?
That would be a Nerd Focus.
Really?
Yeah.
Smarter than energy drink?
Smarter than energy, indeed.
Wow.
You can just go to nerdfocus.com and get a discount, because you need the discount. You're pretty busto.
That's right.
All your degenerate activities.
And what would that discount get me, Jeff?
Well, it'd get you 20% off. So do you want the promo code or not?
I would give me the promo code.
Okay, so it's nerdfocus.com.
Okay.
The promo code, even you can remember this. It's poker.
Really?
Poker.
20% off, nerdfocus.com, 20% off all of their Smarter Than Energy drinks.
Promo code?
Which has
poker.
gotten us through every single one of these streams.
Right. With the 3 a.m. call time, we've needed a little Nerd Focus to join us.
May I add that it is absolutely delicious?
Yes, it is.
As well.
I go with the sugar-free version.
I can
Quite
only
nice.
go with the sugar-free version because, well,
sugar.
I need to
Any
avoid
more
the
sugar
extra
for
calories.
you. Yeah.
Right.
Dama opens with deuces. Peters with the oh-so-pretty Jack-10 suit in. See the screen behind him. 13 players are left. 6 spots are paid. We play down to a final table today.
Is that 500?
493.
Ace 9 of diamonds from Shurovich. Green chips worth 1K. Blues 5,000 apiece. The brown chips are 25K. Ali will join the fun.
What did I do?
Ace Jack 10. Ali flops a pair of aces. Peters with 2 pair.
Extremely wet texture. Adamo does not care.
Going to go for it.
2 deuces, going to represent that range, that opening range that he should possess. Even if you have bottom 2, as Peters has right here, you're not exactly in love with the hand. You're clearly never folding.
And Ali, just like that, boom, folds the ace.
Just not even a question. Yeah, top pair in the muck.
Which would have been the winner.
Oh, boy.
A little easier for us when we can see all of the cards. Peters 2 pair counterfeited.
Oh, my
now
goodness.
aces and jacks.
I mean, I can't. Adamo, what runs through his brain? Jeff, you and I will never comprehend.
No.
Look at this. Oh, I thought he was reaching to fire a second shell.
Reaches for a time bank. He might.
doesn't even have like a blocker card in his hand, just a couple of ducks and all the heart. Oh, my goodness.
And he does reach for chips.
Oh, my goodness. Perhaps just trying to target what could be a hand like King Jack. Maybe King 10 suited. Queen 10, Queen Jack. And obviously exactly what very well could be up against Jack 10 from Peters. As long as Peters' hands doesn't contain an ace, this bet puts you in jail. Could essentially be drawing stone dead. Wow.
这个 level 打完吃饭是吗？还是？不是打到 level 11啊？
Peters folds. Adamo gets it done again.
Oh, my goodness. He's never had the best hand. Just keeps on bluffing, getting it through. He is so
That's
good.
Remarkable. There is a look at our outer table, and what a look it is at the chip stack of Ivan Liao.
That's our chip leader, more than 1.5 million.
Limitless doing well.
El Jefe's got Ivan directly to his left. That is not a lot of fun. Tim Adams looks like he's back in the tank per usual.
Adams still in the hunt for back-to-back-to-back super high roller bowl titles.
How much you have, Michael?
I think 312.
Ali will raise out of the small blind and run right into it as Zhang looks down at ace king in the big.
Finally, an easy decision for Zhang, at least pre-flop anyway.
Yeah, all of it. Entered day 2 with more than $1 million in chips. A chip leader. Down to about 30 bigs now. Both Adamo and Amshurovich on their second bullet in this one. 1 re-entry allowed per player. Christoph Vogel saying Chris Brewer, Pascal Lefrancois, and Seth Davies. Also in for 2 bullets, and those 4 are Busto. So that's a minus 500K to jot down on the spreadsheet.
You know who used to rock a mean set of frosted tips like Michael Zhang?
Ryan Seacrest.
No, a poker player, Jeff.
Oh, got it.
I can't do Ryan, come on. Can you think of any? I've got one guy in my mind.
Okay. Who is it?
Actually, now I have 2.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Who are they?
One is another GG Ambassador Pro, and that would be Elke. But the other is an old school icon known by the name the Unabomber, Phil Locke. Used to have a serious set of frosted tips. Zhang's bringing it back.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
343K in chips as we look at our feature table chip counts. And this look is presented by GG Poker. There's always bad news for the rest of the field when Ali Mshurovic has a stack and when David Peters has a stack. Minus Paul Paul, Michael Adamo. That 600 to 700K range. We're plenty deep at this point. Day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe is presented by GG and Luxempe.
Do it for Doyle, Mr. Adamo. There it is. This one's for you, Dolly. Sizes this thing up to
4X.
48,000. Both players tremendously deep stack. You see this quite a bit in these blind on blind confrontations. Whether you've got the goods or you don't, players have a tendency to raise out of position from the small on the larger side of things. Clearly Peters recognizes that and just says, well, listen, Queen 7 is plenty good.
He's 4-3-1 club. Wheel draw backdoor flush draw for Adamo.
Would expect this to be a great flop for the 10 deuce suited, considering he was the aggressor. 4x pre. He now has equity with the 10 Dewey. Backdoor clubs. Obviously the wheel draw. And the reality is you just give yourself the opportunity to win it right here with a small little jab of a continuation bet.
That's exactly what happens. Michael Adamo putting on a show today. More than $8 million in career live tournament earnings.
I've referenced that I have a very good friend that happens to be an elite high roller, Jeff, and he told me that it is Michael Adamo that might be the best one out there right now amongst the circuit as far as, you know, harnessing the engine, continually working on the no limit game, and perhaps he'll pop up here on the top 5 of the Poker Go Tour leaderboard.
Would have something to say about that. He's got that #1 spot on the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. Kerry Katz is still alive. He is short stack, but as we said, that's his comfort zone.
He's got him right where he wants him.
Yep.
El Jefe,
Winner
the
of
zone.
Super High Roller Bowl London, beating Ali heads up for that title.
He'll happily just meander his way through an entire field between 10 and 20 big blinds, get to the final table.
Survive.
Always finishes in top 3. Just what he does. Of course, he won a Super High Roller event over in London, taking down Ali Mshurovic.
Right, like I just said.
Did you know that?
I did, yes. Maybe 8 seconds before you said that, I said that. But just reaffirming the point that he did win Super High Roller Bowl London.
Taking
Ali
down
Mshurovic heads
Ali
up.
Mshurovic, Jeff.
That's
in London.
That's the shortest amount of time I think we've gone between you repeating something I've said or vice versa. That was impressive. Linus with kings.
I just want you to know he's a champion.
He is indeed.
All right, come on, Adamo. You can't do it again here, right? I mean, we've got absolutely nothing. Just jack high. How can he possibly pull this one off? This has to be a give up here, right? We can't go any further with the jack 8. Not against Linus.
160.
And the over bet here on the turn.
Oh my gosh.
and the quick fold of
All
the
right.
kings.
I can't.
Good
this
night.
kid is just lights out good. How does he do it? Jack 8 off on that board. Overbet. Just somehow knows he unlikely to be up against an ace.
还有多一个11啊。你这样问就好了嘛，你问几点干嘛呢？
Master class being put on by Michael Adama. Facing the best in the world and almost running him over.
Dirty.
Seven, 6, 2 clubs. We know Peters has at least the ace of clubs.
I love it. Nobody has anything. Linus just says, okay, my texture, my board. Came along for the ride out of the small blind. That mystery card now for Peters, if he's continuing to come here. Jeff, I have to imagine he's collided with at least a pair, whether it's ace 8, ace 7, ace 9, perhaps even as good as ace 10. Certainly can't count out the ace 5 as well. Might not slow down Linus.
He does reach for chips. Healthy amount of them as well. Pot size bet.
124.
Quick fold by Peters.
Wow.
Well done, Linus Lowliger. Some top level
My
play
goodness.
today.
I mean, it's just, whew. Oh man.
Lowliger, one of the best online players in the world.
Jeff,
Cash and tournament.
We've seen more bluffs on today's stream alone than we have the entire week of coverage. I mean, every hand someone is bluffing.
And that includes an 8-hour cash game.
Right, where I don't think there was a single bluff.
Right.
I mean, my head is just spinning. These guys are so good.
Want to play 4?
Ooh, 5. 580.
Thank you.
Linus sizes up here pre with the queen 6 on the button.
Which one's dinner is? Is dinner next or after?
Ali defends with the 10-8.
I don't know. I can't remember what they said 11 or after 11.
Linus flops a pair of queens.
I think next one.
It's only 6?
5:30. It's 5:30. I think one more.
Linus Lilliger finished in 6th place, Super High Roller Bowl online last year. That one won by Justin Bonomo.
Race 26.
Zhang with the 8-6 hearts.
Yeah,
Big.
you're sort of thrilled to see this sort of holding to play some defense with out of the big blind. Little does he know he's in rough shape pre.
And post. It's King Jack 5, 1 heart.
Don't discount the 3 to the straight flush,
That's right.
Jeff. I mean, come on. You play enough video poker to realize that this always comes home. The Peters can go either way. We can bet. We can consider checking back from time to time.
Bet 17.
Zhang says no thanks. Rough day continues for Michael Zhang.
Yeah,
David Peters is chipped up.
Question in the chat from Ed G, or excuse me, Luis Madera. Where's Tony G? He'd make this fun. Well, the captain has bowed out. He was busted earlier. No longer with us in the tournament, but I guarantee he's still inside the casino having a blast. We need a Tony G cam.
That's true.
Just
That
follow
would be
him around.
fantastic. Peters started today with 103,000 in chips and up to more than 1.3 million. Ali started his day on bullet 2. The starting stack of 250K, and you see the tower that's in front of him.
Like 800 liners?
Paul Poit just mucked ace-10 pre, perhaps not quite good enough to fight.
Cover you or?
Yeah.
You have?
Around 720, I think.
Open ender for Linus.
Wow.
Even Adama not interested.
Yeah, just says, no, buddy, you got it. I'm not going to fight.
Gotta be a sigh of relief. Really, no matter what you're holding when you go up against Adama.
And enough time has passed as well with the delay on the stream where clearly these players have any sort of intel about what's been happening to them. You know, the hands that Adamo has possessed, these bluffs. Certainly that is something worth noting. I wonder if that would at all alter his sort of his strategy.
looking down at ace queen in the small blind.
That's not fair. You actually gave him a premium.
$92. $92.
We bet to 92, I believe. Takes it down.
We'll go 80. That's still does.
All right, yeah. Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino playing host to Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay. $41 entries, prize pool more than $10 million, 6 spots paid. We played down to 6 today.
And if you don't like bluffing, well, then you should stop watching now because every hand is just ridiculous.
How about this? Peter's mixing in.
Yeah, he's going to call.
Oh, small blind versus big blind. I
right,
thought he was
right.
on button. My bad. Plenty of limps from Peters in this spot. This being one of them. 8-3-3. Nothing doing for either, really.
Let's see if Linus just decides to try and fire one, maybe 2 shells with just 4 high. He realizes we can never go to showdown and win without an attempt. There you go.
That works.
Just a quick give up
Not
by
low.
DP. It's not interested. No spade on board. No texture. Out of there.
At our outer table, Zhuang Zhuang, Gary Katz, Ivan Liao, David Stam, Tim Adams, Vyacheslav Boldigan, and Victor Malinowski. Looks like Adams is back up to about $1 million in chips. Thanks to our friends at Poker News for handling the live updates, and those live updates on a similar delay as this stream. So now you won't see any spoilers if you head over to pokernews.com. Zhang opens the Jack 10 of spades, Adamo, Ace King.
We certainly know a 3-bet is pending. Question is size. Do we ever go a little smaller? There it is,
Yeah,
66.
less than
Maybe,
3x.
Jeff, we can leave the door open to try and induce a 4-bet shove. The difficulty is, I mean, we are 6-max. Will Adamo have a lot of light 3-bets there? It's Adamo. I mean, who knows?
260 behind. 255.
Pwa with 8s in the big.
Yeah. He's played with Michael Adamo enough, especially Michael Zhang as well, and is 8s good enough to put in the cold 4? Could we ever pump it up? You don't love the spot, that's for certain. Maybe against these caliber opponents, we can play a little high variance and give ourselves a shot to win this tournament, put them in difficult situations. And now Zhang all of a sudden has a pretty fantastic price. The difficulty, though, being his stack depth,
Yeah.
right? He starts the hand with about 20 bigs. Frustrating. Just throws it in the muck.
More chips into the stack of Michael Adamo. The 6K, 12K level, 12K big blind ante.
Oh boy, the heater.
Wow. Now Now with 2 queens. Nine, 8 of spades for Linus. Just calls on the button. Ace deuce for Ali. Hello.
Oh my.
Ali makes it 150,000. Timing a bit unfortunate here. Adamo does indeed have it.
Ali electing, instead of just flatting with the ace deuce or considering folding, taking it multi-way, how about we just kick it up? Let's apply maximum pressure.
With that ace in his hand.
Certainly can't fault him. I mentioned a moment ago, the intel has come in. Adamo's been playing out of his mind, bluffing left and right. Unfortunately for Ali, this time Adamo has the goods.
All in.
Just says all of it. Ali, not one to Hollywood, instantly flings his ace deuce into the mud.
He knows exactly what he's doing. If it doesn't go fold, fold. Out of there.
Michael Adamo on his second bullet. Used that second bullet to start play today with 250K starting stack. Registration was open up until the very beginning of play on day 2. Team left, playing down to 6.
235 behind.
Zhang down to about 20 bigs. Looks down at the king 7 of spades.
36,000 in the middle, 20 bigs. We might just want to pump it in. Take down the pot, king 7 suited. He's going to take the opposite approach. Let's just knuckle, c3.
Ace 9 deuce, 1 spade, wheel draw for SHRB. And backdoor flush draw for Zhang.
I think Zhang knows Ali has to stab various boards with relatively wide holdings. The power of king high, oh so strong, and I think that really now it gets even stronger. Does Ali have some limps with aces in his range in this blind on blind situation? Yeah, I think he certainly does.
Sizes up a bit here. It's 45 into 60. Putting some pressure on one of the shorter stacks in the tournament.
Yeah, and Ali's really trying to target a hand as good as king high or perhaps a pair of 2s. We know a 9 is just never folding. We don't give Zhang a lot of aces that he would just check back with that stack size at this juncture of the tournament. And the pressure applied with just 4 high.
How about that? Well done. Liam SHRB. It's been a bit of a rough week for him here in Cyprus, but it's been a fantastic 2021 overall. 9 wins on the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. Nobody else has more than 5. More than $3.3 million in earnings on the tour this year.
215, 220.
Paul looks down at not just the King of Diamonds, but the King of Spades as well.
How much up, Paul?
I started with 560.
Adamo will defend. First hand we've seen Paul get involved with this feature table. And a bit card dead. Oh no. 10-9-4, top 2 for Adamo and the overpair for Ploy. There's the King of Spades as well.
And on this sort of board, Jeff, Ploy's certainly going to c-bet, and I think Adamo just has so many check raises, whether he's got it or he doesn't, with various draws. This is just inevitably going to be an all-in pot.
Check raised to 110,000.
Yep. 30. 30?
Time bank use, granting pawn additional 30 seconds to act. Paw just calls. 294K in the pot. Turn is an absolute blank in the form of the 3 of diamonds. Paw with 415K behind. Time bank now used by Adamo.
$150.
He'll lead for 150,000.
I just don't think Paul has a choice. I mean, in his mindset, he's still trapping. Adamo can be doing this with a good 10. Plenty of draws. Yeah, we're just getting the money in. We got to get lucky. 18% to win with kings. We can counterfeit or find one of the remaining 2 butchers on the river.
And there it is, and here we go.
Set.
Not too bad.
Qua the one all in and at risk with 2 kings. We'll need to find a king, a 4, or 3 to stay alive.
Maybe 4. 3.
River card. It's a 7. That does it for Pua. A nice hand indeed. It's been a blast to see Paul over this last week. Good to have him back in the live poker scene.
Yeah, really. You know, an international series that he's able to travel and attend. The guy is so fun to have every single time at our feature. That infectious laugh, as you pointed out all week. And more plastic for the pile of Michael Adamo,
who has catapulted into the chip lead, more than 1.5 million in chips. Now 12 players remain at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Quick break for us. Be back in about 10 minutes. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you, Ollie.
3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and
See?
change. No, it's
Now you're
between
learning.
hands are okay. Queen deuce offsuit for Alex. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150 declared, yeah. Axon with a nice one, king 6 suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really on full display. Heads up, every hand, throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a C-bet.
Locks him with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet 3 of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high diamond.
True, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
It's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Foxen stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would be very standard given the way this one is played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story he may continue to tell, but as we see, it's not going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced and
incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated. And poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
no,
pitches it.
Just insta-mucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. Great run out for Haxton, and he's running away with this thing right now, Ali.
That 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
just like
train.
That, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list. And we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played tournaments for quite a long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you. But he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes. But 13th all-time is 13th all-time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement. Never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Axton. Limps in with the king-3, Foxen with the queen-6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders, with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize? Fewer
I think
and further
none.
between.
Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Axton, as we see, turns best hand here with the sixes, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews, and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check on the flop. Check on the
hunt
turn.
for a little
board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn, I don't know, a little dicey. This queen kicker does not play. See what Foxen comes with.
And heads-up play in particular, Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
And you look at Ike instantly asking
Absolutely,
how much with King
a
High.
heads-up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the
Heads up, Ali.
sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline laydown.
Yes. Discipline lay down in a post hand kind of read pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can sort of come sneakily as we see the year of the Fox and 5 wins, Ali. That's unreal. 24th recorded live tournament cash, 4.4 million in earnings, and #1 on the Global Poker Index. So bravo, salute. Incredible stuff from Foxen. Year of the Foxen indeed.
Yep.
And what a feather in the cap of a tremendous year, this 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. 5
heads up. Strong.
I don't know if they make a stocking big enough to stuff all that cash in.
Right. Does limp in. Again with that gigantic ante sitting out there. Players will VPIP an awful high amount from the button, and Haxton
Rags on
knuckles with
rags.
queen 3.
Flops himself middle pair on the ace high board. Dust for Alex.
Checks. Foxen does the same.
Turn card. Jack. Now Alex drawing dead.
Some stuff we wouldn't mind building a pot against for an Ike seat with the queens. Checks, though, the ever sneaky Ike Haxton, and will he extract a little drawing dead money from Foxen? See in a second. Ike Haxton is a sneaky player, Ollie.
Checking again, looking to induce the bet from Foxen, and has succeeded in extracting 75,000 in draw
Glass
dead money.
half full approach by me, wanting to just lead and charge stuff. Haxton not losing sight of the grand scope of things, beautifully inducing this 75 dimes, and as we see, he has his opponent drawing dead, something he's very familiar with in heads-up poker. Sometimes on a 9 queen ace jack, even just with victory in the form of the 6 deuce, 4 5s of the world, etc. Haxton knows it, and see if Foxen goes bombs away on this river. Just waves a white flag, flicks the button over to Ike, and tries to make something happen next hand.
Alex is a guy that wants to contest for every pot when given the opportunity, but perhaps he'll be relieved of that duty.
Not too much to do with the 6 deuce here, yeah. Rough start for him, obviously.
So Haxton, heck of a 2018 he's had, by the way.
We got to watch him win the Super High Roller Bowl, the 1 drop.
And remember the Macau Super High
Pretty
Roller
sure
Bowl as well.
Went out to Asia, won another Super High Roller Bowl. I believe he won the heads up, the 10K heads up at the World Series too. I think he just went ahead and took that one down. It's either this year or last year because they can sort of blend into each other. But yeah, just a kind of
All in.
as we see Foxen jamming with the suited ace will do it. Just a kind of year that you don't really see, but a kind of year we need in poker because it creates that magic that it's possible to be so skilled. You can just dominate in this fashion, and the thing about the creation of that magic is it might very well be the case to a certain extent, as we see Foxen's girlfriend, Kristen Bicknell, nervously peering on. She's a great player, Holly. It's known.
And you just can sense that every bit of the pressure that Alex is feeling out there on the felt, Kristen has a deep appreciation for, having been in that hot seat herself.
Of course.
And certainly dismayed to see the way that this heads-up battle has taken shape thus far, but channeling every bit of her energy.
Dismayed, but we're still celebrating tonight if we're Team Foxen. If he doesn't wind up making the comeback. He still very well might. If you have chips, you're always in the hunt to win the tournament. That goes without saying. It's Haxton flops middle pair, Foxen bottom pair. And
medium-sized piece versus small piece here.
Right.
Ike again with the better of it.
Foxen with an understandable stab and a continue forthright.
Haxton check calling 60 dimes. Pot up to 300K. Fourth heart on the turn will be a freezer. No flush for either player.
Wow.
Foxen checks back. Now, I
Foxen
thought
hit one of his possible outs on the turn, in a sense, to have a road to this one, but does knuckle it back. Understandable.
Got shot straight draw,
Funny
right?
thing. And the 4 hearts to represent, and all of a sudden, the 7s would have had a hard time continuing, but it's so easy to do whatever you want from the booth when you see all the cards. And with kings and 7s, let's see after Foxen checks back. Is Haxton considering value pursuits? No. And Alex might be very well served to do the same. Hope these kings and 3s are good. They can be sometimes, but not this time. Let's see. Does check it, he'll see the bad news, and Haxton continually trending upwards in this heads-up match, Ali, for the title so far.
And even if it's small pot after small pot, which it hasn't been,
right?
There is something demoralizing about seeing chips perpetually move away from you.
Sure, of course, such a small sample size, only a dozen some odd hands, but indeed the chips have vacuumed over from Foxen towards Haxton, and it goes without saying he's primed and ready to be our super high roller bowl 5 champion. There it is, 88% of the chips in play. All tournament players have lost tournaments heads up where they've had this situation. Very painful. I've been on the wrong end of that.
It's like you're an empty chair.
I know. I know. I had the big chip lead on Galfond in one of the World Series events, the No Limit Deuce, and yeah, he made his charge. And to the showers I went. Foxen hoping to do the same. King Jack for Haxton, Ace 8 for Foxen. A lot of hand heads up at this stack depth. Might it be going in, Ali? Haxton with the slippery limp, and if Foxen shoots it up, which he almost for sure will, an application of aggression from Haxton seems utterly standard. And it could be going in right here, Ali, because Ace 8 suited is a hell of a hand as well. 20 some odd bigs heads up.
Some of it's going in. 225,000 to be specific.
A limp jam from Ike would make a lot of sense with this hand. Again, heads up. King Jack. Very under-repped. He'll be limping in with a lot of trash, especially with that big blind hand. He does go all in, Ali, and I think Foxen will be calling.
He did indeed.
And here it is, Foxen with the best hand. 60-40 to retain life in this super high roller bowl, Ali. Here we go.
Can he get a spin? Taking the best of it. 3-2 favorite. Ace 8 of diamonds against King Jack off as Haxton limped the button. Foxen raised it, and then Haxton shoved. A snapper from Alex, who is ready.
Of course. Here we go.
Here comes the flop. Ace, Queen, 6, looking good for Alex Foxen. All clubs, neither player with a flush draw. Haxton does, however, have a Broadway draw.
That's right. 10 hunting. Backdoor trippies. 2 pair, but Foxen comfortably in the lead. About 4-1.
See the percentages. An overwhelming favorite.
Outs, Ali.
Oh, yeah,
Outs
the King of Hearts on the turn.
Still 4-1. Haxton 10, Jack King hunt him for the title, and Foxen hoping to keep it clean. Here we go, Ali.
Only 9 whammies in the deck, everything else, and Foxen will double. 2.6 million in the middle. If Ike improves, he wins it.
Nice split screen there, both watching on intently. Here it is, Ali.
So
River
much
coming.
riding on this card. The river.
Bang,
it's a
there
jack.
it is.
Runner, runner, 2 pair.
A little
for Ike
anticlimactic
Haxton.
to win it with the worst hand pre, but
Thanks.
what a deserving victor. Ike Haxton, bravo. One of the best ever.
There he is. Your super high roller bowl 5 champion.
Take that
Isaac
swig of the
Haxton.
panna, buddy. You've earned it.
And
we see the graphic right there.
Alex Foxen, somewhat shell-shocked.
Well done. Applause from the booth here.
3.672 million. And you see Alex.
And a tremendous run for Mr. Foxen. We've touched on it a million times thus far. What a year, what a tournament. And 2.16 million, Ali, not too bad.
Not at all, but when
At
you're
all.
as competitive and driven as a guy
You're
like
right.
Alex Foxen is, you can
You are
just
not
feel
wrong.
the disappointment.
Indeed. Ike texting the good news to the boys right now.
Congratulations, Ike. You are the Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion. Now, Alex, for the first time playing in the Super High Roller, this is a great showing, and you've had such an incredible year. So how does this finish stack up against your other accomplishments?
I mean, this tournament's definitely special. Really excited to get the chance to play at this final table, and really fortunate to make it this deep. Obviously, it always hurts to lose heads up, but couldn't be happier. Well, could. But.
Good run. Thank you. Now, Ike, I know you probably brought a wheelbarrow for that over $3.6 million first place prize you're going to take home, but how about you try this custom-made Super High Roller Bowl Championship ring on?
Which finger does
And
it go on?
whichever one fits.
Pinky?
There it is, Ike. Yeah. Got it sized for the
Now,
pinky,
Ike,
baby.
you've been competing at the top levels for over a decade. So tell me, does this feel like maybe a legacy-defining win since this is your biggest career win to date?
Oh yeah, I mean this feels great. This is by a lot my biggest score ever, and especially my biggest win ever. I've kind of had a career with a lot.
12 players remain. 6 will make the money. And our final table at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. From the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino on the water in Cyprus. Welcome back. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, a new feature table. We take a look at the chip counts presented by GG Poker, and it's Ivan Liao, the chip leader of the tournament.
We've said it time and time again. The guy just knows how to accumulate a pile of chips early on. It's sort of closing and getting to the end that we're waiting on with Ivan, but Limitless 1.1. The Prince of Poultry, Timothy Adams, he's got just shy of 800,000. How about Vyacheslav Buldigin, still in play? El Jefe, though, Jeff. He's the one with the crosshairs. He's the one that is the ultimate short stack. Let's see if he can get it going with the chip leader directly to his left. This man.
I'd say Katz is in the danger zone, but to him, just another day at the office.
Sometimes it can be the comfort zone.
Right.
Just has a tendency to weather the storm and ride it out.
David Stam also back at our feature table. There's our chip leader as we introduce the white 100K chips into play. Adams looking for back-to-back-to-back Super High Roller Bowl rings. Limitless says let's go. Is it good enough?
Oh, it's probably a call.
King 4.
King 4's got to be close, yeah.
About 6 bigs behind. Says let's go. Kerry Katz, the slight favorite to double up, is all in at risk with the King 4 against Victor Malinowski's 6-5 of clubs.
Just need a king. King of clubs will be a sweat card.
It's been a rough week for Katz in Cyprus, looking to find some momentum here. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Queen 6-6, 2 hearts. Katz does have the King of Hearts, and that will do it for Kerry Katz. El Jefe out in 12. 5th place on the Poker Go Tour leaderboard.
Yeah, it's been that kind of series. You know, he had a run in the 100K no limit event where he lost with a set to David Peters.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if he holds there, he probably would have finished top 3, given his style. And then he was the stone bubble in the 100K short deck, the hands of Danny Tang. Once again, he got the money in good. That is just poker, folks. It can be a cruel, cruel beast at times.
And then there were 11. See these 5? They're at our table. Juan Zhuang, Ali Amshurovich, David Peters, Michael Adamo, Michael Zhang, and Linus Lowliger. $41 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $10 million. 6 make the money. We'll have a $512,500 bubble a little bit later today. And we'll come back tomorrow with final table coverage. see every single hand of the final table as we crown a Super High Roller Bowl Europe champion. Queen 10-9 all clubs, no club for either player here. Pairs for both. Check, 3 on the turn.
You know, Jeff, that highlight reel we saw just before break, Fox and Haxton, that was Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Yes, it was.
That's the last Super High Roller Bowl to have run inside the Poker Go studio until Super High Roller Bowl 6 coming back the end of September, September 27, 28, 29. All 3 days of coverage will be live on Poker Go. I'm juiced.
Yeah, the perfect lead-in to the World Series of Poker, and perhaps the most prestigious tournament on the calendar, the 300K. Another pot for Liao.
Yeah, Limitless tried to eke out a little value there with the 9. Certainly can't fault him there.
Previous Super High Roller Bowl winners include Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, Justin Bonomo, the aforementioned Isaac Haxton, Kerry Katz, Daniel DeVoris, and Timothy Adams, who won our last 2 live Super High Roller Bowls in Australia and in Russia. Can you go back to back to back in live Super High Roller Bowls? Still in the mix with 12 left, raising it up here with 10s.
Did you know Adams has won the last 2 Super High Roller Bowls, Jeff?
Well aware. Thank you.
Looking to go back to back to back.
Really?
Yeah, on the international
Wow.
circuit.
Eights for Liao, along with the backdoor royal flush draws. We would say 3 to the royal.
Absolutely. Put the 10 of clubs up there on the turn. Let's make things interesting. Not a bad flop, really, for Ivan. He's probably quite interested in seeing another street. Here we go.
Turn is 6 of hearts.
15.
Both Liao and Adams on their second $250,000 bullet. 1 re-entry allowed per player.
Sort of a nuisance when you have 2 10s. Guy leads right into you. And it's a tiny little bet,
Yeah.
perhaps indicative of his actual hand strength. Just a pair of 8s. Adams now curious. All right, well, let's see the river then.
And that river is the 4 spades, 120K in the pot.
Check.
Liao quickly checks.
And if Timothy Adams did, in fact, think that that bet on the turn was weak based on size, and could it ever be the 8 that we could get value? No. Happy to show it down. Drag a pot.
That is a winner for Timothy Adams. More than $24 million in career live tournament earnings. Best score of his career was that Super High Roller Bowl Russia win. That was good for 3.6 million. Slightly more going to first place here, 3.69 million. Limitless opens. Liao calls on the buttons. Dan at least has the ace of diamonds. Less than 20 bigs in his stack. Other one probably not great. C and Adams both get out of the way. Those blue chips worth 5K. Brown chips 25K a piece. There are some white 100K chips now in play. Flush draw, Malinowski. A bet and a win for the man we know is Limitless. One of the best to ever do it online.
You name it. I mean, high stakes cash, tournaments. Limitless is there. Same with some of these other folks that we've seen.
Yeah.
True Teller, Timofey Kuznetsov.
Linus.
Oh, Linus.
Hit the music as we take a look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. And Aliam Shurovich, the only one in the top 5 still alive at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. David Peters is in 10th. He is still in the mix here.
Now, if Disco Dave did a little shimmy, a little shake, and found a victory here.
Yeah.
Jeff, can you just give me a possible scenario where he would potentially end up on that leaderboard? And let's assume that Ali doesn't make the final table, so he doesn't add any more points. But where would he be?
I think Peters could move into 2nd.
Okay.
With a win at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Just be right there.
And Peters the only one, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm always wrong.
Ready with the correction. I'm on standby here.
Peters is the only one in the field remaining that is inside the top 10. Other than, of course, Ali. And we just saw El Jefe bust. Chris Brewer's out.
Yeah, 2 bullets.
After 2 bullets. Okay.
There you have it.
I wasn't wrong.
You weren't wrong, no.
First time for everything.
Corrections were ready, but none needed. We'll keep you posted of any eliminations at our outer table. Crews are on standby. There's one for Vyacheslav Boldigan. Finished in 5th place in the 100K here at Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. That score good for $245,000. Plays in the high stakes scene, both live and online.
I like this hoodie that Ivan has on. I'd like one of those.
Yeah, the stars in the middle. I saw his t-shirt that he was rocking the other day. It was, you know, just a casual $400.
$400 t-shirt?
Just for the t-shirt, that Jill Sander t-shirt.
What was it made out of?
Just a regular t-shirt.
But I mean, like made out of...
It's probably fair. I would hope it's comfortable, as Adams looks down at 2 kings here on the button.
Do they make shirts made out of Bitcoin?
Bitcoin's not a physical.
Well, I mean, that's what you keep saying, but clearly you must be wrong.
Adams 3-betting to 115,000. You see that Malinowski mucked an ace.
I wouldn't expect Leao to fold ace-3 suited.
No chance.
Given this sort of price. And
he does.
Muck.
Wow.
I would have bet on that and lost. I got a C3 there. As the chip leader, that deep. Kudos. Just going to kind of sit on it. Maybe pick your spots a little wiser as you near the final table. As it stands, 11 are remaining. Top 6 get paid $500,000 at a
what
minimum.
a bubble spot that will be with 7
Oh,
left
yeah,
when we
yeah.
combine at one table. Ooh. Holding gonna come in for a race here. That works. We just saw the man of many expressions. Patented smirk. Usually directed towards his opponent mid-hand.
He's another guy that we assume, although we don't know his online identity, just plays a lot of high-stakes online poker, whether it be cash or tournaments.
Right.
He was clearly friendly with Linus, with Timofey Kuznetsov.
I actually was able to research his name on GG, thanks to our stats department. You know
Really?
what it is?
No.
Vyacheslav Boldigan.
Very tricky.
Well,
no one will ever
real
think
names
it's
on
really
GG.
him.
Right,
Yeah.
right, exactly. But again, that's our stats department just making magic happen for us. Early morning hours here in Vegas.
Right. A lot of things have been wrong, though, Jeff.
Well,
and that's.
I don't-
Are
I
you the
don't know.
stats guy? Is
No, no, it's if it's an error, it's on them. It's
Remember
correct,
when you
it's me.
boldly stated that Phil Hellmuth was making his first super high roller bowl appearance? Turns out
Ivy,
he's
not
played,
Hellmuth,
or not
but
Hellmuth,
yeah, thank
Ivy.
you. Remember when you boldly stated I messed up by saying Phil Hellmuth?
And it turns out that Phil Ivey has played 4.
This was his 4th, so it's close. First one in Cyprus. It was Malinowski races with the Kings.
Can't win them all. First one in Cyprus.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
Which is correct.
That's a,
yeah,
that's a very good take. Speaking of Hellmuth, defeated or lost to Tom Dwan. His first loss as part of the high stakes duel series. Now 7-1. And any shot Hellmuth plays any of the high rollers on the upcoming calendar September back in the Poker Go studio, Jeff?
I could see him firing a 10K at the Poker Masters, and then that's about it.
That's about it, yeah.
What do you think?
I haven't quite given up on Hellmuth, but I'm about as close as having 10-5 suited on an ace-3-9 diamonds board and wanting to continue in the hand. That's where I'm at with Hellmuth. Got to have a hard time winning.
No chance at Super High Roller Bowl 6.
I mean, he's got to play that. I don't think he's missed many of those.
That'd be
the
awesome.
Final table, the
I'd love
first
to see
one,
it.
I think, in
remember.
2015. Maybe it was 2016. I don't know. It was one of those years. He had Fedor. Fedor was just destroying, by the way.
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah.
Limitless opens, layout calls with 4s, and the cutoff.
By the way, we're going to find out tomorrow if Hellmuth is going to rematch Dwan or opt out.
Cool.
My money, I think he opts out. I think he's done.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think so too. 666. Ominous sight for all. Unless you're Victor Malinowski, the best hand at this point.
Yeah, I don't think Ivan's going to be done with it. 2 4s. Probably feeling okay.
I just meant
Flopped
ominous
both.
in the form of, 666. Isn't that bad stretch of numbers or something?
I don't know why you have to bring that in. So
Well,
I mean, they're just cards.
Ace on the turn.
I would expect Ivan to certainly peel with some overcards that could contain an ace. Gosh, you got to be a little concerned that he could just have quads, right? Limitless says, I don't think so. Let's just bet 60.
Ivan not going anywhere with the fours. Here's a king.
Okay, we can't bet here, right? I mean, come on, Limitless. You got to shut it down now.
Not a pleasing sight to either player.
Both overcards run out. You have to be a little worried about Ivan's hand. Yes, we're beating the 5s, 4s, 3s, and 2s. Oh, Ivan, are you gonna? No.
Checks it back. Malinowski shows down the winner. We don't see Malinowski much in the live realm. Perhaps that will change next couple years.
Yeah, there was talks of Victor playing MJ Gonzalez,
right,
as part of a heads-up match. I mean, massive nosebleed stakes. I think it was going to be 1K, 2K.
Whew.
And Victor had a hard time being able to travel to the U.S., so that match has been put on hold. I don't know if there have been any changes to that. Who knows?
9 of clubs for Stam and about 14 bigs in the cutoff.
All in.
Thank you.
Gets it in, wins it. Think we'll see David Stam this month at Poker Masters and at Super High Roller Bowl 6?
Yeah, he's played some of our high rollers before. As long as I think he's a worldly traveler. So if he's back in the States, I would expect to see him at the Masters, Super High Roller Bowl 6. Hope so. The original Stam dog.
I don't know if that's accurate.
Notice the little adjustment. You don't have to open every raggedy ace when folded to in late position.
Pairs for both.
I told you he should have opened that ace-3.
Hearts on the turn.
And it's going to be Victor now. 25. I have to imagine. Is this a value bet? Could it be so specifically designed to try and fold out a pair of 7s?
Wow.
Wow.
And if that was the design, mission accomplished.
Oh, how many remaining, Jeff? Well, that would be 10.
That would be 10.
Playing down to 6, Jeff.
That would be correct.
Only 6 get paid.
And that elimination came at the hands of Michael Adamo, as Michael Zhang has been eliminated. Zhang entered day 2 as the chip leader.
Oh, boy.
And he is out in 11th. Adamo up to more than 1.5 million in chips.
That is a tough day at the office for Zhang. He had more than $1 million coming into the start of day 2, and that is, yeah, that's rough.
So it's Zhuang Zhan, Aliam Shurovich, David Peters, Michael Adamo, and Linus Loluger at our outer table. Pretty soft table, I would say. Just 4 of the best in the world. Alongside, perhaps could be the next star, Zhuang. $10K, $15K with a $15K big blind ante. Stay on the short stack. I imagine the shortest stack left in the tournament.
You seem not happy with walk.
Sorry?
You seem not happy with walk.
I didn't know my cards.
Oh, okay.
So maybe.
I couldn't even see 5.
Yeah.
Couldn't even see 5, I don't think.
Comes Ivan, believed still to be the chip leader at the moment.
Adamo, I'm Shurovich, Peters seem to be close. 10 left, but we are super deep overall, so we do still think it'll take a while. Check, check. Leao has shown no interest.
No, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if he's ever planning on some sort of delayed C-bet.
75?
There it is.
Super delayed one. And that works. The smirk and then the fold by Boldigan, who also did not show much interest in that one. Seen Boldigan play relatively tight.
Brave man.
Prediction? Ah, I hope it's prediction. Yeah. Wake up to your area.
Now with a good one. Staying with these 4 clubs.
What do you think, Stam? Is it time to make your stand? It's hard to do with just such a raggedy ace.
And with everybody left tack behind you.
Right. And it looks like a strong open by Ivan. Clearly it is.
Oh, a time bank for an
Maybe
additional
you can
30
say when
seconds
it's
to
5
act.
seconds before the time bank.
Stan find the fold here? Yes, he can.
So that three player can know. So.
Raise and take it for Liao again. Ivan Liao, more than $9.4 million in career live tournament earnings. Has 3 7-figure scores. You make the top 4 here, you make at least $1 million.
Yeah, Ivan just plays huge stakes.
Yeah,
Cash
just
games,
massive.
tournaments. If the biggest games are running in the world,
he's in.
You can bet that Ivan will be there.
Now it's Adams with 9-8 suited in the cutoff. Still in the hunt for back-to-back-to-back live super high roller bowl titles. Can he find a ring in Cyprus to join his previous ones from Australia and Russia? One of the best players in the world.
This might be Tim Adams' first stop since the world essentially shut down, as he resides in Canada. What a return to the realm.
We don't see him pop up too often in the States. There's a tax issue of sorts with our Canadian players, but hopefully we see more and more of him, or at least a taste, a glimmer of Mr. Adams. Super High Roller Bowl 6 or the World Series. Or Poker Masters.
600 behind.
85? 85.
Yeah, 3-betting out of the small blind here with the ace-4 off. Good spot. Liao, Stam, Adams, Boldigan, Malinowski. And at our outer table, John Mshurovich, Peters, Adamo, and Linus Loliger. No surprise, stacked field remaining at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have a random just come in and win the Super High Roller Bowl anytime soon.
Adams will defend with the 6-5 and flops bottom 2, while Vyacheslav flops the ace-high flush draw. This could escalate quickly.
Vyacheslav talking to the poker gods saying, please, one more spade. Let it happen.
$22. Right, no bad.
25, no more 1K chips in play. So 22 won't quite work, but 25 will do the trick.
does Adams elect to do? More than 100,000 in there. Come in with a check raise. How much? I have to imagine that will be the case as he takes a time bank. I think we're about to see some fireworks here. Get ready for it.
And here is the check raise to 115,000.
The difficulty now for Boldigan, if he just calls, it's so hard to continue to see that river, assuming that Adams is going to barrel it off again. He may just want to go with it right here.
Time extension used, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act. Does make the call here, 315K in the pot. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Adams 2 pair still best. Fold again with 455K behind.
Adams recognizing he could certainly be up against a queen. And if it's not a queen, then it absolutely has to be some sort of draw. Yes, yeah, maybe we have the overpair. Aces or kings. One to come, only 20% to hit that flush. It's all about sizing right now for Adams. Could he ever just overbet all in?
On.
The answer is yes.
And here now presents the problem. By electing to just call, rather than sticking it in on the flop, I think we just need to fold. You can't really call it off with ace high and then a flush draw. There it is.
Painful. You can see the expression, the
Yeah.
pained one.
Perhaps he's now saved his tournament life. No guarantees, clearly.
Sure,
You're gonna make a flush. You're about 35%
Flush draw.
with 2 cards to come.
Flush draw. No? Flush draw.
Okay. I do.
Yo.
What you have?
Yo. Flush draw.
What I have?
TV table. Anyway.
Yeah. No, it's okay. But I want you to. I don't want you to suffer. I'll tell you.
Okay.
6-5.
Oh, that's nice of Adams. He said, I won't torture you for another 30 or 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
I'll just tell you now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have
If it would be 4, 7, 7, 8, diamond, spade.
I make big bets, so you can.
Stam just keeps peeling an ace and then a napkin. Just trying to wait it out, find the right hand, the right spot to go with it. Obviously here, if he, for whatever reason, found the courage to stick it in with a7, would be in great shape. He's going to do it.
He is going to go with it.
Wow.
Adams looks down at the king, queen of spades. The shove is for about 12 bigs.
And this is Sort of an annoying spot with king-queen suited, having a raise and then an all-in behind. You know Stam is, waiting for a relatively good hand. This king-queen in great shape there.
And we know Stam is tortured by this waiting game, as Adams at least appears interested.
The difficulty as well for Adams is what do you do with Ivan Liao behind you? It was 1.9 million chips. You can't, if you just call 175, you have to be a little worried about him also entering the hand and then playing three-way.
Time bank used. Lays it down, and Boldigan has 2 9s. And goes with it.
With his stack, Jeff, easy decision, put it in. There we go.
A sigh of relief from Tim Adams.
Shove. It's shove.
Oh, it's fine. 100%.
And now sees the 9s against the A7. Stam all in and at risk. With 10 players left at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, and it comes A7-5.
It looks like a better shove now.
Yeah.
It's far from over.
Guess now you have you
Far
folded.
from over. Far from over.
Adams would have turned the
Far
flush.
from over.
Oh, spades there.
Boldigan does have the 9 of spades, looking for a spade or a 9. It's the
Oh, I
6
saw
of
black.
clubs. Stam
All right.
finds the double. Adams, the smirk, the raised eyebrows.
Well, I think the Prince of Poultry, Mr. Adams, was very much considering just
made a pretty big fold.
maybe going with it for a million chips.
Your stack was 2.
Or clicking it back, making it 300,000, putting essentially 30% in. I don't know if pocket 9s for Boldigan was going to go with it. It was close. What a moment for the Stam dog.
I don't like the fold. It's bad.
Now with Queen Jack. Some momentum for our amateur out of California, firing off with the best of the best here in Cyprus this week.
And Stam, yeah, amateur recreational player, but plays enough of these high rollers where, you know, the results sort of speak for themselves.
Sure.
He's got great results across the board on the Poker Go Tour.
Ace deuce for Boldigan on the button. $17 bigs. Says min raise. Jack 10 offsuit for Mount off scan in the muck. I went the 5-3 off.
How much you left? 200, 225.
444.
Assuming that Ivan does give it up. Just the 5-3 off. This is a nice little rebound for Boldigan, who just lost a chunk, 175,000 from his stack.
Okay.
So we're down to 9.
We organize the final table, 9-handed, and we go to a dinner break.
Oh, interesting. Made it sound like we're going to combine to one table at 9. And that will send us to dinner break, I do believe, which is an hour-and-a-half break. Not quite sure who was eliminated on that other table, but we'll find out for you. You can also check out Poker News for the live update. So we'll see you in about an hour and a half at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. 9 remain. We're playing down to 6. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in and a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Dvoris the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Dvoris with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Dvoris checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Dvoris buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Dvoris likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs could we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Dvoris to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace-9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Dvoris was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bat designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Dvoris. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Dvoris wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Here comes Dvoris with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Dvoris. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Wai-Long Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in third. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth place.
Nobody will take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Dvoris, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. Good for $8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it's about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since,
Yeah.
just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to have to bet here or something, and Could Dvorak consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Dvorak, Wai-Long Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in. Dvorak looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Dvorak looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Dvorak limps in with the queen deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Dvorak can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9 ball for Chan on this flop. Dvorak with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with nines, and Dvorak unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and Dvorak could consider a value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
I'll check down and show the winner. Daniel Dvorak.
All right, gentlemen, one more hand, and it's a color up, and then I won't start the break till the race off's done, so you'll hopefully get to the line.
You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. He says one more hand. Then we're going to take a color up break.
There we go.
We'll get rid of those purple 5K chips. Our players will go off on about a 10-minute break. Take a look at the chip counts. Daniel DeVoris, a commanding chip lead. Can he get the job done? Weilong Chan, the short stack, about 1.7 million in chips.
Anything can happen, Jeff.
That
The
much
tournament
is true.
situation, we've seen it so many times.
The blinds have gone up. 75K, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. See DeVoris approaching a 9-to-1 chip advantage.
I mentioned before break that Chan wasn't quite in the danger zone. Well, we have reached that level.
This qualifies.
Roughly 10 big blinds. It is time to spin it up, and he needs to make it happen fast. You can see how much money is in the middle every single hand.
DeVoris limping in with the 8-4. Both players looking for their first major title. DeVoris flops top pair. Chan is the queen of clubs, backdoor flush draw. Chan will check.
Happy to bet here with top pair. Certainly would play for stacks if it came to that. I suspect it is just one and done. Chan likely looking to move on to the next hand. If deeper, maybe consider peeling, but not with this sort of hand.
He will throw his queen deuce into the muck. It's even more chips for Daniel DeVoris. Chan down to 10 big blinds. He's pulled off quite the comeback before. 51 entries, created a $12.75 million prize pool. 8 players made the money. They came back for day 3 today. Justin Bonomo out in 8th. Jason Kuhn eliminated in 7th. Steve O'Dwyer out in 6th. Seth Davies out in 5th. Eric Seidel busted in 4th. Kathy Laney, the first woman to cash a super high roller bowl event, busted in 3rd. Got her aces in against Chan's 6s. A star-studded final table, and we are down to these two. DeVoris and Chan. Chan is all in with the Jack-7. DeVoris calls quickly with the Ace-9 of diamonds. Chan all in and at risk. Can DeVoris cap off his run? This would get Chan back to about 20 bigs. He's been on the ropes before and has been able to fight his way back. Can he get a little lucky to double? DeVoris about a 2-to-1 favorite. Comes 8-7-3. And Chan takes the lead, flopping a pair of 7s.
This is how it starts, how the spin up begins. And my goodness, we're whipping through this.
Yeah, 10 on the turn. It's an open ender now for DeVoris, but Chan has the 7 of hearts.
Okay.
So you see DeVoris has 7 outs. You see it on the top of your screen. Needs an ace, jack, or 6. That's not a heart. River card. It's the 6 of spades.
GG.
And Daniel DeVoris has his first major title. He wins more than $4 million. He is the super high roller bowl Bahamas champion.
And my hat is off to Daniel DeVoris, looking for that first breakout win. You got it, my man, in the super high roller bowl. Woo! What a well-deserved champion. What a fist pump right there, huh? This guy's excited, all emotion. And my hat's off to this guy, too, our second place finisher, Mr. Chan. Amazing showing. All the heart, all the fight.
Weilong Chan was terrific throughout, taking home almost $2.7 million. But it is Daniel DeVoris, the winner of the ring, the winner of more than $4 million. Thanks to our crew in Nassau, Zach Ralston leading the way there. Thanks to George Maxwell and Hayes Chestnut here. Thanks to you all for tuning in. You have been watching coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas.
Poker Go.
the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kerry Katz and Ali Amshurovich. Heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl London, presented by Party Poker Live. Jeff Platter with Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth.
There's my favorite hand.
Deuces.
Yeah, a couple mallards. Let them fly. Ducks on the pond. He knows it. Kerry's going to do this for me.
All in.
That's letting them fly.
Wow.
All of it with deuces. About 1.5 million.
That is a duck of a different color. Just has to
He
fold
lays
ace
it down,
nine.
yeah.
Yeah, I need
Gotta
to
wait
know.
for a
What'd you
better
have?
spot.
Huge overbet shove.
Kerry Katz
I had a
takes
big
the
hand.
chip lead.
Yeah, but
I mean, he was
with
50
your
big
big
blinds
advantage
deep.
heads up, you can't be gambling like that.
I might have had you dominated. I had a pretty good hand.
Ace Jack?
Not ace jack.
Okay, not that big.
Ace nine. That's a big hand. What are you talking about?
Not even. If it was suited, you probably would have called.
What'd you have?
Huh?
You had fives?
At deuces.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
It's exactly what it looked like, a small pair. I was just hoping that 1 in 17 chance that you didn't have a pair, and I'd be okay. I was sick. You look kind of irritated, like you're going to raise me up.
Probably.
Yeah,
Katz
all right.
with the king deuce.
Is that even 30?
Sorry. I'm living in.
Katz flops a king. Gut shot for Ali. Katz turns 2 pair.
Now you're just spewing.
Just spewing.
Oh.
Check.
River another deuce. Katz will not be checking this one back.
Oh, you were trapping?
But now he's just showing off for me, Jeff. He knows I love deuces.
All the mallards for you.
Yeah.
I guess you were trapping.
Another pot for Kerry Katz to now increase his chip lead. Back and forth we go. 2.1 million pounds to first. There is that chip lead for Kerry Katz. 57% of the chips in play. Both players assured of 900K. So a 1.2 million pound difference between first and second place. The next Super High Roller Bowl stop will be in the Bahamas in November as part of Party Poker Live's Millions Tour stop.
And you can bet that that's going to be a
That'll be huge.
much larger field. Again, we mentioned the regulations, the compliance issues here in England. Bahamas, not so much. Part of a wonderful series being put on down there by Party Poker.
At the Bahamar. Lovely resort.
That's supposed to be awesome. I've never been, and I probably never will, Jeff, but you can let me know.
You
how.
and planes, you know, or any kind of travel.
Yeah.
Ali.
And this is just a
with
stunning
another
call.
correct queen high call.
That was a hell of a call.
Done this twice in heads up play.
Man.
Huh?
Big hand.
Yeah. Wow, what a call. That was incredible.
Great call by Ali.
Awesome stuff.
Mental note. And we're floating on Ollie.
Yeah, that's pretty
Are you actually going to listen to it?
I had that clear shot at a running straight.
I mean, yeah, your hand can't fold.
We keep saying this, but we've seen just such unbelievable play throughout these last 2 days.
Yeah, how about Kerry? You know, he's kind of given us
what a sick call.
A little insight as to how he
That's a really
plays,
good call. Nice
floating
hand.
in and out of position regularly throughout this event. Extremely creative.
And he is extremely impressed.
Doing my little annoying raises.
With Ali SHRB and that call with the queen high.
Okay.
A little min raise for you.
I can't fold to that.
Queen 8 deuce 2 spades. Just jack high for Kerry Katz.
Yeah, I don't think Ali's
Fires
going anywhere either
100K.
here. King Jack, Jack of spades in his hand.
Oh, he does check call. Does turn that flush draw. Goes check, check. The river is a jack.
This is painful for Kerry. Ali can bet for value here.
115.
That's what he'll do. He'll fire 115,000.
You may listen to those instincts again, Jeff, and find a fold, which would be pretty heroic.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
It's the only river that could have cost him. He'll use that time bank, giving him an additional 60 seconds to act.
That's a great
Yeah, lays it down.
Wow. Wow.
We just saw a terrific call from Ali SHRB. Terrific fold there by Kerry Katz.
As many bluffs that these guys have been showing one another throughout the course of this heads-up battle. To run into a pair of jacks there on the river and to find a fold. That is just excellence by El Jefe.
Have anything good?
Yeah.
Queen?
You? No. King clubs jack, or king of spade jack clubs. So it's not. I had a spade with a club. It was king jack. I don't know exactly what this is. What'd you have?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack 5.
Yeah, jack 2.
Yeah.
Big laydown.
Third time in heads up that they've had the same hand.
Yeah, boy, and you were right about Ali's opening sizes. He has really changed things up. Rather than the min raise, he goes for more than 3x.
Yeah. With plenty of limping in on the back.
How much do you have now?
Ali has a ton of heads-up experience, both online and live.
Just under 1.6.
Huh?
Just under 1.6.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
It is still pretty close. An absolute battle. Same hand again. The 9 deuce. Suited for Kerry Katz.
Oh, Montana bananas everywhere.
Yeah.
$240.
Oh, my.
Oh, Ali with the 3-bet. He sure has balanced those 3-bets.
Yeah,
sometimes with it, sometimes without it.
Dynamic.
Wow. with so many players, that's just a snap fold onto the next one.
Snap fold onto the next one, even undisciplined, just a call, C3, but 9 deuce, one of the worst hands you can be dealt. How do we turn it into a winner? We 3-bet. We take that thing down, 4x big. Over the min, knowing we get so many folds. Well executed by this young man.
Goes back to limping in on the button, this time with the 10-6 of clubs. Katz looks down to 10-9.
Cat says, it's my turn, buddy. Here we go,
Makes it
155 to go.
155K. He's capable of some big raises. Ali not going anywhere.
Yeah, 10-6 suited. I mean, we got a C3.
340,000 in the pot. Club in the window. It comes 10-8-4 with one club, top pair for both. Backdoor straight draws for both.
Yeah, Carey, you can see 73% of the time he's going to win this thing with that kicker.
Ali, the one with the backdoor flush draw.
Will he size this up? He is.
Looks like it. Looks like 300,000. With 750K behind. He makes the call. 940K in this pot. Turn. Ace of hearts.
This favors Carey, remember, pre-flop. He was the one that made it 155,000 to go out of the big blind.
Oh, he limped in on the button pre. Called that raise from Carey. Called Katz's flop bet. Comes a time bank.
I'll tell you what, a shove here would be absolutely filthy by Carey, and Ali would have an extremely painful decision to make.
Mullen.
There is that shove.
Such a great all-in. Think about the draws that have now come into play. Queen Jack, and look at this. Yeah, he's going to reluctantly give it up. That's a great fold by Ali.
Absolutely. The full-on display of top-level poker throughout this tournament. It has been a treat just to sit back and watch.
Hefe, man, just goes with his gut there. He felt he had the best hand. He knew that ace favored his range, had the advantage, and he put.
If a blank comes on the turn, are you calling it all in?
I had 10.
10 what?
10-6 of clubs.
Oh, that card saved you. I had a 10.
Oh.
Better kicker.
Cat slimps in on the button. Oh, sorry, he fired off his small blind. Now he'll look at his cards and fold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hit him with the button?
I'm sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. I did hurt a little bit, though.
Maybe you're going to have like a workers' comp claim. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're fine.
They've been tossing the button and chips back
Every time
and
I've thrown it too short.
Yeah.
I gave it a little more.
Guess the button just drilled
got a little
Ali.
too much momentum going on that one.
Takes all his chip. Now he tries to take his right arm.
Steal your chips and then break your hand.
It's fucked up.
There's There's that big raise again from Ali.
I can't play this.
Cats falls
That's
to
your hand.
10-6.
10-6. You must have been. You must have been suited.
Clubs.
Oh, the backdoor stuff too, huh?
Yeah, I know.
$15K, $30K, $30K.
Yeah, Kerry's got to be feeling good, man. He's got Ali on the ropes.
Yeah.
All the momentum. He is this close from his first major career title. The house that Hefe built. All these majors. Super high roller. This design.
Wins with the deuce of hearts. Ali looks down at the ace-king, raises it up, takes down the pot.
Works every time.
Huh?
That works every time.
It does work every time.
Like, literally every time.
You should mix it up.
You're raising the raises too.
Who will be crowned Super High Roller Bowl
Did you
London
really?
champion?
Yeah.
Who will take home that ring? And who will take home 2.1
Glad
million
I wasn't trapping
pounds?
on that one. I don't think you're folding it.
It's a good read.
About 20 minutes left in this level.
Check.
Oh, he limps in with the
the
5-4
ante in there?
cards. Flops a 4.
I don't think so. Is it my ante?
Yeah. 30?
No more floating. Learn my lesson. Queen, Mr. Queen High.
And Brent again, dead even.
Yeah, just back and forth.
Quite the heads-up battle between Kerry Katz and Ali Mshurovich.
You heard the comment about floating. I mean, Kerry just, throughout the entire event, day 1, day 2, mixes in these floats from everywhere, in and out of position, giving himself a chance to win every single pot. He fights for it all.
Queen 3 of spades here on the button. Just
150?
limps in. Another raise from Ali, this time with 10s. He's had it the last 2 times.
Kerry in position here.
With the suited queen will come along.
Yeah, he's gonna, looks like he's gonna peel.
330K in the pot. Comes ace king 6 with 2 spades.
35?
Look at this down bet, 35,000 into 330. Kerry says, okay, thank you.
After making it 150K
I like flush
free.
draws.
The turn is a 10.
My goodness.
Ali turns a set. Katz adds a gut shot to his hand.
250?
It's a much bigger bet.
He's got too much of a hand here. Flush draw, straight draw. At this point, I think he reads Ali as having some strength. Let's see. Maybe he just goes with it.
He makes the call.
What a huge river card this is.
Yeah, 900,000 in the pot. Katz with the slight chip lead and rivers the flush.
Unbelievable. El Jefe finds it.
Action on Ali. This shove, the call, that's it. It's Kerry's crown. The biggest score of Kerry Katz's career.
I'm not sure if you have me covered. It's got to be close.
They will count it out to be sure.
How much do you have?
4, 8.
Actually, count his and I'll count mine. Okay, here you can count mine.
The one and only El Jefe gets it done. Super High Roller Bowl London.
He wins 2.1 million pounds. Again, just counting it out to be official. But we know we have this one. The Phenom, Ali Amshurovich, out in second place, taking home $900K. Brent, quite the effort from the Phenom throughout the course of the day, and a cooler spot at the end.
Yeah, 24 years old. I mean, this guy plays with his heart on his sleeve. Tremendous heads up, back and forth.
And Kerry Katz is our Super High Roller Bowl London 2019 champion.
They wanted you.
Kerry's
Got to put
crown.
asterisk by this one since the field was so small.
No asterisk here.
Absolutely
He beat the
not.
best of the best.
Yeah, pound for pound. Adds a little
Put it on?
royalty to that
Yeah,
resume.
put it on.
Hall of Famer.
Put a ring on.
No doubt. Kerry
Which hand?
Katz,
Left hand?
champion.
Oh, I didn't ring. All right, cool.
There is his first ring. He earns it with a win in London at Super High Roller Bowl London. He also earns 2.1 million pounds, and that is a wrap.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kempe checking his king high over to the queen high of Holtz.
Holtz with a hand with very few prospects going forward as far as improvement or making a hand, so sometimes you do just try to take it down.
Check, check. Okay. Well,
I'll make it a little clearer next time.
Turn as a king, pairing Kempe. That'll eventually be reflected on your screen. Like magic.
That's why you're the best.
Don't bluff the viewing public.
480,000.
Rather sloppy 480 put out there, but doesn't matter how you deliver the bet as long as it gets in there.
Sloppy, neat, or in between. 480's 480. Takes it down. Can't harp enough on the stamina, mental endurance required to play for this many days straight for this kind of money under this kind of pressure. Sure, these two are exhausted, but given that they're both about 15 years old, I think they have a lot of energy left in the tank.
Right. And at what point are they going to do their homework is the real question.
Raised to 400,000.
Right after tournament play concludes,
Call.
they'll be preparing for the
Right.
European SATs.
Actually reminds me of a story, a pro by the name of Brian Hastings,
Check.
famously winning over $4 million playing online poker the day before his last final at Cornell University. And if I remember the story correctly, he kind of said, I don't know about that final. After the $4 million gets shipped your way.
That's pretty strong. Sure we'll be seeing Brian this summer. Another player who could have
530,000.
showed up in this event.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Only
so-
49 slots though, you know?
Just so much talent, both playing and not playing.
Kind of incredible to imagine that you could find more people that want to buy into a $300,000
Yep.
event than there are seats available for him as we look at our tournament summary.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
3.5 million and 5 million for second and first respectively. And of course, Eric Seidel busting in third place. Kind of surprising considering he was really nursing a short stack for most of the final table, and certainly down to four-handed, it looked almost guaranteed that he would finish in fourth, and all of a sudden, the minute Phil Hellmuth got down to the short stack, he was gone in fourth. And
Seidel,
$800,000 jump from fourth to third.
And Eric really making the most of not the greatest cards.
Right, and quite honestly, his discipline earned him an extra $800,000.
Yes,
50% more money than the 1/6 for fourth.
Yeah. Part of the reason why he's amongst the winningest players of all time.
Absolutely.
Career earnings rapidly approaching 30 million.
Staggering.
It truly is.
But non-rainer?
Ja, 7 oder so. 4.8.
Raised 400,000.
And I don't want to say or use the word forgotten.
That's good.
Because that's a gross overstatement, but there is another man who didn't show up here and who might be making a return to the no limit high roller circuit, or could always be a force. Mr. Phil Ivey.
Sure.
Always tough. We didn't see him here in this event.
Sure.
Plays a lot of cash games, doesn't always come around for tournaments, and how fun it would have been to watch him spar with the youngsters at this final table.
Absolutely. From a table presence standpoint, I don't think you can get any more uncomfortable than when you're looking up at Phil Ivey's intense stare. Those eyes.
Never more presence at a poker table than Ivey.
You guys have played cash, I assume? Before?
We have. We've played quite a bit.
Check.
Sensational mixed game player.
Ace 8-7 on the board.
Check.
Plays all the games exceptionally well. No limit hold'em included.
Fedor checked his eights on the flop, and now on the turn, Kempe picks up an open-ended straight draw, the bad end.
Yes, he does.
Check.
Checks a second time to Fedor.
Check.
You can really feel the work they've put into the game away from the table shine through when they're at the table. It does feel like on different textures they think in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a way that goes so much deeper than you and I are accustomed to going with our cash game approaches for, you know, various reasons, but including because they're that good.
Right, but also
check.
Part of the reason is that each pot is so critical in tournament poker, especially as the tournament progresses. Often pots and cash games, it's not that they play themselves, but the weight of each pot is not magnified by your situation and other exterior factors, but it is a great
Bet 450,000.
Great lesson, a great reminder to think critically about all situations. Try to improve away from the table.
Right.
And have fun. Play your game.
Yeah. I think the fun thing, I certainly remember that prior to poker being a primary source of income for a period of my life, the game was so incredibly fun, and I think that you do become a little bit jaded, and it as you start to approach it with the pressure of making it one's career, and you become so aware of just how improbable certain outcomes are, you can start to lose that
sense about it, but it does seem as though these two genuinely enjoy what they're doing right now. But call me in a decade, son. See if you still got that doughy-eyed, bushy-tailed vibe about you. Only teasing, of course.
I remember when I was about 17, I was playing online, and I certainly was very inexperienced. Very rough around the edges player, but I was playing only no limit hold'em at the time, and I just sort of realized that on very dry boards or paired boards, often people could not withstand a lot of pressure, and that was the first time I felt like I had a breakthrough in my game, and it was very raw and not the most advanced strategy, but if there was a pair on the board
10 high.
and we were deep enough, I would attack. I would begin overbetting, and I would get a lot of folds. And it was the first time I felt the magic. I felt like I discovered something about poker, and of course that idea today is incredibly simple and it's been long discovered. People know exactly how hard or easy it is to make hands in a variety of spots, but that was the first time I got the bug for the game.
Sure, when all of a sudden you feel like you can translate what you what you're seeing out there. You speak the language. You kind of picked up on something, and now
exactly. And I think most players have that moment where they realize, oh my God, this works, or I really like what I'm doing here.
But I got to tell you, Nick, those days where the game felt so incredibly easy are far in the rear view.
They are, but I'm happy that they are, because it's a challenge that I love to have the opportunity to have, and it's growth, and it's really an amazing thing, partially because I love poker so much that I just, of course, sometimes miss incredibly juicy no limit games, but the purist in me just wants to keep getting better, keep playing and competing. So it's always great when things progress. We're certainly seeing that progression now in the hands of Kempe and Holtz.
It does seem like a mild paradigm shift here as Kempe limping the button. Second hand in recent memory we've seen limp.
Yes.
Hätte auch schon.
That, of course, means I'll teach you to limp, punk. It's been difficult securing a subtitleist on short notice at this hour, though we do have a Craigslist post out there right now to see if someone will make their way to the Aria and help us out in that department. German translator needed with subtitle skills. Come on down.
400,000.
Fedor isn't going to follow Kempe's recent trend of limping. Of course, the King Jack
call
has a little something to do with that, possibly, as Kempe defends with 9-7 and hits top two right away.
Speaking of 9-7,
check.
We'll check it over to Fedor, who's been so disciplined in these situations.
I find it endlessly fascinating to study Kempe's body language at a time like this.
Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Kempe does have the 9 of diamonds. Holtz the king.
Nice shot of him. Is he shuffling his chips any differently than usual? Is that left hand perched upon the table in a different manner than usual?
Check.
It is an art form to read another human being in the physical form at the poker table.
Sure.
Check.
Fedor checking again with the king high, not biting, and now the board pairs on the river.
Kempe has shown a propensity to go for very small bets, knowing how hard it is to get any chips off of Fedor. Might he continue that trend?
This time I really win. If I don't win now, I don't know. That'll do, that'll do.
Close.
3-9? Jack high?
Head out.
Kempe now surging past the 10 million mark in chips.
Yes, he is.
Better than 2 to 1.
Can you give me a rough guess of what you're playing?
4.6-ish.
Make this 4.68-ish.
Rainer Kempe, or I'm sorry, Fedor Holtz won the 2014 World Championship of Online Poker main event.
Yes, he did.
Scoring 1.3 million. Believe it or not, that was the only event he played.
You get it back.
Because he'd been traveling in the U.S. for most of that series.
Not bad to just swing back home and take that one down.
Hey guys, I'd love to hang out in L.A. a little more, but I got to get back and win this main event here. And with that money, he plans to purchase a house in Germany for his family.
Yeah.
It's a good look.
Sure is.
After he won, he called Mom and went out for breakfast.
It was probably a pretty nice breakfast for Mom.
Sure. Go ahead and spring for the banana upgrade on those pancakes. What's that? You want strawberries too? Go ahead, Mom. You can do the French toast and the blintz. How do you normally celebrate, Nick? You make a big score. You got a go-to?
That's a good question, Ali.
First, you got to win one.
You know what? It's too late. And why don't you keep your little jokes to yourself?
Two-time bracelet winner, one-time World Poker Tour
There you
winner.
go. There you go, Ali.
I know.
Thank you.
I know who you are, buddy.
I also have won multiple tournaments in New York City underground clubs when I was 16, 17. Took down quite a few, like 4 or 5 player tournaments. They know what's up.
Oh yeah.
You guys know who I'm talking about.
Those Colossus events.
They remember. $25 buy-in, 6 of us vying for New York City poker history.
Right.
1.2 million.
I myself.
1.2 million.
What have we walked into?
Looks like both players with a pocket pair. Holtz making it 400K with the Ducks.
This is close-ish for Fedor.
All in.
Oh, and he says all in.
Wow. And just like that, Kempe.
And a snap call from Kempe.
4-1
This could
favorite
be
to
it.
take it down.
Fedor with 2 Ducks. A 4-1 dog roughly against Rainer Kempe's 2
Just
eights.
for the spot of 2 Germans being heads up and the guy winning with 8-8, it's kind of the cherry on top.
Not sure Holtz is seeing any cherries on top at the moment.
You know, mentioning
Anticipating.
No, he's kind of got the step.
You know what? I won't be mad at you.
I know you won't. I know you wouldn't be. I know you wouldn't be.
Tend to believe Fedor there, but nonetheless, he's thinking deuce. 10-9-5.
Running hearts, of course. But if Fedor doesn't help, Rainer Kempe is our 2016 champion, Ali.
And the turn card is a 4, down to just 2 outs once for Fedor. Otherwise, Rainer Kempe is our champion. This is for a $1.5 million difference between second and first place money. Can Kempe seal it? Yes, he can.
And there it is.
Kempe is your 2016 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Wow, and I didn't expect this confetti shower. I was not told about this. Wow. Nobody consulted with me. Give Holtz the ring.
Oh, guck mal, ein bisschen bling bling.
I caught that. I think I caught that.
Wow.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drinan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drinan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drinan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drinan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drinan bets 500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how pre-flop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm going to look very stupid here. I'm going to look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just going to have to see it, though.
Wow. Queen high call.
Same.
When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drinan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table, and here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drynan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The players have all locked up over $3 million, but the pay jumps are steep now, with over $4 million between third and first. Brian Rast with kings in the small blind. And he just limps into Scott Seaver. We've seen him limp with marginal hands in this spot, which helps him disguise this monster.
Yeah, and his timing could not be more perfect. Seaver has a pretty big hand, three-handed.
Seaver with eights raises it to 420,000.
And now it's back to Brian, and it's between limp re-raising or just calling here and continuing to trap. And we know Seaver's hand, so we know re-raising would be a better option.
Rast thinks so too. He 3-bets to over 1.1 million.
And if you're Seaver, this is exactly the sort of spot that you don't want to be in. On the one hand, just calling isn't that much fun. You have to make decisions after the flop where you're really unsure of the strength of your opponent's hand.
Scott isn't really looking at Rast like he usually does. It looks more like he's running numbers in his head. Scott throws in one of his time bank cards.
Yeah, and Rast could probably rule out aces now. And for Scott, this is really tricky. Re-raising and getting your chips in might normally be a good option, but with Connor being so short stacked, you don't want to risk going out when you could have waited Connor out and made the pay jump.
I'm all in.
All in.
Wow.
Scott shoves with his eights, and it's a fast call by Rast.
And this is a disaster for Seaver. He's now a 4-to-1 dog with all of his chips in the middle.
It's not over.
And sitting next to him is a guy who has half of his chips and might now get a $2 million pay jump.
This is the first time we've really seen Scott looking rattled. An 8 on the flop.
Wow.
Wow. And look at Brian's face. He is not happy.
That's so brutal. He had the tournament all but clinched.
The 4 of spades on the turn gives Rast some more outs. A king or any spade but the queen, and he'll knock out Scott Seaver and go heads up for the title. And the deuce on the river means a huge pot going to Scott Seaver, and once again he is in the chip lead. Brian Rast was knocked out of the chip lead all the way to the cellar.
6.97, 7.1, 7.15, 7.175, 7.18.
Brian's going to have to find a way to shake this off. It really requires nerves of steel to take a beat like that and keep thinking at peak performance and playing your A game. Brian's not the only person disappointed right now. Connor Drynan is probably cursing his luck.
Yeah, for Connor Drynan, that was about a $2 million bad beat.
I mean, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Nice hand, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Even if you call, you win all the money. So.
Yeah,
there's just
there
no way
was no
anyone's.
fold. I was just tanking the whole time between call and jam.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drynan has queens in the big blind.
On.
All in.
Drynan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s. He has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3-3-4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drynan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor. He just had back-to-back moments where he was essentially an 80-20 to move up in the payouts, $2 million.
It's not full reparations.
A dramatic end to three-handed play brings us to heads up. Let's hear from Connor Drynan on those heartbreaking two pocket eights hands.
I mean, they were both pretty expensive eights for me, but I ran well to get there. I got really lucky in it all in against David Peters earlier, so.
I like how they put the money on the table in these situations. If you'd managed to ignore the massive amounts at stake before, now it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piles of money.
Queen Jack for Scott Seaver. He raises it to $320,000. Brian Rast with Ace King offsuit.
Looks like he's cutting out a re-raise here.
He makes it $860,000.
And this is the type of hand that Scott's probably just going to call with. It plays pretty well after the flop, and he has position. Not to mention he's getting a fairly good price.
Nine, king, 4 means top pair for Rast, and yet another gut shot draw for Scott.
Scott has been pretty good at hitting his gut shots so far. And it looks like Rast is cutting out a bet.
$750.
He makes it $750,000.
And Scott's probably going to put some chips in here. He has a gut shot. He has a backdoor flush draw. And more importantly, he has position. So if Brian gives up on the turn, he can always put in a bet on the turn of the river and win the pot.
5 of spades on the turn gives them both a flush draw now, with Rast still in the lead.
This is a really bad card for Seaver. He feels as if he's picked up equity a lot. We know that his flush draw is no good, but it may keep him in the pot a little bit longer.
1.4.
Rast bets $1.4 million. Seaver calls. Three of spades on the river, and that might mean trouble for Scott with his smaller flush.
Wow, that is a very interesting card. That's an action card.
Rast checks. Why does he check?
I think Rast recognizes that he doesn't get to the river with that many hands with a spade in it. So maybe he's checking to let Scott bluff. Sometimes Scott has something like a 9 or pocket 7s that he decides to turn into a bluff here.
All in.
All in.
Shove by Scott.
I call.
Quick call by Rast.
Wow.
That's made Rast's rail very happy.
That was a huge pot. And I guess Scott decided that when Rast checked river, Scott almost always has the best hand, so he wanted to get max value out of it. And Rast is now in a very, very nice situation.
Early celebration. Like that.
The chip lead is back in the hands of a man who woke up ready for action. Blinds are up as well. They're now $80,000 and $160,000 with a $20,000 ante. Brian Rast looks down at aces. He raises it to $380,000. Scott calls with Jack 8.
And Scott's not out of it yet. He still has a lot of chips.
Jack, King, Deuce gives Scott second pair, and that's a pretty strong hand heads up, so he can't know just how far behind he is right now. Seaver checks. Rast bets 475,000.
And Scott's going to call. His hand is often best here. And even when he is beat, he can always hit a jack or an 8 and win a big pot.
7 on the turn. Seaver checks again.
Looks like Brian's betting.
1,200,000.
He makes it 1.2 million.
And it's a big bet. And for Scott, this is a tough decision. There are a lot of potential draws out there that he could be beating. And he makes a super disciplined laydown. He's aware of the fact that even when his hand's ahead, Brian still has a lot of equity with whatever draw he would have. And the times he's behind, he's way behind.
Scott Seaver has nearly a 3-to-1 chip deficit now. These two tough professional poker players are going toe-to-toe for the $7.5 million top prize you can see there on the table. Scott Seaver with pocket fives raises it to $380,000. Brian Rast with the ace-9 of spades.
And this could get pricey. Both these players have very strong hands for heads up.
Brian makes it more expensive.
Mullen.
Scott shoves the rest of his chips into the middle.
Wow, and this is actually reasonably close for Brian.
Scott must be happy when he doesn't get a snap call.
Absolutely. If Brian had a better pair, his chips would already be in the pot.
And it's a call. It all comes down to a flip to potentially decide the winner of $7.5 million and the title.
I have ace-9 of spades. He has 2 5s. Yeah.
Seaver's hand is ahead, but he has the smaller chip stack, so he is at risk.
And for Brian, this is a chance to get vengeance. He had him in the spot already once, and this time if he wins the whole tournament. $7.5 million, a shiny ring.
And Rast outflops Seaver.
Big flop for Brian. He is now way, way ahead.
Scott needs a 5 to win this pot. It has to be a 5. King on the turn. 1 card left. One last chance for Seaver. And the 6 on the river. Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what a deserving champion. After taking that bad beat, he just fought hard, came back, and now he has the title.
Scott gave a little shrug there. He's gone off to talk to his friend. Second place money's not so bad.
Came back from that. I sat there, I said, I'm gonna come back.
Well, let's go down to the floor for parting thoughts from runner-up Scott Seaver.
Obviously, the hand where Brian doubled up with ace-king was just a huge pod. It was a bit of a cooler, and these things happen. It was a really close spot on all the streets, and maybe I was wrong, but I'm not really second-guessing it. Honestly, I'm like thrilled. I feel it's some of the best poker I've played in a while, to be honest, and it just feels great to have my head back and feeling that I'm playing the way I want to be.
A beautiful ring to the deserving champion, Brian Rast, winner of the inaugural Super High Roller Bowl. Here's a summary of the final table payouts. Rast takes home $7.5 million, but nice payday for Seaver, Drinan, and the rest. Down to our champ for some final words to end this terrific tournament.
I want to say Scott Seaver played amazing, and he's a great player, and you know, my hat's off to him. I mean, you know, I want to flip to win at the end, but man, you know, I made this shirt for 3Bet called "It's Hard to Beat Luck," and I guess just today I had the luck, so I'll take it.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. and content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
And a shout out to those of you all over the world joining us on Poker Go. From Germany to
Big
Sweden
shout out
to Nigeria.
Love the Germans, love the Swedes, love the Nigerians.
Is there a country I might mention that you would just be like not so sure about the Tanzanians, but
there's no country, Ali, that
right. You're a love bucket.
that I, view lesser than another. What is country?
Oh boy.
Just kidding. Come on, guys.
Is
Everybody
it that
relax.
late already?
Producers freak out every time we, Come on, guys.
We need this DVD extras.
Really fishing with dynamite to just mess around with the team,
10-9 offsuit for Schindler, raised it to 300,000. Vogelsang defends, and well, I believe they call that the nuts
Check.
for Jake Schindler. Queen Jack 8.
Schindler wondering how can this one go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have two fours over there, Vogelsang.
400,000.
4 Jack coming.
That's a check fold from Christoph.
Yes, it is.
Some people pointing out that Schindler found himself in that massive chip lead courtesy of a set of 8s against pocket aces. So perhaps this was some karmic realignment with the set of 8s not.
Well, perhaps it was some karmic realignment, Ali. I don't know. That's a little out of my pay grade.
The 8s were a bad beat for the aces, but for the ace-5, it was not a bad beat.
The theme of pocket
His
eights
hand was best.
this tournament, as we'll discuss over that wonderful, very expensive dinner we'll be having on you, of course, courtesy of that bet you lost. For anybody who's lost sight of that one, please remind Ali on his social media about how that dinner will go. But, eights have been just an incredibly relevant hand this tournament to the bizarrest of proportions.
Yeah. 8-6-4 on the board.
Check.
2 7s picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
$250,000.
Little post hand stare down from Schindler, a long stare down. Might be a little annoyed, Ali.
Looks it.
A little delayed sort of reaction to that incredibly brutal hand, and wants to get this guy out of here.
Good in. Probably. If we fold it.
Kind of a sporting reply there.
Yeah, I don't think Vogelsang really knew even how to respond to that.
Call.
Define good. Schindler limping here with the bottom of his range, close to at least.
Check.
Christoph. Little pause before he says run it with the 7 tray, and King 9 hit the board.
Yeah, maybe if Christoph had a little more, straightiness, he would have shot that one up, although I don't think that he's simply raising all limps with 3-4 off, 7-5 off, etc. So I think this might have been an okay time to take that off, but it's hard to say how Christoph exactly constructs his ranges and how he applicates that construction to this particular situation.
At what point do you suspect you and I will simply run out of things to talk about?
About 18 hours ago? No. As long as there's top-notch poker to be played, we're not just going to completely run out. As the game sells itself, this is a beautiful thing. 2 players, dead even in chips, heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl title. This is very exciting, and it might be par for the course for a lot of the more experienced players. And at this point, we've seen numerous high rollers, but we shouldn't lose sight of the magic. We shouldn't just forget how incredible an event like this really is.
Ace 10-8 rainbow, bottom pair for Jake Schindler, and the two-way straight draw for Christoph.
Seconds. 225,000.
Christoph
yeah.
does what he generally does. Takes a long time before making a relatively standard bet. Part of the reason he does that is because he is such a analytical player.
Turns of 5.
Check.
He's thinking about hands in a way that I think a lot of players at home would not be used to. Not just ranges deeper, blocker effects on a very deep level, and certainly takes his time to balance out the times where he really needs to take his time, I believe.
$1,200,000.
Barrel number 2 to the tune of 1.2 million certainly makes 8-6 look a bit less sexy. And Schindler,
Yes, it does. Vogelsang picking an excellent hand to do this with. Takes it down, forces those 8s to go back home.
where's Sam Farha when we need him? You know what I mean? Just in here, cigar dangling, dinner jacket, leisure vibe.
It's funny, I was thinking about him the other day, yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while either. But we all love to see an old school player wearing a suit with a cigarette hanging out get in one of these things and punish the kids, Ali.
That Brat Pack vibe as we look at our 5-4 tournament overview, the leading menswear brand that provides a fashionable way to expand your wardrobe. And back and forth it's been, heads up. Stefan Schalabel, a reminder, finished in 3rd for $2.4 million. And since we brought up wardrobe expansion, I just feel like 5-4 is drawn dead to Christoph as a customer. I mean, he is your steady.
I feel more comfortable with this, but thank you for 5-4. The leading men's wardrobe, you know, are they the leading?
I mean, are we going to
guess they
get
are.
an independent commission together to sort of determine who is the leading wardrobe expansionist out there? I mean,
wardrobe expansion. Ah. Oh, I need a wardrobe expansion.
Do you?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? Who doesn't?
All right. Might be time to get our man Shulman set up with a little 5-4 account.
Actually, some people don't. Like the Queen of England probably doesn't need a wardrobe expansion. I think she's fine. And it's menswear anyway, but.
Right. You just want her out there with the 5-4 ensemble.
I feel like, you know, George Clooney's probably okay.
Yeah, that's a good read. You know who else is a little bit narrow in their range? Gus Hansen. I mean, the number of times I walk in and find him in a white or a black T-shirt is
Hook Hansen
shocking.
up with 5-4. You know,
there it is. See, right behind you. That's Christoph.
Maybe me and Gus can expand together.
Not touching that one. Vogelsang.
Yeah, why'd you have to make it weird?
I didn't.
You say you're not touching it, and you know, you make it weird. You can touch that one, Ollie.
Jack 5 tray with 2 clubs on the flop. And Schindler with the always sexy 9 high. And the better 9 high for Vogelsang.
That's right.
A little more straighty, of course.
As Crush going to throw something out there with some nice turn cards to barrel. Take this
Snap
one
fold
right
there
down.
from
Yeah.
Schindler. You said before the chips even hit the felt.
That's right, and that's the kind of thing that Vogelsang doesn't do. Those are the sorts of things that Christoph stays a little more composed revolving around and might be a little more, I don't want to say irritating, but you know, it's insidious. It's when the guy you're playing is just always fighting for every single spot, taking time. It can get under your skin.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check. And 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ali. Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Seconds. Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
Let's see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if you're Vogelsang, as any overpair now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but you still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and the deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Ali.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
And we have our champion, Ali. Wow, Schindler.
think I have more, right? I'm pretty sure.
Christoph has him covered and is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Schindler just took one too many brutal beats in that heads-up match and just had to take matters into his own hands. He was not about to let the deck screw him out of another one, so to speak. I think we've all been there when you take beat after beat. And Vogelsang is a very dynamic and tough player and hard to play against. And Schindler took a stand. And man, we have our champion. I think they're counting it up very close in chips, but what a performance by Christoph.
Yeah, I think it is official. And Jake Schindler's going to take home $3.6 million, but something tells me he may be on the Budiga side of things as far as how he sleeps tonight. Valiant, though.
We'll have $3.6 million to make that rest come a little easier.
But like a $2.4 million bluff on the end, essentially, in real-world differential between second and first place prize money.
Hey,
I have no idea.
he certainly showed hard, Ali.
That and he shouts.
Take nothing away from that man, Jake Schindler, whatsoever. And let's send it down to Maria Ho, who's with our first and second place finishers.
Congratulations, Jake Schindler, on your second place finish. I know it must be difficult, but how does $3.6 million feel as a consolation prize?
Yeah, I'm pretty speechless right now, but yeah, it feels good getting this far, getting second.
How do you think you played heads up? You know, you were up against a very tough opponent, and you really did try your best.
I feel like the hands spoke for themselves. You can let the audience decide.
Thank you, and congratulations again. I'd like to introduce Sean McCormick. He's the Director of Poker Operations here at ARIA, and he's going to present the ring to Christoph.
Christoph, so you came into this final table, obviously second in chips, only to Jake, and obviously it was a really tough table. How does it feel to win $6 million?
It feels so amazing. I mean, I've actually never won a relevant live tournament in my life, so to win this is, yeah, it just feels great.
Well, awesome. On behalf of Aria Resort and Casino, I'd like to present you with the Super High Rollerball ring, and of course, again, $6 million.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. On which finger here?
Any finger you want now.
Down to one table, but not down to the money just yet. 3 eliminations still to come until we hit our official final table. Welcome back to Cyprus and our continuing coverage of Super High Rollerball Europe. Coming to you from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Jeff Pine alongside Brent Hanks. We're coming to you from our studios in Las Vegas. And Brent, here we go. A look at the unofficial final table chip counts. It is presented by GG Poker. Ivan Liao, the chip lead, but David Peters is right there.
Yeah, Disco Dave. Little shimmy, little shake, found his way. Top 3 here in chips. And how about Limitless, the icon from the online realm now, making his presence felt here on day 2 in the final 9.
A look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay. It will be quite the bubble coming up in a little bit. $512,500 to 6th. And that would be a grand total of $0 to 7th. Up top in this one, almost $3.7 million. Peters busted Linus Lowlicker right before we went to dinner break to get us to our unofficial final table of 9. Blue chips worth $5K apiece. Browns worth $25K. Michael Adamo, David Stam. Stam, one of the shortest stacks. There's the shortest in Vyacheslav Boldigan. Our chip leader. Limitless to his left with quite the stack, as you mentioned.
Should be a fun dynamic.
Yeah.
Limitless. Expect him to flat a lot of buttons. Decent amount of 3-betting, just trying to get heads up with Ivan and in position.
Zhuang Zhuang and Timothy Adams also in the mix in this final 9. Adams looking to go back to back to back. The champion of Super High Rollerball Australia and Super High Rollerball Russia still in the mix here with 9 left.
And I would expect these middling stacks. Adams a moment ago just mucking 8-6 offsuit. Try not to go three ways. Don't put yourself in position to risk essentially bubbling this. When you have three short stacks at this final table, you need to stay out of harm's way. That ICM factor very much in play now.
Still a little bit of time left in this 10K, 15K level with a 15K big blind ante. And the best in the world just never really give up, do they?
No, gonna fight.
Gonna turn a jack here.
Why would you give up, Jeff?
Right.
It's easy to just turn top pair. Ivan's such an aggressive player, and as we speak, how about this? Coming in for a second shell, just ace high.
Betting 85,000.
Maybe with the ace of spades, he has potential future plan on all spade rivers.
180.
Oh.
Ooh, the small raise here from Limitless. Crafty.
It is. You don't really see this sort of play too often, especially on turns. Maybe just trying to control the situation a little bit more. And if Ivan, for whatever reason, just went ballistic, he could get away from the jack, but as we can see, cards are on the backs. This is just going to work.
Victor Malinowski looking for his biggest career live tournament score. He would have that if he made our final six. Online poker superstar out of Poland in the live high roller mix this week here in Cyprus. Michael Adamo certainly put on a show for us in the first couple hours of coverage. David Stam looks down at kings and 30 bigs. Liao with eights.
Like this decision here, just flat with 2 8s. Stam has to be opening at quite a tight range. Makes this situation again dicey for Zwang. I think that ace-4 suited is just too strong of a hand given the price now being laid.
He would agree. Calls on the button. Adams out of the way. Peters with queen 10. He'll join in as well.
Absolutely.
So we're 4 ways to this flop. Comes 8-7-7. 8's full for Liao.
Have yourself a day, Ivan.
Stam in some trouble here with already 165K in the pot.
he's certainly a little concerned. Going 4 ways, is it possible? You know, Peters from the big blind could have a 7. We know Ivan is so sticky pre-flop. Could have any 2 at any given time. But you know, you got 2 kings. You're one of the short stacks. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and commit himself.
Yeah. Betting 180,000, a slight overbet.
What a spot now for Ivan. Flops it all.
Hearts on the turn. Stam has 235K behind.
Yeah, no heart in his hand looking back. That's not a great feeling, but little does he know he actually just needs the king of hearts or the spade. Quite scary. Hearts get there. Somehow the 9-10 comes home. Still worried about trips. Give Sam credit.
Sure. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, Sam is going to need to find one of 2
Don't know if
kings.
I should have shoved there or not. Maybe I should have checked
Give
folded.
yourself too hard of a time in this spot.
Yeah, just so short.
Pretty difficult spot. 235K behind.
Extremely unfortunate.
25K in there. And hey, still with outs. Still with a little life. Can Stam find a king? He cannot. How about quad 8s?
Thank you very much.
Every single one of the 8s for Ivan Liao. And that'll do it for David Stam. An absolute class act.
Certainly
on his way
is.
out.
Yeah, happy-go-lucky. Always a smile on his face. Loves to play. And Jeff, we're going to see him, I have no doubt, later on this month inside the Poker Go studio for the remainder of our majors.
I look forward to that. Look forward to meeting him in person. And Ivan Liao continues to build. He extends his chip lead. And we are down to 8 at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay.
This hand?
Blinds do go up 10K, 20K. The 20K big blind ante. Stam exits, stage left, or right.
How much was the player to my left? Sorry, you couldn't see.
We end the day at 6.
Yeah,
I'm just
you
gonna
can
move back, see what happens.
Shuang with 9s. Ian Boldigan, the 2 shortest stacks. Boldigan about 15 bigs. Shuang with almost 25. Just limps in here with the 9s and the cutoff. Peters eyes him and eyes that stack.
How much you started with? Like
450.
Sorry?
450.
450 you started.
Yeah.
Combo 10-8 of spades. Fascinating dynamic here at this final table, considering we pay 6. There are 8 left.
Oh, there it is.
Adamo.
This is a tremendous sort of trap situation for Zhuang. He doesn't really expect it to be in such great shape. Adamo just a maniacal all-in. Obviously, never worried about David Peters. David Peters can never, ever call. He's never limping here with a hand that can call. So Adamo is targeting Zhuang. That's it. A non-believer. And I think he just needs to settle and understand that's exactly what's happening. So he would shove a little bit wider, meaning Adamo.
Just a bit too good, perhaps.
Just max pressure, folks. You're 2 spots away from a $500,000 payday. Adamo just attacking this bubble.
Does make the call, and
Maybe
here
you can have
we go. Zhuang all in and at risk. With a pair of 9s against 10-8 suited of Michael Adamo. Adamo just 2-1 dog
make
here.
the best out of it.
True.
Or maybe not.
King 6-6, 1 spade. So far, so good for Zhuang.
Yeah, the nine's no good.
Turn card, Jack of Diamonds. Safe run out. Will the 9s hold? Or will Adamo spike the 10 on the river? It's an ace.
Whew, we can breathe now.
Make him
Zhuang.
sweat that one out.
I mean, that, Jeff, that double up potentially worth, you know, a $500,000, right? He's right in the middle of the pack now.
See him wipe the sweat off his forehead.
Not at all at risk of bubbling at the moment. And, you know, if you're tuning in at home wondering, why would Adamo do that? Well, again, David Peters, who completed from the small blind, never has a hand that he can call with, ever. He's always just limp folding if anything happens. Adamo putting max pressure on this bubble on the short stack, who, again, limped in with pocket 9s. So, you know, does it look reckless on the surface? Maybe. But when you really just think about it and dial it down, it's not. It's a great aggressive play. I mean, 2 9s nearly hit the muck.
Zhuang, perhaps a new young superstar in this game. Won the 50K in Seminole Hard Rock just weeks ago at the age of 20. Legal gambling age in Florida, 18. Same can be said here in Cyprus. Has some cool style and flair as well. So folding in the short stack, but everybody else pretty deep. One-hour levels at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Today we play down to 6. Those 6 come back tomorrow. We crown a champion, we award a ring, and $3,690,000.
Plus.
Peters with 2 10s. Adamo with ace queen on the button. And these two could certainly tango here. Adamo starting the hand with 50 bigs.
How about this?
Just calling.
You want to see a change of gears,
Yeah.
Jeff? Adamo now covered by David Peters. Does not want to risk 3-betting and then getting stuffed on. Just going to go ahead and flat the ace-queen.
And flop an ace. So it comes ace 7-5, 2 clubs. Peters does at the 10 of clubs.
Adamo's immediate adjustment here in this spot with ace-queen is, it really is superb. Peters on the defensive, doesn't like the flop, perhaps also recognizing that Adamo and his strategy going forward with this stack has dramatically changed.
Sizing up here. Tune of a 95,000 chip bet.
With the 10 of clubs in our hand, perhaps we consider peeling one time. Pick up a little puppy paw equity. You can always hit a 10 and feel great about it. Clearly.
Peters does check call. Two of the best in the world, Peters and Adamo. And it's a 10 on the turn.
Gosh.
Peters instantly checks.
I mean, this is filthy. Adamo has no reason to believe that he could be beat. We could be concerned about a hand like ace-10, as Peters would play an inferior ace this way. But this is disaster now for Adamo.
Time bank used by the Aussie, giving him an extra 30 seconds to act. Another pretty healthy bet, this time 240,000.
Yeah, well, clearly don't fault him here,
Right.
Jeff. I mean, he knows that David Peters is unlikely to be checking that flop originally with a hand like ace-queen, ace-king. He would check call a lot of worse suited aces, medium pairs.
And with just that call pre, feels like he is drastically under-repped here in the eyes of David Peters.
Absolutely, sizing it up, completely polarized. Now, I just don't think Adamo is really going to consider getting away from this.
As Peters does flick in the call. River does bring in the jack of hearts.
Honestly, King, queen of clubs gets there, instantly
Adamo.
checks back. Yeah, ace-10, ace-jack comes home. That's the check back right there. I think Peters may have let Adamo off the hook. And, of course, I'm not being results-oriented. Having the 10 of clubs in our hand with that set, would Peters consider check jamming, putting Adamo in a really brutal spot?
Never know.
My goodness.
Peters drags a sizable pot. Rough couple hands for Adamo.
What a great river check back. Doesn't even consider putting another chip in the middle.
Yeah. Now it's Malinowski with tens. Out with a pretty one. 9 parts. King 6 deuce, no hearts. Yeah, just lets it go.
What an action-packed unofficial final table thus far. As we are 8-handed, 2 spots away from a minimum $500,000 in hard-earned cash. Up top, Jeff, nearly 3.7 million.
Average stack about 60 bigs. And ace jack for Joao. Damo. Rough start, but doesn't seem like the type to get rattled by a couple of unfortunate hands.
No, I think he's just been around the block so many times. You know, you see coolers, you see sort of chaotic environments in this game.
Okay. I think 25.
At some point, it is just sort of laughable, and
I'd be surprised.
he's so
I think it's
talented.
30.
That check back with the ace queen, just
I think it's 15,
fantastic.
25. I think it's probably 15, 25.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour. It is presented by Guaranteed Rate. You see Ali Amshurovic's name on top, and you also see Ali Amshurovic at this final table. Could he extend his lead over Sean Perry and company? Now, David Peters says, not so fast, my friend, as Peters is in the 10th spot and could make a major move up the leaderboard.
With a win here today, David Peters would, I believe, sit in 3rd place in the standings, just behind Sean Perry.
Exactly.
But obviously now Ali sort of not free-rolling in points, but just being here at the same unofficial final table, it seems inevitable that he will be able to accumulate unless the unthinkable happens. Nobody's safe, except for maybe this guy, 2.2 million, attacking from the button.
With the Jack 3 offsuit. Malinowski just so ruthless, so tough. Finally, Liao gets a chance to play in position against him, and Malinowski just 3-bets, just bounces with the King 5 of clubs.
You said a 180, right?
Yeah. Well, Two 200, the more I don't mind.
It's also a really great dynamic. Having Ivan and then Limitless directly to his left, Victor knows that he's going to be able to get away with various 3-bets as you apply sort of a similar amount of pressure to the chip leader, as you just don't want to relinquish that chip lead. Your stack is worth so much money right now.
Peters will open it with the Queen 10 off here. Adamo with the ace-queen of clubs, starting the hand with a little bit more than 30 bigs.
He might just want to slam the door shut right now. Perhaps there's a world in which he 3-bets sort of to induce. Or how about this? Again, just going with the flat call with ace-queen suited.
Everyone else out of the way, setting the stage for these two once again to fight.
We know Peters, as the chip leader, is going to be opening a little bit wider than the rest.
It's ace 8-5, one club. Adamo with the best of it by a mile.
He makes it look easy, doesn't he? Just flopping
very
top pair
disguised
every
again.
time. Yeah. And I don't know how disguised he really is, flatting off of 30 bigs directly after Peters with the early open.
Position,
I think
right.
it's a tighter range. I think it's just more about how, again, he's looking to employ this sort of 30 big blind stack in this ICM moment.
Goes half pot here, and Peter's just out of the way. Like you mentioned, a fairly limited range perhaps for Adamo there.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't see him flatting there with 9-10 suited, or we can remove, at least I think, we can remove a lot of those hands. In fact, maybe if we had a hand like 9-10 suited, he'd come in with the 3-bet if he decides to play it at all. I think a lot of it just hits the muck. Maybe back to work as we've increased our stack. Now, there it is. See, Jeff, that's the sort of queen jack off, not good enough. He's clearly made the adjustment with his starting hands pre-flop.
Adams has been quiet at this unofficial final table, has also been card dead. Case in point right there. A little bit more into the stack of David Peters, one of the chip leaders. Finished in second place in event number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe. That score good for $910,000. Quite the heads-up battle between him and Artur Martirosyan. Russian got the best of Peters.
Yeah, first time really I think we've seen Martirosyan in action live at a major final table. You hear about him. You know he's so good. But boy, oh boy, there were times where he was outplaying David Peters unlike I've seen really before. And we've covered a lot of David Peters final tables.
3s for Adams on the button. Two of the best in the world in the blinds. 3 of the best in the world in this hand, and Adams, Peters, and Adamo.
600 million.
And these are the kind of dream matchups that you get at a super high roller bowl.
940.
Now what? Ace jack off this stack. We know Adams not just opening any 2.
Sized up a little bit, went 2.5x on the button.
All in.
And so Adamo just does all of it.
Back in business for Adamo. He's had some great hands to work with.
Yeah.
There he puts all the pressure back on Adams by moving all in. Even if Tim Adams had 8s or 9s, you're not thrilled, but you're probably making the call, right?
There's a look at Vyacheslav Bolding in the short stack, 250K in front of him. feels like drawing up a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam card, and you dream of like a Roman Reigns versus John Cena, and you get a David Peters versus Michael Adamo, or a Timothy Adams versus Ali Amshurovich.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Jeff, but you know, wrestling is fake, and what we're seeing right
that
here.
Word. It's very disrespectful to the craft.
What we're seeing right here is real. So you know, there's that difference. Secondly, Roman who?
Roman Reigns.
John Cena, isn't he the Hollywood
John
star?
John Cena, yeah, you got to know John Cena even if you aren't into WWE. King 8-6, 1 club, 1 spade.
Not exactly what I think of when I am watching a high-stakes poker game, is waiting for my, you know, Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man matchup.
It's a great. That's a great comparison. See,
yeah,
you're
well,
on board.
You know, great is a bit of a stretch,
It's
but
terrific. It makes perfect sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will back you up a little bit. You and I had a chance to go to SummerSlam, and
That's
I had
right.
a blast.
It's good times. Saw Roman Reigns against John Cena.
I did. I was being a little facetious. But yeah, you know, to your point, you're looking for the heavyweights to collide, and Ali, this is what he does. Just makes a little pair. Does he ever decide to block or bet for the men? No, let's just get the showdown.
Is good for Ali Amshurovich. 9 wins on the PokerGo Tour, presented by Guaranteed Rate. Almost $12.4 million in career tournament earnings.
Yeah.
Boldigan in the big blind with 10 bigs behind. 8 are left, playing down to 6. Those 6 will come back tomorrow, guaranteed a $512,000 payout.
Plus.
One of the biggest bubbles of the year right here in Cyprus. And drawing with ace-queen. Adamo with ace-jack. At about 40 bigs.
And we know that Zhuang is opening again off probably a tighter range. Ace-jack, decision time. We've been flatting before. It's going to be the exact same routine.
Yeah.
I think maybe he was up in the air about considering 3-betting and would oblige with a fold in the event that an all-in occurred.
Looking with the king-jack. That's the short stack.
This could be really, that's a phenomenal
Wow,
fold. I mean, just
find the fold.
Understands that, obviously, you know, maybe king-jack, we peel, try to hit the king and go with it, but understands both players are on a very narrow range pre-flop.
Both players missed this flop.
That is hard to do when you're the short stack, getting such a great price.
Oh, yeah. Leading for 40K here.
All right, Adamo. Flatted the button. Assumed to be on a bit of a narrow range himself. Could he ever float with the intent of applying a ton of pressure on later streets.
Just swinging a call. Turn brings another 6.
We can remove quite safely a 6 from either one of these guys. Nobody has a 6 in this hand. Zwang now has a decision to make. Okay, could I still have the best of it? Would Adamo call me pre with a hand like King Queen or Ace Jack? If that's the case, likely then, of course, because it is Michael Adamo, would float to try and take it away. But I would expect at least a decent amount of pressure here for the times that we can fold out Ace Queen. Unless we just think we can show it down profitably, and maybe he's going to take that route.
Oh boy, an ace on the river. Just a disaster for Adamo. 210K in this pot.
This is a brutal river card for Adamo. Here comes sizing.
To the tune of 150,000.
Maybe the first bit of emotion we've seen.
Yeah.
Sort of feels like, well, it's likely not a bluff. So if it's not a bluff, then it's got to be.
But Adamo just too good.
Yeah.
Had to see it. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Nice spot for Zhuang. Nice run up for him. He entered this final table with 510,000 in chips. Just 4 live poker cashes on his resume. 3 of them are wins. So the kid can play ball. Played some ball against Dan Smith, the 50K super high roller, Seminole Hard Rock. Also part of the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. Zhuang beat Smith heads up. Kerry Katz finished in 3rd in that event.
What were you doing when you were 20 years young?
Just, you know, playing $20 sit and goes in college. Can't even afford those now. You?
Same, yeah.
Us?
You were learning how to be a primetime play-by-play broadcaster.
That's
weren't you?
right.
At least you were learning.
A lot of good that schoolwork did me. Sitting next to you now.
Well, I'm sure you're proud of yourself.
Very proud, very lucky. Fortunate to be here alongside you. Calling the action for Super High Roller Bowl Europe, featuring the best players in the world. Full of expressions.
I love his mannerisms.
Oh, very good. Blackjack, very good.
Yeah, better. Blackjack, very good.
8-3 versus
Baccarat good still, right? No, Baccarat 8, 35.
I don't know yet.
Sounds like Liao has some experience in both blackjack and baccarat.
Well, Jeff, the man likes to gamble.
Yes, he does. And we've seen that style translate to the poker tables as well for Liao.
One of his average bets is probably 2x our salary.
Peter's opening here with Ace-Jack. Limitless will defend. Suited 8-deuce.
One 7.
9-7-5. Gutter for Limitless. Ace high for Peters is best.
Typically, this texture is going to favor the big blind who's on the defense.
Perhaps senses opportunity here.
Yeah, I think both players are going to recognize it. Let's see if Victor, a.k.a. Limitless, his online persona, pulls the trigger.
That trigger has been pulled. Well done.
Thank you.
No, I meant well done. Victor Malinowski was not referring to you. 8 players are left.
Ivan! Ivan!
Ivan, come on back. You're going to miss this hand.
Wait.
We'll wait. We can wait.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Players agreed.
No, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, friendly.
Binkley out sprinted back to the table.
That's rough.
Now you call maybe good. Good title of hand.
Nice of the players to let him back to see the 5 deuce of clubs that he opens button with.
Well, we've already seen it with Jack 3 offsuit. I don't think there are many buttons that Ivan will pass on. Just going to assert the aggression and attack in position as one of the chip leaders.
Ace A7 with 1 club. Backdoor flush draws for both. Now Zhuang turns the flush draw.
Yeah, but maybe a little suspect of the check back from Ivan. I have to imagine that Zhuang would have expected most bluffs to just bet that texture. And I think that's exactly what he's realized is, okay, well, if it's a misstep, let me bet with a smidgen of equity. Clearly the best hand, as we can see, with cards on their backs.
That works.
It does.
Can you have 870?
Yeah.
King queen for Adamo. 27 bigs. Second shortest stack here.
40.
Ali with jacks.
Ali quiet thus far. 1 small pot against Peters now. First premium, and we talked about those adjustments that these middling stacks are sort of forced to make because of the amount of money on the line that they are oh so close to earning. 2 spots away from being in the money.
Case in point, Adams. Folding the ace-9.
Ace-9 in the muck. Stay out of harm's way. We understand we're up against tight opening ranges.
9-7-7.
Continue the lesson. How about a troublesome flop? Had Tim Adams defended the
Yeah,
ace-9,
great
he
point.
would be in dire straits.
You're going to tighten up in the multi-way pots out of the big.
What tea you drink? What tea?
You want to drink? You want to try?
Is it green tea?
Yeah, it's a China green tea.
Chinese green tea, okay. Mine is ginger, ginseng. Let's try next time.
I'll just get out of the way.
Yep. Just great recognition again. I mean, I'll continue to say it. I just don't think we're going to see these guys in the middle of the pack get very out of line. You sort of would have to hate money, you know, to just. I mean, we've seen punts time and time again, and I know we love them, right?
We
The
do.
guys
we
that
do.
go out on a limb and just. But in this sort of environment, you're talking about quite literally the best players in the world.
I think Vladi Chalov qualifies for punt of the week at Super High Roller Series. You're up.
You just couldn't help yourself,
Sorry,
could you?
Oh, he opens. Leo calls behind with the ace-10 of spades.
Let's see what happens here now from the big blind with King Jack. Or is that, I think we're on the button there. Yeah. Swang's on the button. Okay, that's an easy fold.
Eight, 7-3, 1 spade.
Thank you. $45.
Just the snap fold by Ali.
No fight,
Yep,
right?
yep.
I mean, how rare is that from Ali?
Yeah.
It's also Ivan flatting the button, who we know is going to see a lot of flops as our chip leader, going to want to apply pressure, give himself a chance. Like, he could have just had top 2 for 7-8.
Yeah.
You think he's folding 7-8 suited on the button, or even in middle position, which is where he was?
In position against Ali.
No shot. Yeah, we're going to see 3.
He's in there. Fold again. Looks pained. And then smiles. Like, yeah, it's still fun.
Fold again, yeah. Victor sort of neck and neck with Ivan. We talked about this dynamic. Able to attack Ivan by means of 3-betting, flexible enough to be able to flat.
Choosing the ladder here. Wow, King 7-3. Top pair for Malinowski and the backdoor flush draw and the set of 3s for our chip leader.
Wow. Disaster for Limitless against this particular opponent in Ivan. Does have backdoor diamonds. At the moment, the only saving grace.
That's just call here. 210K in this pot. 8 of spades on the turn. Now Malinowski dead. Yeah, we'll lead again. tune of a 135,000 chip bet.
Last time these two played a pot earlier on, Ivan barreled off on a stone bluff. This time, a second barrel with a flop set. And Limitless is in a ton of trouble.
Calls again. There's the 4 of hearts. The outreach is pretty quickly for a sizable amount. 285,000.
Victor now certainly concerned, thinking, oh boy, 3 barrels, this signifies quite a bit of strength. Perhaps top pair is just too good of a hand.
And a time extension used for an additional 30 seconds.
Are we worried about king, queen, ace, king? Maybe 2 aces, of course, all sets. Could it be a hand like 5, 6 of spades? I just don't think that Victor believes that Ivan is bluffing. Going bet, bet, bet. Essentially half pot or a little bit more on every street.
Not quite ready to make a decision. Another time bank used. Understandable. Tricky spot for Limitless. Well, he's one of the best for a reason.
There you go. I mean, that's
Ivan nods and says, yeah, that's
tremendous.
That's nice. Oh, and shows him, too. Excellent laydown by Malinowski. Gets shown the 2 threes. He's got to feel great right now.
Wow.
Yeah, with a friendly gesture.
Yeah, I think check.
What a great
Showing
fold.
the 3s. And not put him in the torture chamber for 30, 35, 40 minutes or so until he gets to watch this back.
You know, and Ivan and Victor play a lot online.
Yeah.
They battle in high stakes cash. Certainly have a very friendly back and forth. Quite a history.
Yeah, with about a quarter of the chips in play with 8 left. With ace queen in the big. Peter's open.
1-3-2-5 to start.
Ali just calls with that ace queen out of the big blind. And it comes queen, queen, jack.
What do you have?
I had king jack. King queen, call, king jack.
Peters flicks him one around 25K chip.
King jack 50-50.
Let's see what the phenom decides to do with ace queen. Flick in the call, Jeff.
10 on the turn.
King 10.
Yes, so king queen, call, king jack. Yeah, but very painful fold, you know. Top pair. Yeah.
King rolls off on the river.
I checked.
Give
I
only
think
the
you will
straight.
check the river.
I think this king, yes, maybe better I bet, but yeah, I think so. Yes. Because nothing call, right?
Checks
You
Peters will
check,
just check
you
back,
either
only he'll show him the win.
best or yeah, I think. Yeah, nice hand.
Change, please.
Fold again. Short stack in the big blind. And he is on the ropes.
You know, Jeff, it just dawned on me. We have yet to receive our confirmation to Northern Cyprus for the final table coverage. I thought we were are we not flying down there?
I thought we were going to the airport immediately after this. My bag's here at the door.
I'll follow up.
Check on the hotel suite too.
If we, yeah, I thought
we had that confirmed.
Oh, we're not getting the cabana
Separate.
on the beach?
No, you're getting the beach side bed. I don't think it's a cabana. I think it's just a little cot on the beach, which is nice. Sounds lovely. Next year, we'll be there.
There's always next year.
Definitely be there. Without question.
This is a bit of a wide open, I think, for what we've been accustomed to seeing thus far from these middling stacks. Boldigan has just had nothing to work with. His best hand, King Jack, when it would have went multi-way, and he made a good laydown pre.
Make another painful fold. He's Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. We're here in Vegas. So we start early in the morning, and Brent, it's a good thing that we've had Nerd Focus to accompany us.
Oh boy, have we ever. Stronger than energy.
I think
Smarter as well.
Something about Ante.
Let's try that one again.
First name is.
Well, Brent, it's a good thing we've had Nerd Focus to accompany us.
Oh boy, it certainly is, Jeff. Smarter than energy. It's
Yeah,
gotten
it
us
is
through
smarter
every
than energy.
single day. Did you know, Jeff, there's a 20% off promotional code if you wanted to drink Nerd Focus, which you can find at nerdfocus.com.
What's the code?
That code?
Yeah.
Poker.
Poker.
That'll get you 20% off.
The promo code is poker.
That's it.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Nerdfocus.com. 20% off. Promo code poker. What's wrong with two jacks? Ticket. Not pleased with the card distribution. Leal jump in there, defend. Ace 10 of spades. King Queen 6, 1 spade.
I'm sure that folks at home are rooting for another fish hook on the turn for fireworks.
I'll check calls. Turn is a blank. Check, river 9.
Maybe now. Ivan could sense a little weakness. He's going to do just that. Ace 10, turning this into an absolute bluff.
Betting 130,000.
So hard when you have two jacks to essentially find what bluff could it be? Ace 10. Would Ivan ever turn a 9 into a bluff with 9-10? Could it just simply be a value bet with King X? Maybe once in a while feeling the queen. This is not easy. Clearly. Great bet by Ivan. This 20-year-old is fantastic at poker. Again, 20 years young. Just very much considering calling with two jacks. Just sort of has an inclination that this could be a bluff. Every decision so critical at this juncture.
And does make the call.
Wow. Tremendous call.
The young gun proving he belongs here. Final stages of day 2 of Super High Rollerball Europe.
That was
That's
really
terrific.
impressive. Watch out, high roller scene, because when this 20-year-old is ready for the full-on 21-year-old
when the
poker
door
Pro
opens
Tour,
for
yeah.
him, and we'll work on finding out a little bit more about him if he makes our final table tomorrow. To see when he's allowed in the Poker Go studio. Sure, he's itching for that opportunity. Here's the ace-deuce of spades. Hard not to root for Boldigan.
Yeah.
Well, he's entertained.
He is great.
So many facial expressions.
It's 40.
Hey?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see.
Oh, I was gonna say, Liao
okay?
calling out of the small blind.
I think we're all fine with it, yeah.
You can fold, make fold. It's,
Okay,
it's
I call.
okay, we're friendly.
I call.
Okay.
It's okay.
It's like, I can just take the chips, call it a hand. Instead, flops a gutter. Backdoor flush draw.
Now cannot fold.
Maybe that wasn't lucky charms. So yes.
Now cannot fold.
Peters does turn a deuce.
It's nice to see Ivan sort of liven up a little bit, show that personality. It's got to feel good. Chip leading this thing.
First check, check.
Just going to give up. Hand this one over to D. Pete's.
It's so weird with the way things transpired pre.
9 high. Now can fold.
Was scary. Now cannot fold. Yeah.
A little more left in this level. 10K, 20K, 20K big blind ante. 1 hour levels at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux Pay. Here comes Vyacheslav Bold again. With the King 5 of Hearts.
Come on.
For 8 bigs.
Oh. Whoa. I got it?
You got it.
Holy shit.
Shows the King 5.
Shows the King 5.
King 5. See you.
Oh, amazing.
Up to more than 10 bigs. Fighting the good fight.
We need more Vyacheslav
I agree.
in our events. Got to get this guy to the States for our September series. Fantastic.
You have like 2, right? One.
Are we deciding against it?
Oh, well, we might have a candidate here.
Okay, guys. Brick, can you stop?
Okay. I thought that was the moment.
I
don't know. Is he one situation? No? Yeah. 9. Oh, few. I think you got a fold.
A couple pretty ones in the blinds.
Yeah, sort of surprised to see Schwang come along for the ride out of the small blind with 6-5 suited. Perhaps he's, deep enough. Feels just fine trying to connect.
Adams will come along. Jack 10 suited. 3-handed to this flop. That was 10-7-6. With 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart. Backdoor flush draws for all involved. Pairs for all involved as well. Peters with the best of it.
You can see that it's the Prince of Poultry, Timothy Adams, with the worst percentage. A much lesser 10. And a little bit of hurt.
Peters betting 50,000.
What does Adams have up his sleeve? I have to imagine, Jeff, we just proceed oh so cautiously.
Does check call. Turn brings the ace of hearts.
This is not the worst card in the deck for Adams as far as now being able to at least potentially chop the pot. If any 6 or 7 landed on the river. Deep Pete's going to use it for leverage.
They're going to keep firing.
Says, I've got all the aces here. Let me continue to apply a ton of pressure. Also allows him simply to just get to showdown in the event that he is in fact called one more time by Adams with a better 10. Great fold.
Nice lay down by Timothy Adams. And a nice pot for David Peters. Send our players off on a 10-minute break. Before we go to break, let's take a look at our unofficial final table chip counts. That look is presented by GG. Vyacheslav Boldigan, our short stack, with some work to do. Adamo getting short as well. Peters and Liao fighting for the chip lead. We play down to 6 today. Quick break. Stay with us. See you in 10.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. 10-8 off for Daniel on the button.
150.
$150 to go. A defend with the less than choice cut 9-4.
But again, that gigantic big blind ante sitting out there. Those odds. Less than choice cut, absolutely. Playability, not really. Pot odds, yes. One of the best players in the world deeming this a call, yes.
100.
And I know a lot of players at home would never play a hand like this to a raise, so.
But listen, this is more along the type of holding that you'll end up with playing heads up than not. You can't expect
a lot of players
group one,
a
group
lot of
two
people really
holdings.
don't have experience playing heads up, especially some of our, you know, newer players or players that play in home games that have no experience playing shorthanded. It's a vastly different game.
Certainly.
Heads up, of course, the most shorthanded you can be. You need to get in there with all sorts of hands.
Right.
You need to have a deep understanding of the way the cards come off the deck, how ranges interact with the cards. Of course, that's what poker is, but heads up, it's really on display as you need to really have some deeper knowledge, especially when you play great players who will be in there attacking. It's Bonomo limps with the 6 deuce. Daniel, 10-9.
Check.
Checks it. Daniel is absolutely right in this thing, in contention, of course. 2-1 deficit, but very much alive.
King Jack 5 with a couple of hearts. Got shot straight draw for Negreanu, whose 10 high is best. He checks it over to Bonomo on the button with that disrobed 6 deuce offsuit. 7 on the turn. 2-way straight draw now for Daniel.
Daniel can consider a pretty big sizing here with his 2-way, goes for 100. Can also consider check raising with that one. He likes to lead. Looks like the players are going on break, and I assume we'll be doing the same, Ali. Talk to me.
It's usually how it works, my friend. I think that this was possibly an unscheduled break, though I'm not certain.
They both agreed on it.
$5 million in cash and the ring, the prestige, and an opportunity to climb the all-time money list. If you're Justin Bonomo or double down at the top of that list if you're Daniel Negreanu.
You see that beautiful ring sitting in the center of that cool $5 million first prize, Ali. Man, that ring would go along well with those shoes Daniel's rocking.
Right.
The sparkly reds. The blinds are up to 35.70. This tournament structure is just unbelievable. Look at this blind level that we have here. You don't see that one every day.
A couple of different perspectives on that. Unbelievably good if you're a player, and can be unbelievably long if you're out there just chomping at the bit.
Or if you're one of our many Poker Go subscribers around the world who stuck with this event start to finish, we appreciate it.
No doubt about it. Queen 8-5 with a couple of clubs was the flop. Both players checked. A third club on the turn. It's a king, and Negreanu has the smaller of the two flush draws, but position bets 100K.
Also that pesky little pair.
Yep.
Bonomo calls with Jack high and the club draw, and the bigger club draw does come in, and given that it's the ace of clubs, the king queen are accounted for. Clubs that do beat Justin are the Jack 10 and 9. However, I do think he could go for some small value here. He's reaching 125, and of course Daniel has to call this one, given that he has a flush.
Call. 7 of clubs.
Negreanu went for a little $125 on the end.
5 of clubs.
His pair goes down. Jack 9 for Bonomo.
Call. Check.
Ace 5-4, 2 clubs as
Check.
Negreanu has the pair. Checks it.
I don't mind a check raise here from Daniel. Of course, calling is good. Looks like he's going with the call. As is often the case in short-handed and heads-up play, multiple options are afforded to the players often, and sometimes it's a matter of preference, and sometimes I might see it one way and another pro sees it another way. This is just the nature of heads-up poker, as we see Daniel now leading with his 4s club draw.
Not every aspect of the game is cut and dry or black and white, as we see Negreanu betting 150K after check calling on the flop, and Bonomo simply releases the 9 high
Nice
flush
bet
draw.
by Daniel, as Bonomo could have hit a Jack 9 or club or a deuce to chop, possibly even bluff. So
I know we've alluded to it on a couple of occasions already, but Daniel wins this thing and he breaks the $40 million barrier
that
over
number,
his career.
that has a bit of pop to it. I mean, it really does. 40 and closing in on 50.
And by the way, somebody out there pointed out, and my apologies for not having the tweet up in front of me, that 40 million would represent 8 of those massive bundles of cash that you see in front of you right there. 8 of
Pretty
them,
sick
Nick.
when you really stop to think about it. And these are outlandish sums of money, and the thing that's sort of, I don't know, ironic or whatever it is that a lot of these players aren't really even in it for the money. It kind of is a weird part of it. If you're playing No Limit Hold'em on this level, it's about more than just the money. Believe me, you don't get there if you're just chasing the dollar. And maybe some have who are more motivated by money, and that's cool. I mean, I don't judge it whatsoever, but most of these players have a deep love, respect, and appreciation for the game, and we're fortunate enough in our community that these prizes just seem to be there. Of course, these buy-ins are there as well to complement the prizes, and there are enough people that'll put them up. But nonetheless, a lot of us poker players are pretty lucky about that whole aspect of it, because we didn't get into it for that reason. We got into it because we love to play the game. And all of a sudden, obviously everybody has to make a living. We all go different roads, but these two players, it's about more than the money for them. It's about glory, legacy. It's about challenging themselves and trying to be among the elite players in the world, as Bonomo.
Yeah,
makes
it's about
jacks and fives here on the end.
Hitting the turn and then getting sucked out on the river there. 7s and 5s for Negreanu, who were good. Now it's jacks and 5s for Bonomo, the best hand.
We've seen none of these go check raise very often when players have enough value to call. But I do think that there is a place for it. Not that gets through, but we've seen very little ambition when players have enough value to simply check call. They've used very few of those combos to kind of go for a sort of bluff / equity versus range. And
Daniel pays off the 120,000,
which was standard.
Limp from Daniel with the Queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Sure.
Closer and closer and closer to the money at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. 8 players are left. 6 spots are paid. Welcome back to Cyprus. Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. And Brent, as we take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker, we have Boldigan on the ropes. We have Adamo under 20 bigs, and a very interesting dynamic now at play.
Man, that bubble inevitably about to burst for 2 of these guys, going home with nothing. $0, Jeff. The final 6, however, hey, they're guaranteed more than $500,000, and then all the way up top, $3.7 million. Take a look at those payouts.
These payouts are presented by Luxon Pay, and it is about 3.7 up top, about 2.5 for second. Finished in the final 4. It's a 7-figure payday. 820K for 5th, and Brent said it, about $500,000 for 6th, which means 2 of these players are going home with 0.
Every seconds need me.
Biggest bubbles of the year. 15K,
Okay.
25K, 25K big blind.
What did you start with?
Limitless open here with 8.
How much do you have?
1-7.
1-7.
Six of diamonds for Adams. He's under 30 bigs. Queen 6 for one of our chip leaders, David Peters. Will defend. Limitless flops a set. Fortunately for him, nothing doing for D. Peters.
I didn't expect it really any other way, but just watching Victor Malinowski, Limitless. He's just so good. That fold before we went to break against Ivan, where he had top pair, just got away for, you know, a half pot size bet on the river. The intuition, the skill set, everything about this kid, phenomenal.
Hope to see him more and more in the live high roller fields.
Representing Poland, Jeff. Did you know I'm 50% Polish?
Close to home ethnicity. Yes, I did know that.
Yeah. That explains why maybe I'm so good at poker.
Poker game does not remind me of Victor Malinowski.
A lot of people have made that comparison.
Name one person who is.
It's again, this is the sort of group that I run with, and it's
just one person.
They don't want to
If you
be
say
out
a
there
lot,
in the open.
well.
It's a private sort of.
So every single one of them does not want to be attached to that comparison.
Of course not. I mean,
well,
they
then
don't
what does
wanna,
that say about the comparison?
No, what they don't want to say is, who they are.
Yeah, right.
All in.
It's very private.
Just max pressure on Adama here. Or David Peters. Blue chips, 5K piece. Brown chips, 25,000. Whites are worth 100K. There's our short stack. Vyacheslav Boldigan.
The man with many facial expressions. I am a huge Vyacheslav fan.
Raise and take it for David Peters.
You know, the same circle that I run with, Jeff?
Yeah, that circle.
Makes these comparisons. My own game to Victor. They also think that maybe you remind them of a pro out there as well.
Which pro would that be?
Well, maybe you're not familiar with Alan Kessler.
Yeah, 180.
Queens are better, and I'm in there.
Only if the payouts are right.
Right. Depending on payouts.
Got to be a really good food comp as well.
No question about that. At least a $10 comp, or I am not registering. Smirk the foam. And by queens are better, let me clarify. Queen's just in the right spot, of course. Like if it folds around to the button and we're four-handed and I'm the shortest stack and the button shoves and I have queens or ace-king suited, I'd probably fold.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, that would not surprise any of us.
Yeah. But kings, I might call.
Yeah, for big blind, can wait every time.
You ever heard of Yo Viral?
Pass.
Kind of model my style after his.
Well, that's okay.
We do love Yo Viral, but we're going to continue to pounce on him for that fold of the ace king.
He's got a little bit
at the 100K.
better style than you, just in general.
Oh, sure. Better style, flair, and personality. And better at poker. Except in that one spot. Boldigan shows the 7-3 and folds. Get shown the ace-8, would have been looked up. Some work to do for the Russian. Down to 6 bigs.
Just small blind. Sorry.
Peters opens here. Ali looks down at King Queen and a cutoff. here with the small 3-bet. Gets it done.
Yeah, nice little 3-bet. Think Ali was going to fold to a 4-bet?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
$15K, $25K, 25K big blind ante. Late in day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. The Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. 8 left, 6 paid. Excuse me. Ace-6 for Ivan. What's wrong with the ace-deuce of hearts?
Juan sort of has that particular holding, ace-deuce suited, where, yeah, we can call some of the time, but maybe it's best to do exactly what he's dialing up. Let's 3-bet and apply pressure right back in the face of our current close to chip leader, Ivan Liao. He's been opening pretty much 100% of buttons. And you really just never want to give away chips when you've got so much money up top and one of the chip leaders 8-handed. Very effective 3-bet. How about that?
It does get it done. Strong with a fantastic call against Liao before break. Positive momentum. Entered this unofficial final table with 510,000 in chips. Now is at about 1.6 million as we take a look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour. It is presented by Guaranteed Rate. Ali Amshurovich in that #1 spot and looking to extend that lead. He'll do so. He makes the final 6. And if he finishes second or better, he'll be up by more than 1,000 points on Sean Perry for second.
If he finishes second or better, it's over. You can lock it up, Jeff. I mean, I know we've got more majors coming in September.
Yeah.
With the Masters, Super High Roller Bowl, but it's over.
Cool.
Heard it here. Boldigan rips it with the Queen 10. Liao makes the call with Ace-Jack of spades. Boldigan all in at risk.
Aces. Seriously?
Oh.
Good lord. Okay.
Boldigan says okay. You're not in terrible shape. Here comes Jack 8-7.
That's okay. Yeah.
Picks up the 9s.
King? No king?
9.
Can't win now.
Greedy.
Yeah, it's too greedy.
Turn card is the 5.
It's always more fun on the river, Jeff.
Yeah. Needing a queen or a 9 on the river.
Oh!
It spikes the 9.
He does.
Hello.
Oh, the bubble will not burst.
Okay.
Not for Boldigan. Still alive.
Yes, sir. With 8 left, still our short stack, but
Beware.
no over 10 bigs. The DAP for Liao.
Aces still loose.
True. Okay, okay, okay. queens for Peters in the big blind. Bump it up to 225,000.
225.
You're just out of the way.
Yeah, it's even queen jack suited there. I would not expect Victor to put any more chips into the pot.
What you had? I had queen jack offsuit.
15, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Peters will torture you. He's not going to tell you.
He's not going to give that one up.
Yeah.
Felt he didn't have something good.
Well, Victor, he certainly had something good.
Ooh, and bold again. Looks down at 2 aces after Ali opens an early position.
Yeah, I would expect Ali to have nothing short.
All in?
I mean, like maybe 10-9, 10-8 suited at
And
the
Lee
very
has
worst.
queens.
Oh my gosh.
All in.
Just goes Rip City here. Adamo has asked for a count here.
Oh,
and he has the ace
my
king of
gosh.
clubs.
This can't be real.
What a spot.
Boldigan just kind of grinning, knows
You have like 2 million.
Adamo's got a big hand.
No, like 1.3, Ellie.
Huh? What? Okay.
About 1.3.
I started with 1.47.
Adamo, yes, he's short, but he knows that Ivan has a monster. He might fold ace king suited here.
And
wow,
he does.
Great fold.
Ali out of the way. It's Boldigan all in and at risk with the aces against the queens of Ivan Liao. Nine, 6-3.
9.
Safe flop for Boldigan, looking for another double. The turn, a safe one.
No.
And Vyacheslav Boldigan has his second double up in the last 5 minutes.
Back in business in a big way for Boldigan. Curious if Adamo is going to reveal what he folded. He stayed very quiet. I think not to spoil that one of those aces were dead in the event that a queen would have hit the flop or turn.
And Adamo, if he was in there, would have beat Liao for a small, small side pot. Would have been the significant short stack. Had he called. What a hand.
My goodness. The bubble may never end, Jeff.
It might not.
Nobody wants to go home. I don't blame them.
Same.
More than $500,000 on the line for 6th place. If you get 7th or 8th, 0.
Nothing. Nada. Spin up for bold again. All of a sudden has almost 35 bigs.
What's tricky? Fine.
This hand's slightly
blind.
more boring.
Yeah.
A little bit less action.
You know, and I could use a little pick-me-up, a little energy.
Oh, yeah?
You know what I'm going to have, Jeff?
What's that?
I'm going to have a little nerd focus.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Smarter than energy.
Nerdfocus.com, promo code POKER for 20% off.
20% off. Promo code POKER.
Right.
So if you just go to nerdfocus.com, put in an order, and use that promo code POKER, you get 20% off
Yes,
your order.
you do.
That's amazing.
Sharky.
We nailed that promo, huh? Just crushed it. Send that one to him.
I mean, they ought to put that right on the front, on their website.
60, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't get any better than that.
That's right. It's cohesion? Yeah, cohesion.
Very in sync.
Certainly in sync.
I'm more of the Timberlake of the group.
Right. That's what people think.
A lot of people have said that.
A lot of people have compared you to JT.
Just a stand.
Look, style, talent.
Like,
you both have it all.
Passes and then just roll in. Crazy.
You ever heard me sing?
Yes.
So now you know.
Beaters will continue to attack, taking advantage of a little bit tighter play from his opponents. And what we could call the soft bubble here. 8 or left, 6 are paid.
Call.
Ace, King, Deuce. Broadway draws for bold again and Liao. Nothing for Peters except for perhaps the opportunity to fire on the Ace King high board.
May elect to do just that.
Let's check back. 10 ball for bold again, who's just on fire.
And nothing to be afraid of. Not a single flush draw to be found.
It's the absolute dream. Leads for 75K. Bold again on a tear. This time the Russian has alligator blood.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
I don't know if they have alligators in Russia.
that's
It's
not the-
awfully
that's not the
cold.
point. That's
I
not
mean,
why
if
I
you're
said
from the
that.
Moscow area,
Yeah,
we
it's
talked
not.
about this.
Right.
They're winters. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
alligators don't choose to hang around really in Russia. Not many spots for them.
Yeah, you'll have to try a different little analogy, I think, for that one.
So
If you just Googled animals in Russia, you could probably insert something else for blood
more of
type.
a reference to the greatest, most popular poker movie of all time, when the Russian says that the American has alligator blood.
Well, I
And
would
so
have
if I
told
say
the
this
writer
time
for the
Russian
movie
has
the
alligator
same
blood.
thing, to be honest, Jeff. If we're just going to be honest,
Well,
and I think we are.
But there are alligators in America.
Yeah, well, that part is true.
I'm aware.
Meanwhile, Ivan, very powerful 3-bet, 225. I love this. King, queen, not in a great spot. It's a lot of pressure when you're the chip leader. You don't really want to fight. You're just trying to sort of accumulate small pot after small pot. Oh my. Peter
Reaching.
says, okay, it's good
Calling.
enough. I'm going to play.
$500K in this pot. Here comes ace, queen, 4, all hearts. Pairs for both, top pair for Liao's. You can see no heart for either player. Liao's down bet is to 95,000.
And again, just not a very ideal scenario for D. Peters. No heart in his hand. Yes, we're getting a fine price. All of a sudden, 700,000 nearly in the middle.
Liao's lost the shades. Still with the best of it here.
Undeterred.
And still firing.
Wow. Power. This is strong. Sizing on the relatively smaller side, but the fact that we have 3-bet and now barreled twice just looks quite heroic.
And with that, Liao has regained the chip lead.
Not used to seeing Ivan without the shades.
Right. He opens here. Boldigan looks down at ace-jack. time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
Boldigan is really, clearly, as he's accumulated some chips, changed up sort of what he's willing to look at. Flatting ace-jack. Favorable flop. Just not afraid, is he? He's going to get in there. I think a lot of players may even just consider folding that hand pre, given the ICM and at 7th and 8th place goes home with 0. He's going to keep trying to build.
Checks back. Kings and 8s for SHRB.
How does he do it? Certainly sizing it up.
Betting 125,000. Again calls. On the river, no help to Vyacheslav, 425K in this pot.
Yeah, really brutal spot for Vyacheslav. Without question, Ali is going to bet kings up. I don't know if Boldigan can find a way to get off of this hand.
5,000 is the bet.
Yeah, strong.
Only checks flop, fires turn, fires river.
Just so hard to put him on king 8 here. What would he play this way? Especially Boldigan has the ace of clubs, so it can't be a hand like a6 of clubs that would have gotten lucky. Also, having a jack in your hand, it's unlikely that your opponent has flopped the nuts with queen jack. Just brutal.
Pained by the spot. We can see why. Excellent laydown, though, by Boldigan.
Wow. I mean, that's impressive.
You can, huh? You can say no. Anyway, or
I think Ali's going to be kind of sick.
Yeah.
Folded ace jack.
Yeah, ace jack.
Fly down a little bit.
Good fold.
You
I keep there.
Fly it down a little bit. Yeah. Ace king? 600? Line up. Oh, that's my point.
Yeah, I fucked up. Huh? I fucked up. I should have gone 240.
In results-oriented fashion, Ali said. Wishes he would have made it a little smaller, raise and take it for Peters.
Okay. That's not so good.
Not so good. Jack very bad.
Yeah, but,
Blue chips are 5Ks, brown chips 25,000 apiece, white chips are 100Ks. Tower's starting to be rebuilt for Liam Shurovich. Adamo has had a pretty rough go at it at this final table, but does look down at ace-queen here with 13 bigs. Rip City for him.
12 big spread. 12 big blind.
325. If I three bet,
That's okay.
you fold.
Probably. I might shove a little bit, but
You, yeah.
yeah, I see it king. I might sometimes shove, but mostly fold.
I think Vyacheslav was asking Ali what happens if I 3-bet pre. And Ali said occasionally he'd fire off. But
no,
most
he's
likely would
folding.
fold.
Yeah. Well, you know, I could be wrong, but I think that that's. I think that either 3-betting or just folding pre might be optimal there.
If you're Vyacheslav?
If you're Vyacheslav,
Yeah.
and
Makes sense.
given the stack and the ICM, it might just be a clean fold. I don't know. I'll have to talk to my inner circle that feeds me all the information.
Probably on the outside looking in, but I'm sure.
Oh, no, they really.
They'll respectfully answer your question.
Yeah, a lot of times I'm telling them what's right.
I don't think that happens. Ali opens Adamo defense here out of the big.
Heads up situation now with a hand like 9-8. Yeah, you're the short stack, but you'll happily peel.
Very nice. Come. Cheers.
Ali bets, Ali wins. How many times have we said that over the course of these last couple years? Liam Shurovich, the winner of 9 Poker Go Tour titles. Won the purple jacket, the Poker Masters in 2018. That stretch of tournaments really looked at as his coming out party of sorts, announced his presence on the high roller scene. Won a US Poker Open event in 2019. Adams with 6s. And I'll lead with ace-jack.
Out of the big blind. Love this.
Oh, wow. Ace, ace, 5. The 2 remaining aces in the deck are delivered on the flop.
Possible disaster en route for Strong.
Who bets 40K here? Ali check calls. Turn is a 6. The makings of an ugly one for Zhuang.
Ali, I mean, he may not decide to put in any sort of check raise with ace-jack. He probably has a hard time putting Zhuang on a hand like ace-9 or ace-10 that would be opening pre. It would likely be ace-queen, ace-king, possibly even suited sort of smaller connecting aces.
Zhuang fires 150K here. Ali will check call again. Now 530K in this pot. Oh, and the river saves Zhuang. Aces full of 5s for both. Now Lee leads for 55K.
Yeah, there's, you know, just in case. I think Zhuang just has to raise here with aces full, but and reasoning being, would Ali do this with a 5, sort of a blocker bet with 5s full? I would expect a raise and simply just a call from Ali for the times that he could be getting cooled off by a hand like ace-6,
350,
which there really aren't any combos, right? Ace-6 suited isn't available. Ali blocks ace-6 of diamonds. Yeah, just a call.
Chop it up. Oh, okay.
Ace-6 of spades was certainly available, and I think that Ali can only just call there.
Say pretty lucky river.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a speculative open. By the way, Tim Adams would have hit a meaningless 6 on the turn there.
That's right.
A worthless 6 is full.
Wow. It's his turn to get involved.
Interesting. Now we're going to 3-bet queen jack off. Ali attacking a similar stack here, applying maximum pressure.
Call.
Let's make the call. We'll go heads up to this flop. That flop comes king 8-4. 2 clubs.
Let's see if Ali can try and narrow down what Victor's calling range would be here after facing a 3-bet. Unlikely to be ace-king, right? So this king should probably favor us as the 3-better more so than Victor. Yeah, king-queen can certainly be available, but we block that having queen-jack. I think Victor knows as well that Ali should be 3-betting relatively light. applying pressure with worse aces. Various Broadway holdings, such as Queen Jack. He's not done. We're gonna stick around. We're gonna make you earn this.
Turn brings another king.
Absolutely critical street here. Great shot facing off against each other. And how about this? 400,000. Nothing but Queen Jack high. Ali telling a story saying, I've got it. Puts Limitless in an extremely difficult situation with just ace high. And he's not done with it.
It works.
Wow. The Phenom. Number one on the Poker Go Tour for a reason. 9 victories in the calendar year of 2021. And he just takes it right to the streets.
Ace Queen?
You?
I had a Queen of Hearts.
Says, yep, that must be ace queen that you had. Wow. What a beauty.
Spectacular play by Ali as he now climbs towards the top.
Folding in with the ace-9 of spades in the small blind.
Call.
I will join 10-7 off. With 1 diamond, 1 spade. Top pair for Liao, who is going to lead here.
Yeah, a bit unorthodox, and this puts Boldigan in a really bad spot. Maybe fairly confident that his 9 is good. Certainly would expect him to fight, see further streets.
He does make the call. Turns the 4 diamonds, no help to Vyacheslav. 275K in the pot, 580K behind for the Russian. Check, check.
Perhaps Ivan now. It's on Boldigan, right? So he's first. Okay, so maybe Boldigan comes in with sort of a blocker sizing rather than check calling in the event that Ivan may size it up. Confident that his 10 is good. Boldigan has the opportunity now to essentially lose the minimum if he did come with a very small size.
Does check.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and Liao checks back. Lets him off the hook.
Certainly did.
Boldigan, despite losing the pot, has to be breathing a sigh of relief.
I had mandatory turn back.
Huh?
I had a mandatory turn back.
Well, then it means it's okay. Hold it.
Yeah.
Hey. Because if it's non-mandatory, I will be upset.
我呢個打落去一陣，係我打落去我尷尬啊！我 read 翻轉頭我翻唔到，係啦。喺上邊度講，你有煙十㗎大佬。
Oh hi.
2 kings for Zhuang. Eights for Peters.
Wow,
Yeah, the small blind joins with the 10-9 off.
Just kind of feeling it there with
Yeah.
the 10-9 off out of the small.
Flicking some chips in, wants to see 3. 8-5-4.
Case 8 has hit the flop for David Peters.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. Let's see how Zhuang, yeah, a little bit of defense. I think that Ivan Liao's call from the small blind may deter Zhuang from betting this sort of board. A little concerned about some medium pairs being present.
Peters reaching, firing. 55,000.
With top sets, just saying, all right, if I'm up against an overpair, guaranteed to get paid off throughout the course of this hand, depending on the run out.
Check call by Zhuang. Another 5 on the turn. 8's full for Peters.
It's sort of a brutal card now for Zhuang. We're never really giving Peters pocket 5s. Perhaps they are quite deep. Certainly now that would be quads. I just think we inevitably have to lose a substantial portion of our stack here with 2 kings.
Peters goes about 2/3 with a 220K chip bet.
Just great sizing,
Yeah.
Jeff. He's targeting an overpair.
And setting up a pretty healthy fire for the river.
Certainly is. Zhuang May be concerned about some sort of turn flush draw. What would ace-3 of hearts do?
Check calls once again. 765K in this pot. River is an ace.
What a spot here. Swang, could this card potentially have saved him? Peter certainly knows that he's up against an overpair at this stage. He's hoping it's not aces. Doesn't mean we're ever checking back eights full. How much? I don't even know if this ace affects too much. What ace could Peters have that he would just barrel off with? We can certainly now eliminate that ace-x of hearts that could have been available on the turn.
$475.
You heard the man. The bet is 475,000.
Just a gut-wrenching spot for Swang. Pretty much knows it's eights full. Maybe once in a blue moon, Peters decided to play pocket aces like this.
Incredibly brutal spot for Zhuang here. Excellent laydown.
Wow.
Excellent laydown by Zhuang.
Just a tremendous fold. I assure you that was unbelievably difficult for Zhuang. It was either eights full, very rarely aces full, maybe a flop straight with 6-7, although even that's hard to give him with that flush run out. Tremendous laydown by the young 20-year-old.
David Peters back into the chip lead. I'm Shurovich and Liao with more than 2 million as we take a look at our final table chip counts presented by GG Poker. Then a drop-off before you hit Malinowski and Zhuang. Adams, Boldigan, Adamo, the bottom three. Adamo with about 12 bigs. Sevens for Peters.
Now how about ace-king suited? Let's square off against Peters one more time. Suspect this is going to be sized up.
200? Says 200K, clean 4X. Peters lays down his sevens. Schwann a little bit back. A couple more minutes left at this 15K, 25K level with a 25K big blind ante. Limitless opens on the button with ace-jack. Adams a bit of an eye roll.
Yeah, Adams has been
in the 6-3.
Stone card dead,
Yeah,
really,
really
this
has.
entire time. Very frustrating with so much money on the line, and you just run well below EV as far as pre-flop card distribution is concerned. But still alive, you know, 2 off the money.
Yeah, and still in the hunt for back-to-back-to-back. Live super high roller bowl
I think
titles.
he will, wherever that guy is.
Yeah.
This me?
Right.
On break after this hand.
Да, интересно, что у него там. Я...
Peters with ace-6.
Peters can go either way here with playing a little defense or simply just apply max pressure, which I suspect he may do, given the dynamic ICM scenarios that are in place.
$220.
Yeah, you said it. He does it.
It's just defenseless now for Schwang. I mean, it's almost like we shouldn't even open these spots. Peter's certainly not going to 3-bet everything, Jeff, but
if you somehow
he's
have
going to be a brutal player
board, you are the
to deal
fucking
with.
best.
Peters did indeed have it. A look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Peters will carry the chip lead into break. When we come back, Boldigan, Adams, Adamo, all under that 20 big blind mark on the bubble. It's super high roller bowl Europe. Back in 10. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in and a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Dvoris the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Divorce with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs can we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace 9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums there, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Here comes Divorce with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Divorce. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Weilong Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in third. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth place.
Nobody will take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Divorce, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. Good for 8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happening in
APT event in
APT
Manila.
event in Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it was about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his start.
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since,
Yeah.
just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Horses 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to
Yeah,
have
he's
to
gonna
bet
go
here or
for it.
something. And could Dvorak consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Dvorak, Wylong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in, Dvorak looks down, and an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Dvorak looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Dvorak limps in with the Queen Deuce Diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300.
It's one of the biggest bubbles that you will see this year. $512,500. Welcome back to day 2 coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. I like that pause for dramatic effect while the music pauses.
It's kind of your thing, the go-to pause. This bubble, Jeff, by the way, just refuses to burst. We're on a soft bubble, 2 spots away from the money. someone taking home at a minimum $500,000, but 2 of these guys taking home $0.
As 8 players are left, we look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Vyacheslav Boldigan, Timothy Adams, Michael Adamo are short stacks. Adamo, Brent, the shortest stack with just 10 bigs as we raise the blinds to 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. And we take a look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay. Brent set at 6th place in the money with $512,500. Up top, almost 3.7 million. 0 for 7, 0 for 8. Let's do this.
Give us another pause. Can you do that? Just
well,
set something
I
up.
paused when the music pauses. You know, I kind of play to the music. I play to the track,
see.
to the rhythm, to the beat, to the flow.
Once again, you are in sync.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, hoodie up time. Let's go.
Yeah.
Business.
Let's get down to business.
He's going to give him the business here, maybe with A7.
Some high stacks of blue chips. Those are 5K apiece. Brown chips were 25K. Whites are 100,000. Adamo. Off the short stack, looks down at 2 jacks. Nice find right off the break for Michael Adamo.
And given Ivan's stack, he may feel inclined to call this what you would imagine is an all-in.
All-in?
Gonna be
There
all
it
right
is.
with the price. There it is.
Yeah, and there's the call. Here we go. Michael Adamo all in at risk, ahead for now. With jacks against Ivan Leon's A7.
You guys.
Adamo tosses out good game wishes. He's the favorite right now to double up and remain in the hunt. Ten, 7, 6. Liao looking for an ace or a 7 now. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Adamo does have diamonds covered. So you see the 3 outs for Liao on the top of your screen. Looking for an ace or a 7, but it cannot be a diamond. River card. 4 of hearts. Safe run out for Michael Adamo.
265.
And he's found the double to just about 20 bigs.
Yeah, alive. Now time to thrive. The bubble just refuses, Jeff.
65.
And on this soft bubble, we have 3 players with similar stack sizes in Adamo, Adams, and Boldigan, all around that 20 big blind mark, just under. So fascinating dynamic at play. 3 big stacks, and I'm Shurovich, Peters, and Liao. And then middling ones in Malinowski
Now
and
it's your
Zhuang.
turn.
Everyone has been quite active for the most part at the table, with the exception of Tim Adams, our back-to-back Super High Roller Bowl international champion. Maybe now it's time to wake up a little bit. Not sure ace-8's an open. Maybe we try and get one through a little bit thin.
70.
There it is.
That's what he's going to go for.
$4.45? It's more, yeah. Never mind. 5.
Yeah.
Got it.
Shurovich will defend. We'll flop a 6, but it's aces for Adams. Continues for 35K.
Yeah, Ali just not going to be going away. Not when he's laid such a great price. Trying to connect with 2 pair, maybe trips.
It's not on the turn. Quickly check.
Tim Adams has no reason to believe that he could be behind here. Probably you always have to bet, Jeff, considering the potential straight draw that's present. Also maybe to get some value from a would-be 6 that Ali has. Thinking things through, how much?
About 125. Quick fold by Ali.
A little health.
Adam's got to be thinking, finally. Been card dead for a good 2 hours or so.
Ace-8's not exactly a premium, but he was able to
Is that before the ante or after?
get the maximum.
Boldikin looks perplexed even when just putting in the blind and ante. Raising, pouncing on this opportunity. Gets the smile on the show. Tells the truth.
Thank you.
5 deuce. Building that oh so familiar castle of chips that we've seen so many times in front of, I'm sure, Vitch, the current leader. Poker Go Tour crown. Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. 2 jacks for Victor Malinowski at 40 bigs. Zhuang also off 40 bigs.
Oh, wow. Strong here.
Going to go with a 3-bet, 150,000.
As Victor opened under the gun with these 2 jacks, and Zhuang pumps it up, putting Victor in a very awkward situation with these fish hooks. 3-bet has to look strong. Perhaps considering just taking a flop, taking a look at some safe texture.
That's exactly what he will do. Now 375K in this pot. Jack 3 deuce with 2 spades. Top set for Limitless. The ace-high flush draw for Zhuang.
My goodness.
Malinowski checks. Down bet to 75K.
Buckle up, Jeff. Unless Victor just thinks he's getting way too many folds with a check raise. Could elect a flat, but to imagine he wants to get a little more money in the pot. He's got a trap.
Does elect to flat. Turn brings the king of hearts. Another check from Malinowski.
Interesting turn card as well. Sort of a ticket that maybe Zhuang decides could be a two-barrel candidate. Perhaps we just take the equity right to the dome, try and make our flush, but I think he's going to use this as leverage. Look at this.
Reaching, firing, 150,000 with 800K behind. Time extension used by Limitless, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act. One more time bank into the middle.
All in.
Says all of it.
Oh my. Just takes away possibly the scenario where, I don't know if Zhuang can call this off.
Another 800K into what is now almost 1.7 million.
Effectively though, if he did commit the 800, it'd be about 3-1 on his money. Can't do it.
Sizable pot headed in the direction of the man we know as Limitless, Victor Malinowski.
You think Zhuang wanted to rabbit hunt that one?
Yeah, I would say so, yes. Like you said, Brent, that king gave him a nice opportunity to fire again.
Just a very interesting card, you know, able to represent the ace-king, fire a second shell in hopes of bluffing off maybe a pair of 8s, 9s, 10s.
Now Zhuang down to under 30 bigs. Fold again. Queens on the button. About 17 big blinds to start this hand. Opens for the min. And unfortunately for the Russian, nothing doing for Liaur Malinowski. Fold again at 1 point at just 1% of the chips in play. He's battled back. It's at about 20 bigs now. Timothy Adams, a little bit over 20. couple of dama a little bit under. Dama to king 9 of diamonds. It's ace 10. Val on the button. Bump it up. 225. Pressure on. Me?
Thanks.
All done. All right, Leon.
740.
More than $9 million in career tournament earnings.
2.3. You 1.7, Victor?
Yeah. What do you have, Ali?
2,055,000.
我知道。
said 2,055,000.
知道，你幫我講啊。
Thank you. Actually, 1.6.
Little Q&A round about everybody's stack size. Which is, of course, oh so important. Now kings for Boldigan. You've seen queens, kings, and aces within the last hour.
What's that? Like 600? 500?
5.7. I don't know. Something like that. I'm not sure.
How much do you have?
5.7. Something like that.
Like 6.
Check 4 diamonds for Adams. Not gonna bother defending here. Boldigan finished in 5th in event number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe. 100K no limit score, good for $245,000. Just another 5K and you got the entry fee for Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. 41 entries at that 250K price point. Prize pool, more than 10 million. That prize pool will be distributed tomorrow for our final table. This is the unofficial final table with 8 left, 6 spots paid.
I don't know if this is
Peters defends with the 7-4. Comes king 8 deuce, all spades, kings and 8s. For Ivan D. Peters with that 7 of spades. Leo bets, Leo wins.
Okay, Jeff, so what I believe the situation is for today. We're either
500?
playing down to the final table
of
6, or 1 a.m. local time, which would be 7 p.m. Eastern or 4 p.m. Pacific. Unless that changes, the players, of course, may have some say in that.
Sure.
But unless that changes, that is the current plan.
So it gives us a little time.
A little
we
time,
think we'll
yeah.
hit 6, but I'd imagine the players would want to finish at 6 for the evening. That'd be brutal to come back for a day 3 in bubble super high roller bowl, but
yeah, well, we'll see what
can happen.
We'll see what comes of it.
Yeah.
That is the tentative plan.
Are you out of time banks?
Oh, no, I have a few.
Oh, okay.
Do you mind if you, can you give me change if I give you 100?
Are you out of time
Can you
bank?
give me some,
I have like 15.
Can you give me small bills?
Jesus.
Small
Tough
bills?
decisions.
Like 1.5, right?
Yeah, 15.
1.7.
Jack 8-7.
Oh.
7's for Peters.
So tomorrow we still have another 15.
I think we get another 6 or 9, right?
Nine more.
I'm gonna have so many.
Get it, Sal.
He's gonna have all
You
the
wanna
time
buy them?
Can I have small bills so I can tip? Because I only have 100. So can I get some change? Thank you.
Check, another jack on the turn. Victor fires 60K.
I like the sizing here.
Joker,
About a
deal
third of
time.
the pot
Joker.
when he bet it. Gives essentially a chance for Victor to get to showdown. It's like a blocker bet, sort of, Jeff, you know, assuming that Peters is going to check most rivers.
Case in point.
Unless he just thinks that we can get the max with ace-8. There it is.
Does check
Okay,
back.
Yeah.
Does show down the winner.
Wow. Expensive one to lose.
Jay. 咖啡。沖俾我，擺個邊。
Tim Adams, the Prince of Poultry. We call him that for a reason.
Is he having a little chicken
I
dish?
think he is having a little
Yeah.
chicken.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner. The man only eats chicken.
At
He'll have a
every
little
stop
salad on
across
the
the
side,
planet.
maybe,
Yeah,
but
sure,
it's going to
sure.
be, the bulk of it's going to be chicken.
Chicken-based meal. One day he's going to remove the hoodie. He's going to look like Wolverine. Because he's jacked up from the chicken, you know? It's like Hugh Jackman with a lot of chicken and bulking up, a lot of muscle. Peters folds the 9-3 clubs.
So did, as we see this sort of walkabout, did we...
Pretty good ad.
Are you trying to say that Hugh Jackman had like kind of a chicken diet when he bulked up to be Wolverine? That's
exactly
a thing?
what I'm trying to say, yeah.
Close to me, I'm like,
Just had all the grilled chicken.
I'm gonna get some
Is that
chips
like
now.
a little known fact, or is this...
My main point was that You eat chicken, you're going to build a decent amount of
So
muscle.
you decided to just throw the Hugh Jackman Wolverine.
Well, he's a popular, strong figure.
Okay,
out
let me just go here. So was that a popular story that I would have missed out on?
Not at all.
Okay,
no,
so this
no.
is just in your warped
I was
little
just
mind.
trying to think of somebody who's strong.
When you're doing Taibo, you're looking up the chicken diet, thinking, "Oh wow, well Hugh Jackman did it.
Could look like Hugh.
I'm gonna be like Hugh. Maybe become the Wolverine."
No. Hugh's a little taller. I am 5'10", but Hugh's...
Which is above average height
Above
in
average.
America. 5'9", I think, is the average height.
There you go. Which, you know, all heights welcome here in poker.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to shut you down for your height.
Absolutely not. So Victor opens here at the Jack-10 of clubs, and Ali choosing a 3-bet now with the King-4 suited.
The pounce. It's a good hand to do it with. Suited king. Block various ace-kings that can be out there. You get better kings to fold. King-queen would certainly hit the muck. King-jack would hit the muck.
Remember him.
The very aggressive and always dangerous Ali. He understands the ICM implications at play. The next two that bust go home with 0. Ali just quite literally makes a living in these situations. 9 wins on the Poker Go Tour for the calendar year of 2021 alone. Just running away with it. Next closest, I believe, is 5 wins that Sean Perry has.
Domino A7 of spades.
All in.
How much?
Ivan has asked for a count. Oh, before he's left. I don't think count should be asked for until you look at your cards. That's a new rule I might put into place.
Well,
you okay with that?
I don't. I think I could make a point. Why not?
Okay.
First, get the math right. So you know when you look down at your hand, these are the hands I'm going to call with. Okay, so I got the
Right.
price. Now let me take a quick squeeze.
Okay.
No, can't call.
But can you take a quick squeeze, and if it's one where you're certain you're folding, then we just fold?
No, because maybe his thing is to never look at the hand until the action's on him.
Sure. So action's on him. Yeah, I say wait till action's on you. Look, if it's 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 9 deuce, all of that, then you don't have to worry about asking for a count.
It's also just good information to know. Maybe he wasn't aware of the stack size. So now he's got it for future hands going forward. I don't think he's going to do it on every occasion, Jeff.
I just think fair case has been made. We'll review it and get back to you.
Just finish your chicken. Damo now thinking this could be a great hand to do it with.
135.
Ooh, cool.
Oh, I like this.
The non-all-in 3-bet off the stack of less than 20 bigs.
Start with 500.
Just puts Peters in a horrible spot with ace-5 off. Unless he sees right through it.
Okay. Hạ chi ngay hữu về để mà mua đi
Non-all-in 3-bet off less than 20 bigs becoming more and more popular in the high roller scene with hands like this. Or with the goods, though.
215.
Oh, the click back.
Oh, dear.
Oh, cool. How about 215,000?
All right. We have definitely landed on the moon. This sort
Top
of play,
shelf, as you would say.
I mean, this sort of play can only be found in outer space. A little click-back warfare. I mean, no way is he going to see through this.
Might be his last time bank that was used. Oh, that's unbelievable! Absolutely remarkable.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and he just
the
takes
sigh of relief.
Oh.
Whoa!
God. That is so good. Just a click-back warfare. The old 5-bet all-in.
Huh? 2009 again.
You two might be my favorite poker players.
Sorry?
You two might be my favorite poker players.
Ali sensed what was going on there. The peak of poker ability. With 8 left and 6 spots paid. You might be looking at the best in the world.
You have 7?
Like
That's
8.
absurd.
Oh, yeah, 7.
Okay.
Outrageous, you know, whatever word you want to use in that category.
Absolutely bananas.
The
Holy
5-bet
cow.
bluff shove when he started the hand with under 20 bigs. What in the world? First class.
How much you have?
That's sick.
750?
Put that one on the highlight reel.
No,
Wait,
650?
yeah, it's 650. I can't count.
Clip that one. Put it on Twitter for the world to see.
Put it everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad y'all are checking us out on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe on this very channel. Thank you all so much for being here. We're back tomorrow with final table coverage. Yeah, with kings. Ace 8 for Adams. And the big blind with 18 bigs behind. Defend.
Yeah, very cautious. Very delicate. Oh.
Ace 10 8. Aces and 8s for Adams.
Looked like Adam sort of shook his head like, oh, in disgust.
$140.
Check raise to 140,000.
Oh my.
Going to come after it now.
King's in a very difficult spot. You just don't believe Adams.
Now finds the fold. Adams starting to chip up.
Frustrating. Have to give up kings on that board. Good fold too.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I thought Ivan might just tee off.
We got 1.7.
1.8.
What a wild series this has been. I mean,
it's a blast, huh?
Just a couple days ago, we got a guy folding ace-king suited for 12 bigs while they're in the money as the short stack. And then today, we got a guy put it in as a 5-bet pre with less than 20 bigs, and it works on the soft bubble of the super high roller bowl.
Unbelievable.
With $3.7 million up top. I mean, holy cow.
10 of diamonds for Limitless, Queen Jack of diamonds for Adams.
On.
Says all of it.
700.
24 bigs.
715.
800, right?
No, 715.
Ali's right in his count of 715.
This is very close. Difficulty being how much of Malinowski's stack it would be. A significant portion.
Yeah.
About 40% of it.
Yeah, 2.3.
We're ahead of the suited wheel aces. We're dominated by better, clearly. And at best, we're a 60-40 in these situations. Flipping against the rest, yeah. Understandable fold by Limitless.
It's gonna be a long night.
What'd you have?
Wheel.
Yeah, ma. You have 7?
You think what Victor wants to ask Tim what he just had right there?
I don't know. I might have seen a middling black card when he folded.
It's 760.
I think it's 760. Yeah, I'm just double checking.
You have still 2?
Huh?
1, 8. Right?
Oh.
Yep.
No.
Well, who knows what we're going to see next with these two.
80.
So you raise to 80K with the 8-3 off.
Yeah, you know, Peter's electing not to limp, certainly not going to fold, just going to attack. Let's try and put Adamo in a really difficult spot. Expect him to defend quite wide. King deuce suited, certainly one of those candidates. But really the full process here is, okay, kick it up, and oh my, just stuff it.
Just rip it.
Wow. Wow.
Just absurd. So good. Dama showing you why many high roller pros consider him to be towards the top, if not at the top of the list. Premier poker player.
I thought it was 2 8s at first.
When you folded again, I think I maybe saw 5 when Victor slammed his cards down again.
Oh, okay. So, he saw your cards last 2 times when you mucked.
When you like folded it,
Thanks for letting
it.
me know.
What was the card? 6 of club, 8 of diamonds.
70.
哇，煙白嚟嘅，咪係幾撚 good 喎，咪係本來定一獎嘅。
800 start? Cool, it's good. 840.
When I maybe saw like a 5 or something. I'm not sure when he did that. Something like that.
Well, he defends with the Jack 7 of clubs. And sees the 7 in the window. Comes a 7-4. Oh, he check calls flop. Turns the 8 of spades.
We haven't seen Adams really have the opportunity to create these sorts of spots post. He doesn't have a great hand to do it with. Unless we can just simply decide that we'd like to target a 7 or a 4. Put those hands in jail. Otherwise, we have to be very concerned about Ali maybe even having as good as 5-6, never folding an ace.
Reaching, firing, 175,000.
150? Oh, 175.
Wow.
And just the snap fold, Adams gets it through.
That feels good.
I said those were some interesting exposed cards.
Pocket jacks, man.
Sorry?
Yeah, pocket jacks that hand.
Yes.
Watching the stream back. Same amount of
What's this in jacks? Oh wow, brutal. Yeah, you see the spades. Oh. Jacks.
And did you hear them say that the commentary was really good for that hand?
I did.
Yeah, that was very
on.
nice. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Thank you, Ali. Good to see you on top of the leaderboard of the PokerGo Tour, presented by Guaranteed Rate. I'm Shurovich with more than $3.3 million. With 9 victories, this would be something special for his 10th Super High Roller Bowl Europe ring. If he makes the top 6, he's going to increase his lead over the rest of the top 5. Excuse me. David Peters is in 10th. He could make a significant move up this leaderboard. 600 PokerGo Tour points awarded to our winner.
Did you fight him?
Phew, almost. I mean, had flash draw.
Yeah.
Set.
What's up?
I had set.
Check.
I was angry, maybe you will bluff me, but I thought you have maybe bluffed, that's why I was angry and I went all in.
Yeah.
Looking for Adams. Climbed up to almost 40 bigs. Jack 10 of clubs for Lau. Queen 9 deuce with 2 clubs. The
Not
straight
a bad
flush draw.
flop,
For
yeah.
Yeah.
You see that while Adams has the best hand at the moment, he's a 2-to-1 underdog here.
Just smothered. Maybe Ivan just wants to play for everything. Okay, you know, you give me the straight flush draw.
Let's dance.
I'm willing to bubble you. Let's go. Wow.
It's at 145K.
Adam's very methodical, always thinking these things through. King of clubs in his hand, likely one of the key reasons why he did decide to 3-bet. In the event he could turn a little equity, but when you're up against the Jack 10 of clubs, you are in dire straits. 70% favorite near for Ivan.
Eight ball on the turn. The Stone Colds for Liao. Adams lays it down and gets shown the goods.
Jack 10, the flush.
Hey, flush draw.
Liao showing us a little bit of his personality throughout this unofficial final table.
Yeah, he's great. I don't think we've really covered him up until this series.
Just for brief moments. Peters looks to 60 with the kings. A dama with ace jack.
Uh-oh.
$150.
These two will do battle once again.
Sorry, with 850.
This sort of meta warfare has been set up from the hand that's about to go poker viral.
Now?
Between Adamo and Peters. Will we
Just now?
see another click back now with kings? Almost an identical line.
Ace king.
Damo's starting the
Ace-king.
hand with a little under 30 bigs.
Yeah. With a club.
Assuming the 4-bet is incoming, you can certainly believe that
Should've just shoved the
it'll
flop.
be on the smaller
Should've.
side, leaving the door
Should've
open
shoved
for
the flop.
Adamo to potentially go bananas once more.
There is that 4-bet to 285,000.
Oh.
And just folds.
I love poker, man.
Oh, I mean, this time we just
Have to
quickly
be
get
my
off the
second
ace jack.
That's why you gotta go for it.
Yeah.
Level upon level upon level here.
I can't wait for these guys to see that hand,
Yeah.
too. They're all going to react.
Yeah, right?
I mean, let's play till first place. Chinese style.
Limitless says, let's just play it all out.
I think the camera crew always still 3 or something, right?
Hey, what's that?
Camera crew always has to stop by a certain time, like 3 a.m.
Is it 3?
Something like that.
I thought it was 1:30.
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
I think I just know in Sochi we played like super long bubble, and the camera crew had to stop us because on the bubble because they can't work past a certain time.
Yeah.
Adams would know. He won Super High Roller Bowl Russia. Won Super High Roller Bowl Australia the month before. What a thrill it is to watch the best in the world battle it out on this stage here in Cyprus.
It's like a red card.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Face time. What do you have, Mike? You have
705.
7, thank you.
7 clubs for Adams in the big. Adams will defend. King 7-7. Trips for Adams, couple backdoor draws for Adama.
absolute stranglehold. 95% favorite. I don't think that's going to really stop Adamo from attempting to c-bet this thing.
He does for the minimum.
35, которые усеянные на проводку.
Turn is the 8 of diamonds.
Okay.
Flush draw for Adamo, 225K in the pot.
Adamo recognizing sort of the strength of Adam's hand, right? If getting called by a king or trips, just take that flush draw equity to the river.
Where he does not hit.
$350.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is, oof. I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. Adams just can't fold this hand. His hand is way too good.
Yeah, the timing finally a little off.
Yeah, this
for
is
Adamo.
What is he? Not a single card in his hand that can help him piece this thing together. He's essentially repping a turned full house with pocket eights. Just never has a straight. Adams now questioning, should I just move it in? Probably not. I mean, there's no shot we're going to fold.
Super small bet on river, perhaps designed for this. And he does want to go for it all. Almost says, whoops.
I think a misstep there by Adamo. I don't really know what we're repping other than a turn dates full, right? I mean,
very specific.
Maybe like fives full if you raise that pre.
Here comes the back-to-back. Super high rollerball winner. Adamo back down to under 10 bigs.
After the 10 or now?
Poor Peters.
We go to break. A 10-minute break. But before we do, a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by GG Poker. Michael Adamo will be on the ropes when we come back. We'll see you in 10. You're watching Super High Rollerball Europe.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. and content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kerry Katz and Ali Amshurovich. Heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl London, presented by Party Poker Live. Jeff Platter with Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth.
There's my favorite hand.
Deuces.
Yeah, a couple mallards. Let them fly. Ducks on the pond. He knows. Kerry's going to do this for me.
All in.
That's letting them fly.
Wow.
All of it with deuces. About 1.5 million.
That is a duck of a different color. Just has to fold
lays
ace.
it down,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta wait for a better spot.
Huge overbet shove.
Kerry Katz
I had a
takes
big
the
hand.
chip lead.
Yeah, but
I mean, he was
with
50
your
big
big
blinds
advantage
deep.
heads up, you can't be gambling like that.
I might have had you dominated. I had a pretty good hand.
Ace Jack?
Not ace jack.
Okay, not that big.
Ace 9. That's a big hand. What are you talking about?
Not even. If it was suited, you probably would have called.
What'd you have?
Huh?
You had 5s?
And deuces.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
It's exactly what it looked like, a small pair. I was just hoping that 1 in 17 chance that you didn't have a pair, and I'd be okay. I was sick. You look kind of irritated, like you're going to raise me up.
Probably.
Yeah,
Katz
all right.
with the king deuce.
Is that even 30?
Sorry. I'm living.
Katz flops a king. Gut shot for Ali. Katz turns 2 pair.
Now you're just spewing.
Just spewing.
Oh.
Check.
River another deuce. Katz will not be checking this one back.
Oh, you were trapping?
But now he's just showing off for me, Jeff. He knows I love deuces.
All the mallards for you.
Yeah.
I guess you were trapping.
Another pot for Kerry Katz to now increase his chip lead. Back and forth we go. 2.1 million pounds to first. There is that chip lead for Kerry Katz. 57% of the chips in play. Both players assured of 900K. So a 1.2 million pound difference between first and second place. The next Super High Roller Bowl stop will be in the Bahamas in November as part of Party Poker Live's Millions Tour stop.
Yeah, you can bet that that's going to be a
That'll be huge.
much larger field. Again, we mentioned the regulations, the compliance issues here in England. Bahamas, not so much. Part of a wonderful series being put on down there by Party Poker.
At the Bahamar. Lovely resort.
That's supposed to be awesome. I've never been, and I probably never will, Jeff, but you can let me know.
You
how.
and planes, you know, or any kind of travel. Ali.
And this is just a
with
stunning
another
call.
correct
Queen
high call.
That was a hell of a call.
Done this twice in heads
Big
up
hand,
play.
man.
Huh?
Big hand.
Yeah. Wow, what a call. That was incredible.
Great call by Ali.
Awesome stuff.
Mental note. And we're floating on Ollie.
Yeah, that's pretty
Are you actually going to listen to it?
I had that clear shot at a running straight.
I mean, yeah, your hand can't fold.
We keep saying this, but we've seen just such unbelievable play throughout these last 2 days.
Yeah, how about Kerry? You know, he's kind of given us
God, what a sick
A
call.
little insight as to how he
That's a really good
plays,
call. Nice
floating in and out of position
Mm-hmm.
regularly throughout this event. Extremely creative.
And he is extremely impressed.
Doing my little annoying raises.
With Aliam Shurovich and that call with the queen high.
Okay.
A little min raise for you.
I can't fold to that.
I know.
Queen 8 deuce 2 spades. Just jack high for Kerry Katz.
Yeah, I don't think Ali's going
Fires
anywhere either
100K.
here. King Jack, Jack of spades in his hand.
Oh, he does check call. Does turn that flush draw. Goes check, check. The river is a jack.
This is painful for Kerry. Ali can bet for value here.
115.
That's what he'll do. He'll fire 115,000.
You may listen to those instincts again, Jeff, and find a fold, which would be pretty heroic.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
It's the only river that could have cost him. He'll use that time bank, giving him an additional 60 seconds to act.
That's a great
Yeah,
laydown.
lays it down.
Wow. Wow.
We just saw a terrific call from Aliam Shurovich. Terrific fold there by Kerry Katz.
And as many bluffs that these guys have been showing one another throughout the course of this heads-up battle, to run into a pair of jacks there on the river and to find a fold, that is just excellence by El Jefe.
Anything good?
Yeah.
Queen?
No. King clubs jack, or king of spade jack clubs. So it's not, I had a spade with a club. It was king jack. I don't know exactly what this is. What'd you have?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack 5.
Yeah, jack 2.
Yeah.
Big laydown.
Third time in heads up that they've had the same hand.
Yeah, boy, and you were right about Ali's opening sizes. He has really changed things up. Rather than the min raise, he goes for more than 3x.
Yeah. With plenty of limping in on the button.
How much do you have now?
Ali has a ton of heads-up experience, both online and live.
Just under 1.6.
Huh?
Just under 1.6.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
It is still pretty close. An absolute battle. Same hand again. The 9 deuce suited for Kerry Katz.
Oh, Montana bananas everywhere.
Yeah.
$240.
Oh my.
Oh, Ali with the 3-bet. He sure has balanced those 3-bets.
Yeah,
sometimes with it, sometimes without it.
Dynamic.
Wow. With so many players, that's just a snap fold onto the next one.
Snap fold onto the next one, even undisciplined, just a call, C3, but 9 deuce. One of the worst hands you can be dealt. How do we turn it into a winner? We 3-bet. We take that thing down,
3-bet
4x
big.
over the min, knowing we get so many folds. Well executed by this young man.
Goes back to limping in on the button, this time with the 10-6 of clubs. Katz looks down to 10-9.
Cat says, it's my turn, buddy. Here we go,
Makes it
155 to go.
155K. He's capable of some big raises. Ali not going anywhere.
Yeah, 10-6 suited. I mean, we got to see 3.
340,000 in the pot. And still, 8 players remain at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Welcome back to Cyprus and the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. 6 spots are paid. $512,500 to 6 as we look at our unofficial final table chip counts. This leaderboard presented by GG and Brent. It feels like the structure's starting to catch up a little bit to these final 8. Now the big stacks, just with about 50 bigs or so, and Adamo on the ropes.
Adamo very short, a questionable bluff before we went to break. He has got himself a lot of work to do if he's going to catch up to these guys.
Yeah, it's been 12:30.
20K, 40K. 40K big blind ante. Adamo, less than 7 bigs. We'll play for it all. We are stopping when we are down to 6.
No one's gonna bust, man.
It's true. We have been stuck on 8 for a while.
It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, more than 3 hours of play.
Yeah.
Still 8 players remaining. That's.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's almost like they're playing for a $500,000 min cash, and we're 2 spots away.
8:30 from dinner.
Why would you think that?
Yeah.
We busted like before 9.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 3.5 hours.
Average stack. Now just 32 bigs. Blind versus blind here. Peters with King 10, all of it. See what Adamo can squeeze. He looks down at the Ace-7 of hearts. Taking a look at the other shorter stacks. But it's going to be all systems go for Michael Adamo. All in and at risk with the Ace-7 of hearts. Up against the King 10 that David Peters holds. Ace, Queen 4. So far, so good for Adamo. Just needs to dodge a jack.
I don't have stuff.
Five on the turn. Peters needs a jack to bust Adamo. And doesn't find it on the river.
Absolutely not, Jeff. You think there's going to be a bubble in this thing? No way. Nobody will go broke.
We aren't even on the Stone Cold bubble yet. There's 8 are left and 6 are paid. Adamo back to about 17 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, that's critical. And I believe he now leapfrogs both Swang and who's our? It's a Bulligan.
Bulligan, yeah.
Bulligan, yeah. Had to make sure I had that right.
As we see him with 500K. Malinowski with the Queen 7 of clubs. Off for Ollie. defense. Jack 9 deuce, nothing doing really for either player here.
Thought we might see a little bit of war.
Me?
500. That was coming in.
Huh? Oh, okay.
500. 500, yeah.
Actually, yeah, how much do you have anyway?
1.9 something.
1.9.
1.55.
Dalmo, look around the table.
Not much gonna less. How much you say, sir? You have 500?
460 probably.
Yeah.
I would assume he just
465 shuts now.
That didn't sound good.
6-7.
Yeah,
Okay.
And Victor, do you have white chips? Do you
Me?
have white chips?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Adam, how much you have?
130.
Eight players left. Out of a 41 entry field that created the prize pool more than $10 million. Today, playing down to that final table of 6, unless it's a certain time. And in that case, we'll just bag and move on to tomorrow on the bubble. Queens for Adams.
90.
Sure, but King Jack on the button. Calls, pulled again with 6s. It's 10 bigs behind.
Yeah, this is awfully dicey situation with just 2 6s. Adams, for the most part, has played very snug all day. You have to be a little concerned about Ali just flatting on the button.
Excuse me?
He's going to lay it down.
Alec, how much do you have?
1.91 to start. You have 1.3 to start?
Yeah, just under.
Jack 10-10. Jackson 10s from SHRB, but Adams is best here. Checks the queens. Ali fires 70K. calls. 420,000 in the spot. Turn brings a 9. Straight draws now for both. This time SHRB fires 140K. Kept the sizing relatively small. Adams will check call again. River's a blank. Adams still best.
Wins. Huh? Wins.
Shows the jack.
Very controlled pot
Yeah.
on both sides. Certainly don't fault Ali for betting flop and turn quite small, just trying to get the showdown.
More.
I have 1-6. More.
20K, 40K, a 40K big blind ante.
Why don't you shove
Schwang.
through?
And fold again.
Okay.
For the shorter stacks. A little less than 15 bigs for Schwang with ace jack here. He'll open off the short stack.
I'm just like in the real man. I must
6-6. Sure.
It's close one.
Yeah, it's very close.
You don't start playing too?
No, because Vic was just under 1-7.
Only telling Bolden. Again, just shove. Shove the sixes, please, and then I get out of the way. A little bit less. Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus playing host to Super High Roller Bowl Europe presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. Down to our final 8. Ivan Liao, one of the big stacks. Schwang with the jack 10 of hearts. All of it.
Gotcha.
I don't think that Ivan is really considering calling with King 7 of clubs here. Maybe just making sure that Schwang doesn't have
Sorry?
much fewer chips than he does.
$512,500 to 6th, $0 to 7th, $0 to 8th. One of the biggest bubbles of the year comes one of the longest bubbles of the year. Maybe up to what, 3 hours by now?
Oh, easy, yeah. think it's actually approaching 4.
Ollie opens here at the ace-5 off. The out calls behind the 9-6 of clubs. And it's Adams with the ace-6 of hearts. And the big blind. Adams will join. 3-handed to this flop. It's queen 7-4. 1 club, 1 heart. Not much for anybody. The turn is a 5, and that opens the door for everybody, as I'm Shurovich turns a 5, and it's open-enders for both Adams and Meow.
Let's just see your stack a little bit. $380.
How about this?
380.
Timothy Adams making it 380,000.
This is outstanding by Adams. 6 being the key card in his hand. Able to now represent a straight. Ivan, a little perplexed, thinking, well, why didn't I do that?
Makes it down, Tim Adams.
Crosses the 2 million chip mark. You say it, Jeff. What's he trying to do?
He's trying to go back to back to back at live Super High Roller Bowls. The winner of Super High Roller Bowl Australia and Super High Roller Bowl Russia 2020. Back at it again at our first Super High Roller Bowl 2021. I like it.
Maybe already final table and winner at other tournament.
Sorry, can I see your stack again? Can I just see your stack?
Oh, I have 146 to start.
146.
They keep clapping.
Whoa. Rowdy.
Someone hit
What do we got going on out
I
there?
don't know. Sounds fun though.
What's happening?
Maybe the fans are confused. This is where the main event is.
Someone's birthday.
Ah, okay.
Oh, nice. Nice little
that's
birthday
great.
celebration.
I think we said 3:30.
3:30.
just rips it in there with the ace-4 of hearts.
Asserting his dominance,
Yeah.
Tim Adams. He was card dead for so long. Just kept his composure, maintained that discipline, found the right spots, a little bit of good fortune on his side as well. And
730.
now amongst the chip lead.
All in.
Comes bold again for all of it. 10 bigs.
Like 400 or something, right? Yeah.
Ace-3 not good enough. Mulligan just kind of hangs around.
Yeah. Not going anywhere.
And this time it's the Russian with alligator blood.
About 1.3.
So good, but the first time I said I wanted to make sure I said it again. Got it in twice.
I thought we went over this.
Just trying to make that TV edit.
Unless you're at a zoo, there are no alligators in Russia.
Oh, it's just such a fantastic line by me. It's like next level, you know. You think it makes our TV edit?
I'm not sure either one of us is going to make the TV
At
edit.
all. They might bring in a new crew. Oh, he defends with the Jack-9. Ace-6-3, 2 hearts. Leo does have the Queen of Hearts. Does have the opportunity here on the ace-5 floppy fires. He wins. Waiting on a start time for day 3.
Around 500.
Plan today to play down to our final table of 6. Or go a certain length of time. Folds around to SHRB. 6-3.
Raise.
He'll continue to pounce against Boldigan. Thinks the door is open time and time again, and has been proven correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much on YouTube for joining us. The duration of this stream, it's been a long one. Be sure you do like and subscribe. We're going to come back again tomorrow. Time to be determined. Be sure to follow @PokerGo on Twitter. Once finalized, we'll make an announcement on that starting time.
King 10 for Peters.
How much do you have?
About 1.45.
Queen's fried.
$280.
Just 3-bet and win it.
Button's good.
How much you play, Ivan?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, you wait, sorry.
$2.1.
Queen of clubs for Adamo.
All in.
Uh-oh. Juan will be thrilled here, and here we go. Adamo, the one all in and at risk, with the king, queen of clubs against Zhuang's ace, king. And that's certainly the biggest spot of Zhuang's career. Seven. No help to Adamo. Looking for a queen or backdoor cards to make a straight. The turn is the ace. Ace of spades. Joanna's spades covered, so 3 jacks remain as the outs for Michael Adamo to stay alive. The river is the 4 of spades, and that does it. We say good game to Michael Adamo. They'll count it out to be sure.
670.
Yeah.
Certainly frustrating. It's so brutal to be this close to such a big score. My goodness, what a show did Michael Adamo put on for us today.
Yeah. Good game.
Considered by many to be one of the tip-top 1%ers when it comes to No Limit Hold'em. One of the best to ever do it at such a young age. Makes Australia very proud, no doubt about that, and he will certainly be back.
I know what you all think.
You said it, quite the performance. Just so thrilling to watch. His level of creativity is just absurd, and so here we are on the stone cold bubble. 7 are left. $512,500 for 6th. $0 for 7th as we look at the payouts. Presented by Luxon Pay. Up top in this one, almost $3.7 million. With one more elimination, our day is done and we are in the money.
How much you have? 1.8?
1.5.
Bold again now, the significant short stack.
Oh, yeah. Hey Leo, you have like 2.2. Thank you.
Can you get a close for Zhuang here? Ace Queen 10, 1 diamond. queen on the turn. Check, river brings another ace.
Swan certainly probably feels okay here with king high. However, if Ivan did have an ace, one would certainly assume he'd play it. Yeah, he's just going to give it up, but he'd bet flop, check turn, and then, you know, bet again on river. Just waves the flag, and that's it.
$20K, $40K, $40K, big blind ante, an average stack of about 35 bigs. Queen 10 of hearts for David Peters.
What is Adams up to here? He's got that sort of scowl. Jeff, I don't want to see any one of these guys go home with $0. Why does it have to happen? Why does it have to be like this?
We got to see the pain. And it is a painful bubble that looms. One worth $512,500.
How much? You have how much?
1.5.
1.5.
Ace 5 for Peters. Peters will just fold the ace 5. Sign of play with the short stack looming in bold again. As we look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour, it is presented by Guaranteed Rate. And it does feature a Leon Shurovich on top with 9 Poker Go Tour titles. More than 2,600 points, more than $3.3 million. David Peters in 10th on the Poker Go Tour. He'll make a pretty big move up the leaderboard. He can make it to our final 6.
If Ali finishes in first or second,
You're
no
saying
matter what,
good night.
It's over.
You're saying good night, that's it. It's a
Good
wrap.
night. Completely done. He'll be more than 1,000 points in front of second place.
Ivan, do you know how much you have, roughly? Like, roughly?
2.1.
2.1. It's 85.
Calls on the button. Nine, 6, 4, 2 clubs. Allows ace high its best. He also has the ace of clubs.
See if Adams decides to try and set something up. He's going to take one off.
That one is the 4 spades. Will call here on the turn. And we'll river a queen.
Whoa.
That's one way to do it.
Wow. Adams' plan has now changed. I think he was fully planning on bluffing rivers, and all of a sudden, we make the toppest of pairs.
It turns into a value bet spot for Tim Adams.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the bubble, one left. Next one out takes home $0. We've established that. After that, top 6 are in the money. A little bit more than $500,000 for 6th, all the way up to first place. Nearly $3.7 million. The super high roller bowl ring, and of course, named champion. Now, tomorrow, regardless of what happens here today, whether we still are on the bubble or we have our final 6, coverage will begin at 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific. We're coming right back. Make sure you set those alarms if you're on the West Coast of the United States. Jeff, I'm talking to you.
Yes, sir.
We will be here.
2:15 a.m. alarm.
We are
set.
playing down to our champion.
Yes, sir. Will we be on the bubble? Or will we be at our official final table of 6? That question still left to be answered. Boy, it's gotten pretty tight as this man holds a stack of less than 10 bigs. so expressive. Yeah, just saw bold again. Lay it down.
Frustrating for fold again. You don't want to bubble this thing. Just considered maybe calling, try to connect and score a little double up.
Everybody with an eye on his short stack. But we know that he's a tough one to get rid of.
Yeah. For about 4 hours, we didn't get rid of anybody. Michael Adamo out in 8th place.
And small blind, yeah. Fold.
He's 7 for Liao Fent. Straight comes in on the turn for Malinowski. Yeah, leads.
This is certainly going to be a pretty hard sell.
River's a blank. Checks. Now how much does Malinowski look for here?
$110.
About 110. Just looking for a hint of value.
Could this work? I've been certainly going to be curious. We beat ace, queen, ace, king. That's really about it.
Lays it down.
No bluff.
It's so even. So even.
Yeah.
It is pretty even, as Shuang said. Except
Bố
for
ta thầu sẽ Adam từ một
Can you
buổi
next
này.
The stack of the
say
Anchis
like
board
5
again.
seconds before the time bag? So it's
唔係課後。
Vậy.
之後你睇，仲有
At Royal
攞一
Hotel
波
and
我哋。
Casino,
Both were short.
playing host to Super High Roller
應該
Bowl
15
Euro.
分鐘先。It's changing.
Hotel Casino in Spa. I don't give enough respect to the Spa.
Which is surprising because you spend a lot of time in spas.
Yeah, you know, big 5-star spa guy.
You are.
Disqualifies.
Yeah, you are.
He opens here. The ace deuce of diamonds. Ace king of clubs for limitless in the big.
They've had a little dynamic throughout the course of the afternoon as well. I mean, we're certainly bringing a 3-bet here from the big blind with ace king suited, and
300.
Ali's got one of those sort of new age hands that all the kids are turning into bluffs.
That they love to blast off with. Now, can you blast off with fold again stack is another question.
This would be very much against the ICM. Oh my God.
And he does go for it. Malinowski makes the call. Here we go. Aliam Shurovich all in and at risk. Vyacheslav Boldigan almost just as interested in this one. On the stone cold bubble of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. What a spot here. More than 2.5 million in the middle.
Oh yeah.
Current leader on the PokerGo Tour standings is on the ropes.
邊個多數啊？呢面係多數埋啲。
Comes the flop. Queen 3-4 wheel draw now for Ali.
Oh boy.
We've seen him make magic happen like this before.
Ridiculous.
Now looking for a 5 or a deuce. Turn card. It's a 9. Safe turn for limitless. 7 outs from Shurovich. See him on the top of your screen. Needs a 5 or a deuce, or we are in the money. The river is a 7. The bubble has burst at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. It's at least $512,500 to our final 6, and it is Aliam Shurovich out in 7th.
Yeah, it just goes for it there. He said, the heck with ICM, I'm playing for the win. And I know he's devastated right now. Just a sick feeling. Such a massive bubble spot.
Not just to miss out on the payout, but to miss out on the prestige of a Super High Roller Bowl Europe final table. And with that, we are down to 6. And tomorrow, we play for almost $3.7 million along with a Super High Roller Bowl ring. Victor Malinowski will take the chip lead into tomorrow. Timothy Adams still in the hunt for back-to-back-to-back Super High Roller Bowl titles. Join us for our final table coverage every single hand. We start at 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time. For our crews in Cyprus and Las Vegas, for Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you for the final table of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.